Now, we don't have the official numbers yet from the Bureau of Labor Statistics because of the government shutdown. Once the government is reopened, which by the way is expected to happen on Wednesday because the Senate already passed their bill to reopen it. Now we're just waiting for the House to do the same. Apparently Mike Johnson is trying to get them together tomorrow. Then we will know, because then the Bureau of Labor Statistics will reopen and we'll get those statistics and we'll know if Goldman Sachs is right. But I mean, all indicators do tell us that one of the largest banks, right? I'm personally a customer of them, Goldman Sachs, is right, and the economy is going down the drain. Now, anecdotally, something else I'd like to add on here, talking to many people my age, jobs are either hard to find or not paying much, and people are suffering. All right. There are more unemployed Americans than open job opportunities, and we're getting some of the worst reports that we've seen in modern American history. And this means that because now there's so many individuals just applying for various positions, that it's not just that jobs are hard to find, but interviews are hard to get. Now, when you couple that with the shutdown that we've had for the last 40 days, with food stamps going unfunded, with people losing health care from the big, beautiful bill, Americans are suffering. The economy is in ruin, and that is the Trump effect. Now, I'm going to stop wasting your time. We're going to go ahead and hop right into the debates. Y'all already know what we do here if you've been here before. An issue that we've been having recently is the mere fact that there's not many Trump supporters left. They're hard to find. And over on TikTok, where we're getting these debates, although I ban people that come up and troll, they still come up and troll nonetheless, and it persists, meaning that it can sometimes be very, very hard to find those debates. So bear with us for a second. I'm sure that when we start kind of going into the guest requests over on TikTok to get somebody up here to talk to us, it may take a moment to get that first Trump supporter. Just bear with us. That's what we're going to do now. We actually had a Trump supporter tuned in and connected to the live stream before we started today, but he actually left when I was 30 seconds into giving the intro. Impatient little one. But real quick, before we get that very first guest up, Traffic, thank you so much for the $10 over on YouTube Super Chat, who says, tuning in for my daily brain nourishment. Well, sometimes we can also get some brain rot going on with some of the really bad guests. But Traffic Co, nice name, by the way. Thank you for the $10. Welcome in, Jackson. Are you a Trump supporter or are you banned?
I am leaning on the side of Trump right now.
Okay, yeah, and how old are you, Jackson?
I am 18 years old.
What year were you born in? Just double check.
2007.
Okay, perfect. Let me thank two people. First, Livy. Thank you so much for the very first donation of the day over on Venmo, the $2, and I'm a big fan of yours. Thank you so much, Livy, and I'm happy that we've been able to educate you here. Thank you so much, Emoji Face for the Galaxy on TikTok. And one last one here. Dawn, thank you so much for the $20 over on Super Chat. Dawn didn't leave a message, only the love. Thank you so much for the second Super Chat of the day, man. All the love to you. Thank you so much for supporting what we do here, Dawn. And Jackson, back to you, my friend. I'm going to go to pass the mic off to you. Tell us why you support Trump as president. It's all yours. Well, Jackson actually left. Okay, all right. He got a little bit of stage fright. Folks, one thing, okay, I'm going to need y'all to do is if you're in that queue, if you're ready to come up here and have a conversation, I understand that could be a little bit scary, but try to work on that stage fright so you're not, hitting the road like Jackson, right? When I just ask you the first question. What's going on, Dawson Jones? Do you support Trump?
Yes.
And how old are you? You sound young.
20.
20, what year were you born in, Dawson?
25, actually, 2000.
I don't think so, Dawson. You have a good one. I think that's a big jump. Okay, 20 to 25, real big jump, buddy. Real big jump, my friend. What's going on? What's going on? Do you support Trump? Or are you banned? Okay, it looks like they're leaving the app. We're going to go to disconnect them. Moving on to the next guest now. We got the Big Stu connecting to the stream for the very first 6.2 thousand folks hanging out with us on TikTok. Guys, make sure we're double tapping on that phone screen. And for all of those that have already joined us on YouTube, make sure to drop a like, y'all. Welcome in the Big Stu. Are you a big L? That was a little bit of a rough joke. Okay. Trump, all right, you support Trump? How old are you?
I'm 19.
You're 19? All right, man. Why the hell? Okay. Do you still support Trump after all the tyranny that we've seen in the last 10 months, ranging from...
Oh, I'm so fucking gassy, dude. I'm so fucking gassy for you. Oh, look at my little pecker, nigga. Oh, my...
All right. We're going to go ahead and get back into the debates. Here we go, guys. Okay. All right. Let's. Okay. Are we? We got Lucas loading up in. We're gonna. Hi, Lucas.
you,
Do you support?
but-
Do you support? Do you support Trump?
Fuck you.
Okay. Well, Lucas is big mad. Use if you want to come back up, Lucas, and use big boy words. You know, like I support Trump for reasons X, Y, and Z. Feel free, but A's a small brain. He's not going to be able to do that. All right, we're going to move on to the next guest right now, folks. Okay, it looks like the Trump supporters are very angry, right? Because they have little brains. Okay, big emotions, little brains. So all they can do is scream "fuck you," right? But we're used to that. Let's try to find somebody to debate here, folks. If you're in that queue, make sure that you are an American adult that supports Trump as president. Welcome in, Martinez. Do you support Trump?
Hi, Dean. Yeah, I do.
Okay, and how old are you, Martinez?
I'm 20.
Yeah, what year were you born in?
Wait. Can I?
Sorry, the wait tells me that you're not actually 20 and you're underage. Get pushed. We're going to ban you and move on to the next guest, guys. Hello, do you support Trump, Andrew?
Yes, sir.
And how old are you?
18,
You're 18. What year were you born in?
2007,
right.
August 2nd.
All right, Andrew. Yeah, man. Go to take it away and tell us how the hell you still support Trump as president after the last 10 months of absolute gibberish nonsense, including but not limited to things such as him declaring war in American cities, saying that he could send the Marines, the military, the Army, and the Navy like into American cities like Portland, New York City, so on and so forth. If he were to declare an insurrection, nobody could stop him.
All right, baby daddy, I got you.
Okay, Andrew. All right. Well, like I said, guys, lots of trolls today. It's just because they don't want to debate. Like I looked at Andrew's profile, definitely like a real Trump supporter. Okay, but like he didn't want to debate. They're scared. Whatever. Look, guys, the fact of the matter is, Trump's unpopular. Nobody supports him, and I think these streams are proving it. Darkness, what's up? Do you support Trump?
Not really. I just
You
wanted
take care, man. We got Abram loading up in the stream. We also got we're gonna go to get that next guest loaded up in, guys. We're gonna try to find like literally anybody that supports Trump, folks. It is the first guest that is always the hardest. Last night it took us 30 minutes to find that first guest. I'm hoping tonight that we can find the first guest in like, I don't know, 15. You know what I mean? Addison, you
Hello?
support Trump?
Yeah, I do.
Age? Wait, already underage. I don't even need to ask you. Rusty, you support Trump?
Hello? Dude, yes, I do.
All
Dean,
right.
debate my brother. Debate my brother, please. Please, I'm begging you, please. He's MAGA. He's MAGA.
Kenny, feel free to hop back in that queue. Abram, do you support Trump?
Hey, fuck you, Dean. I hope you get kirked, motherfucker.
Okay, buddy, calm down. You're not
Fuck you.
Wait, what was that guy's name? 1 second. What was that guy's name,
Fuck
Rusty?
you. I'm still right here, yo.
Okay, no, I hear you. Rusty, can I have you calm down for me?
I'm sorry.
Yeah, okay. Bring it down a level. All right.
I'm sorry.
Now that you've recollected yourself, go ahead and tell us why you support Trump.
Okay. I'm sorry, Dean.
We're going to ignore the death threat. Just tell us why you support Trump.
Okay. Hold on, I gotta collect my feelings.
Okay.
I don't know. 'Cause Trump's just not like a liberal pussy. He doesn't cry about everything like liberals.
But you were literally just crying so hard to the extent that you said you wanted me to die. All right.
What?
Are you
yeah,
liberal?
well,
Wait, are you a liberal?
a liberal? Yeah, I am. I went to the No Kings protest.
Wait, you're a liberal, but I thought you just told us that you support Trump because he's not a
Well,
liberal.
yeah, I'm a liberal, but I support Trump.
Okay, so what makes you liberal?
What makes me a liberal? Well, I voted for what's his
Wait, but I thought
voted
you
for
just said that
Biden.
you supported Trump.
Yeah, I voted for Biden and then I voted for Trump.
Okay. Wait, if you voted for Biden, that's what made you liberal. Therefore, when you voted for Trump, that make you conservative. We're gonna go to kick 'em. Let's go ahead and find somebody a little bit more coherent. Woof, guys. Okay. All right. All right. Everybody in the chat is spamming Kenny. All right. I say we do bring Kenny back up. Let's go to talk to Kenny's brother. Kenny, hop in that queue. We'll get you back up here. It looks like you might be the only person in the queue that's actually here for a debate. This person's making weird noises, so I'm gonna ban them. Moving on to the. Moving on to Ben. Here we go, guys. If we see Kenny back in the queue, we'll get Kenny back up here. I'm looking for Kenny right now. All right. All right. Here we go, folks. Kenny's not back in the queue as of yet, but when we do see Kenny in that queue, we will get them up here. We'll debate their brother. It'll be a whole lot of fun. Hey, what's up? Do you support Trump?
Absolutely not.
Absolutely not, Baseman. I'm going to go to ban you just because we are just looking for Trump supporters. Let's go to put the rules back up on screen right now. The rules are very simple. You got to be 18 plus American MAGA and ready to debate. If you want to hop inside of that queue, if you join in the queue and you're not following the rules, if you're breaking even one, you will be banned. All right, what's going on, Angel? Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
Age, please.
18, 2006, September 20th.
September 20th. What do they make you, 19?
Yeah.
Yeah, would. All right, yeah, out of here. Moving on to the next guest, Aces. Hey, over on Venmo. Thank you so much, Shasta, for the $25. Thank you, Shasta. Thank you so much. I want y'all to show some love to Shasta. All the love to you. Shasta with the $25 says your debate last night gave me literal chills. Let's go ahead and load up the rest of the message. I can't wait to see you cook them again today. Well, thank you, Shasta. Yeah, hopefully we will be hopping into the debates here shortly. We just got to get the trolls at the beginning of the stream out of the way, as per usual, by the way. But thank you so much. Let's get 250 Shasta W's. That is SHATSA down below in that chat. What's up, Aces? Do you support Trump?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, are you MAGA?
Yes.
Are you driving?
No.
You're in a moving car.
No, I'm not. Hey, why do you avoid Andrew Wilson?
We could hear
You'd
the
better to
moving
start
car.
debating Andrew Wilson.
Before we talk about anything else, we need to
Andrew
address the
Wilson
fact-
wants to debate live.
I don't think that you are going to be able to overpower me in this conversation, considering the fact I'm the one with a mute button. Okay, so now that we've gotten that out of the way, we could hear the moving car. Are you the driver of said moving car?
You've been caught cheating on camera.
Okay. I haven't.
Yes.
I don't even know what the fuck you're talking about. You're saying words. Dude's speaking gibberish. I think that you've been caught lying on camera because
Andrew
you told us that
caught
you
you
were
on
not driving
camera.
a moving car,
Yes.
and it seems like you are. All right, man. Well, go back to watching Andrew Wilson's stream. He's going to teach you how to smoke cigarettes and hate women. But, when you're ready to be a real man, come hang out with us, and we'll get down to the facts. What's going on, Blake? Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
All right, how do you?
Fuck you, Daddy, you're a little pig.
All right, Blake. Very big emotions. Calm it down. Calm it down a little bit. Reel it in. Reel it in. Okay. All right. We are definitely experiencing a really weird trend of people in the queue today. Very weird trend of people in the queue. By the way, to that last guest, Aces, I'll debate Andrew Wilson as soon as he could open up an olive jar. All right. Seems like I won't be debating him till the day dies. What's going on? Do you support Trump, Connor?
No, but I have a question for you. So,
no questions for people that don't support Trump because we got rules here. If you break the rules, you get banned. We're going to go to put the rules back up on screen that says only join if you're 18 plus American MAGA and ready to debate. Take a good look. Hello? What's going on, Michael? Do you support Trump?
I do.
And Michael, how old are you?
I'm 22.
All right, man. So why do you think it took us 20 minutes with 12,000 viewers to find one Trump supporter that was down to have a conversation?
Yeah, I'm going to ask you one more time. Counting or not counting gang violence?
Okay, so are you not a Trump supporter?
Counting or not counting gang violence?
I'm going to go to take that as not a Trump supporter. Alexander, thank you so much for the $5 over at Venmo. Appreciate you so much for the love. We have still yet to find a single Trump supporter here, folks. We're going to start banning more people. In fact, mods, just ban people that are in the queue that don't look like Trump supporters. Ban them in the queue if their bio doesn't say God first. I'm just kidding. By the way, my mods don't even have power to do that. That was just a joke. All right, moving on to the next guest here, folks. We're still looking really, really hard. I'm not getting discouraged yet. We're very used to all the trolls. We're very used to all the people breaking the rules. Now, I will ask, if you're not a Trump supporter, please follow the rules. Okay, these streams get more people to not support Trump. They're important. They're meaningful. So if you could really help us, if you could really help us out there, that'd be nice. Hey, what's up, Daniel? Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
Okay, Daniel, how old are you?
I'm 18.
Yeah, what year are you born in?
2007.
Okay, and do you have a driver's license?
Yeah.
Okay, all right. If you're driving on the road and there's a dotted yellow line next to a solid yellow line and you're driving on the side of the solid yellow line, what does that mean for you?
You can't swerve into the other lane.
Okay, and did you graduate high school?
Yeah.
Okay. Are you going to university?
Probably just community college.
We got to take a look at your account. Yeah, I'm really not trusting you. Yeah, look at your account. You look about 14, bro. You take care. Moving on to the next guest. Let's go to get that next guest connected to the stream. We got Monica loading up. Here we go, folks. And by the way, show some love to Oscar down below in that chat for the $11.11 who says, Dean, your voice sounds so much better. Now, yeah, the voice is getting a lot better. It's still not 100%, but we're feeling good today. Thank you for the $11, Oscar. And Melissa, thank you for the $20 who says, MAGA excited for 2K of our money while Trump is giving $2,500 to all who self-deport is wild. Yeah, and guess what? We're never going to see that fucking $2,000. Absolutely never. Donald Trump is a chronic big old liar. Thank you for the $20, Melissa. Monica, what's up? Do you support Trump?
Hello, yes, I do.
Okay, and how old are you?
I'm 43.
Don't know about that one. Name a popular band from the 80s. Well, you're 40.
Guns N' Roses, Kiss, I can name you a lot more if you want me to.
You really sound young. You really sound young. If you're like actually
I was
43.
born in 1982, December 4th.
All right. You know what? I'll trust it for now. I guess if I get any sign that you're lying, I mean we'll reevaluate. I'll trust it for now. I will say you don't sound 43. So if you are 43, do take that as a compliment. But go ahead and tell us why you support Trump, Monica.
I support Trump because, well, before COVID-19, before the pandemic broke out, his academics, I meant economic. His economic equity.
She left. All right. Well, we're having so much fucking fun. Oh my goodness. We're having a heyday. We're having a heyday out here with these Trump supporters. So far, we've had like 2 people that are like actually Trump supporters that have joined. The first one, I just asked them why they support Trump, and they went like, oh, and then they left. And then the second one went economic equity and left too.
I just like to stick again, bro.
What's going on, New Age Media? Do you support Trump? You got 5 seconds before you ban, buddy. 1, 2, 3, and he left on 2. All right, moving on to the next guest, folks. And I dropped my phone. We're all over the place. We're a goddamn mess, guys. All right, let's go ahead and reevaluate where we're at. So we have 16,000 live viewers in here with us on TikTok, 2,000 live viewers in here with us on YouTube, and 0 Trump supporters that want to come up and debate. If you are curious for the most compelling evidence that MAGA is a dying movement, okay, it is a dying breed. America does not support Trump. They're revolting against the maniac tyrant governing this country from the Oval Office. Look no further than the fact that we could have 18,000 live viewers and fail to find one person that supports the serving president. Welcome in, Stevie. Do you support Trump?
No.
All right, then you are banned. Let's go and put the rules back up on screen just so everybody knows what the prerequisites are to get in that queue. Take a good look at them. They're on the left side of the phone screen. In order to join that queue, you got to be an American adult that supports Trump as president. Super duper simple here, folks. If you're part of the 15.6 thousand people tuning in, only join the queue if you're following those rules. Welcome in. Are you MAGA?
I am Republican and I support a lot of his policies, but I didn't vote for him because he's kind of a dick sometimes.
Okay, all right. Well, let's go to move on to the next guest, guys, because we're looking for people that either did vote for Trump or would still vote for Trump, knowing everything that they do now. Right at the end of the day, if you're still on that side of like not voting for Trump, I think that's where I want you to be.
Hello.
Maybe I wish you were a little bit further to the left though. What's up, Capone? Do you support Trump? Capone, you got 5 seconds here. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Hello.
Oh,
Hello.
Capone, do you support Trump?
Hello? Yes, I do.
And how old are you?
I'm 21.
Okay, all right. We finally found our first Trump supporter. Holy shit, John. What's up?
Has it been a while?
Yeah, it's been 22 minutes, man.
Wow.
Okay, what's up, John? Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
Okay, how do you?
12.
Yeah, this is what it's been like, Capone. Capone, listen,
Hey,
man. Okay.
what's going on, man?
You are a needle in a haystack. And in fact,
I am?
that's what I want to ask you about first. With 16,000 live viewers on TikTok, it took us 23 minutes and 7 seconds to find one Trump supporter to come up here and talk to us. What does it feel like to be a part of a dying breed, a minority movement of a very, very, very small amount of Americans that still support the tyrannical president governing this country from the Oval Office, Donald J. Trump?
Well, first of all, it's an honor to be up here and debate you, Dean. Second of all, I feel like it's an honor. I feel like more people just need to be more open and more aware of what's going on with Trump and what he's actually trying to promote and what he's trying to do as far as being in the actual office. But as far as being a needle in the haystack, I mean, I take that with joy. I mean, I'm sure there's, I don't know your life,
but Trump supporters weren't a needle in a haystack 10 months ago. Trump supporters weren't a needle in a haystack a year ago when he won the popular vote. So what that tells us is that he went from being the most popular political candidate to now being one of the most unpopular presidents this country's had in modern American history.
How is he unpopular though? Everything is better than how it was.
His approval rating is less than 37%.
I mean, look at the stocks though. Look at everything. Look at exactly what he's been able to do for us. Gas was not this high couple years ago when fucking Biden was president.
And what did
Our
Donald
gas
Trump
was-
do to make the price of gas lower?
That shouldn't matter though. Our gas is lower. We
Okay.
have
Okay, so you're saying what happened under his term, therefore he caused it.
yes.
April of 2020, we had the highest level of unemployment since the Great Depression at 14.8%. Who was president?
Joe Biden.
No, 2020 was Trump, therefore he caused it.
Or 2020. Sorry,
Therefore Trump caused it, right?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, so Trump caused the highest level of unemployment.
So
in the last
let me
100
bring
years.
this up.
Okay.
Tell me why, when I look at Trump and I compare him to Biden in two separate terms, tell me why Trump makes me feel comfortable, and then when I look at Biden, he just makes me want to tickle my ass. That's how I feel.
You're a troll.
I'm honestly, I'm being.
Is that like a saying?
Yeah, it was like a saying. I'm not trying to be a troll. It was just like a saying.
What does that saying mean?
Like basically, Biden makes me. I just want to tickle his ass. Trump is just a regular man who I just am comfortable with.
What does that mean?
Like the saying, like you never heard a saying like "eat the fart out of somebody's butt" or something. Like that's the saying I'm trying to say.
It's another troll. It's another troll. So we're now officially 26 minutes into the stream without being able to find a single Trump supporter. I don't know what to tell you guys. I don't know what the hell to tell you. Listen, I feel like I'm failing as a content creator right now, but honestly, the failure to find a single Trump supporter to come up here and talk to us is the biggest win for this country. Is the biggest win ever. Like, holy fucking shit. Can you guys imagine, okay, the great awakening that this country has undergone in the last 10 months to get us to a point where we could have 16,000 viewers and go, a guest in your life has violated the violent behaviors and criminal activities policy? What? He just said he wanted to do what? That's about the last guest. Wow. Okay, it was weird, like eating farts and shit. Don't know if that's violent behaviors and criminal. Anyways, what's going on, Cornball? Do you support Trump?
That's cornbread. Yeah.
Okay, well, I mean, if you support Trump, it's Cornball. Now, how old are you?
Okay, so this isn't a respectful debate.
No, this is
just
service.
like I know we're calling everybody else trolls and whatnot, but
Sure.
I mean, I guess that's what we're doing together.
Nope, sir. This is a respectful debate, Mr. Cornbread. So how old are you?
I'm 29 actually. My birthday just passed.
So, Cornbread, thank you so much for being here, sir. Thank you so much for your time. Go ahead and take it away and tell us why you support Trump as president.
Basically, just for my religious beliefs.
Okay.
I do believe there's only two genders, and that was one of the first things he did when he got in office.
Okay.
As far as everything else, I don't fully agree that. Well, no, I support Trump, but I don't support everything he does. Like the whole Jimmy Kimmel thing, that was fucking crazy. I mean, excuse my French. I know this is live, and I know you get demonetized or whatever, but I didn't agree with that. But I mean, there's a lot of good, like the tariffs.
Yeah.
I feel like the tariffs are a great thing, and I don't see why a lot of people don't see that. Of course, it's not going to affect us positively immediately. It's going to take time. I mean, you have to get that money back from from countries we're doing business with.
Okay.
It's tariffs are a great thing, in my opinion. Is it going to affect us negatively at first? Of course, I don't doubt that. I pray and I hope that he does just serve this one last term. I mean, like I said, just from the Jimmy Kimmel situation, I don't know that this would be his final term. But do I support him? Would I vote for him versus his other candidate, Kamala Harris? Yeah, I definitely take him over her again today.
Okay. Well,
because I felt like she was placating to black people. As a black man, I felt like she was pretending to be black, and I don't know that she is black.
Okay.
Just from the research that Candace Owens did.
Okay. Well, thank you so much for your 3 points. So here's what we heard. We heard that you support Trump because of your religion. We heard that you support Trump because there's only two genders. We heard that you support Trump because you think tariffs are great. And we heard that you support Trump because you don't think Harris was black. Okay, so let's start with that first point, two genders. Well, according to Donald Trump's executive order on genders, you're a woman and so am I, because he defined maleness and femaleness predicated on the size and of the sex characteristics present at the moment of conception. However, there is no sexual dimorphism chromosomism present within a embryo at the moment of conception, and it is only at 6 to 7 weeks gestation with the activation of the SRY gene that males become males and females stay females. Therefore, in accordance with his executive order, where all females are women.
Is it my turn to respond, or are you going to
Yes.
address the other points?
Well, do you want me to?
Okay.
I can if you want me to.
No, I just don't know how you want this to go. I don't
Well,
want
it's
you to
up
say
to
I'm
you.
talking over you.
I could address
and
them
then
all
you
at once.
kick me out.
I could address them all at once, or we could break it down into 3 separate points. Like, for instance, your last point, you said Harris pretended to be black. Delusional. Her father is Afro-Jamaican. He's a black man. So is she. That's how genetics work. And then to your second point that tariffs are great. Well, then tell me why we saw negative GDP growth in Q1 because of them. We're expecting negative GDP growth in Q4 because of them. The economy has been going down since day one of Trump's presidency. Well, what economic policy has he passed is fucking tariffs and the big beautiful bill, losing 50,000 jobs a month. It's terrible. Not to mention, we saw booming investment into American manufacturing over the course of the last 3 years under Biden, per the U.S. Bureau of Economic Analysis. Today, we actually see it going down for the first time in a while. But that tariff conversation is a little bit more complex than the other 2 points. So how about we compartmentalize that? We set the tariff convo aside and we focus on your claim that there's 2 genders and Donald Trump's EO on that, and then your claim that Harris pretended to be black. Go ahead.
So as far as the genders go, from the night or the day that, or his inauguration day, Trump signed into law that there were only 2 genders.
Well,
And that's what I was saying.
It's the way that he defined the
That's what I was
genders that
saying.
makes you a woman.
Well, I see what you're doing. You're nitpicking. I mean, I can't think of the other word right now. But that's not my argument. My argument is that he signed into law that there are only 2 genders. You're arguing that, you're a girl, you're a woman.
So
That's what
we're
you're
arguing when we
And
read
I'm
his-
not saying
we're-
that I'm a man or a woman.
We're arguing
My
when we
point
read
is
his
that
executive
there's
order, it
2
makes you a
genders,
woman.
and that lines up with my religious beliefs.
Okay.
That's what I'm
wait,
saying.
so I have a question. Do you think that trans women are women? A simple yes or no will suffice.
No.
Okay. Well, what aligns with your religious beliefs is actually deeming gender as a social construct not rooted in biology. If I had to assume, you'd say that a man is somebody with a penis, right?
No.
What's a man?
Well, a eunuch is a man, and a eunuch could chop off his penis. He'd still be a man.
Okay, so what's a man?
A man is what you're born at birth. I believe there's, again, 2 genders. There's
Okay, so what are
man.
you born with at birth that makes you a man, under your view?
Well, that's what you're shaping my answer into.
No, I'm just asking you.
You're
what is a
now,
man?
well, that's not what you just asked me. You asked
Yeah, I asked
me,
you, what is a man?
are you born at birth
Because you
that
said a man
makes
is,
you
because you said a man is something that you're born with at birth. But
You're-
what is somebody born
you're-
with at birth that makes them a man?
You're forcing my answer. You're trying to force my hand and lead me to say what you want me to
No,
say.
I'm just asking you for clarification. What's a man?
I can't clarify that.
Okay, you have no fucking clue what a man is? Are you a man?
Are you upset?
No,
I mean, come on.
I'm asking clarifying questions here. You just told us that you can't tell us what a man is. Wait, so if you can't tell us what a man is, then how do you know that trans men aren't men?
Because the word trans, it sounds like you started as something else.
Wait, how do you know that? Wait, how do you know that they quote unquote started as something else if you don't even know
What
what that
would be
something
the
else is?
reason to identify yourself as a trans man if you didn't start as something else?
Well, how do you know that they started as something else?
Why are you identifying as a trans man or
Because of
woman?
an-
It's
because of
not
an-
man or
because of an
woman. It's
inco-
just-
because of an incongruence between phenotypical sex traits and gender identity. But like the incongruence has like no bearing on if you think that they're a man or a woman due to the fact that you told us that you don't even know what a man or a woman is.
Okay, I have no idea what what you just said, and that's because you're talking really fast. I mean, you can repeat it. I'm happy to
That's
hear
fine.
it again, but
I can
you're
slow it
talking extremely fast.
I can slow it down a little bit. How about this? We're looking at the chat. They're trying to like give you like, I don't know, like answers to the question because you couldn't tell us what a man was. It seems like there's a lot of people spamming XY. So that's in reference to XY chromosomes. Would you say that a man is somebody with XY chromosomes?
I'm seeing the guest one, and now I'm seeing XY and purple hearts and rainbow flags. And no, I wouldn't. I'm not a biologist. I'm not a major in anatomy.
Okay, would you?
I'm a
would you say
regular
that-
working class American.
Would you
I
say
work.
that what makes somebody a man has something to do with their like physical biology?
I would. I think I would. Like I said, I'm not a biologist nor a major in anatomy.
Okay, so wait. If you don't know what makes a man and you don't know what makes a woman, then how do you know that there's only two genders?
Because my faith isn't rooted in science. It's rooted in God. And my Bible tells me that there's only two genders.
Where does the Bible say that there's only two genders?
God created man and woman.
But
Adam and Eve.
So you're saying that the Bible
Adam
says
and
God
Eve wasn't their names. That was man, Adam, Eve, woman.
Okay.
And Eve was the name we gave her. It was really just woman.
Okay.
Adam and woman.
So
man and woman.
A man and a woman. So would you say that God the Father is a man?
God doesn't have a gender.
Oh, but he has
except
pronouns.
for when he okay, we also say God has arms. We say God has legs. We're under the arm of grace. God doesn't have arms. That's an anthropomorphism. If I'm saying that right.
It's a metaphor.
No, it's not a metaphor. It's the exact word that I just used. I may be pronouncing it wrong, but you can look it up, and I'm sure you're aware of it because you're a smart guy. So you come in here and you're trying to.
I just want to make it clear. So you're saying that God doesn't have a gender, yet you refer to him as a he/him.
You're not allowing me to answer the question because I'm not saying that. Okay. I'm saying those are anthropomorphisms, and Jesus Christ did have a gender because that was God in the form of man.
Is Jesus
and at
Christ,
that point,
is Jesus Christ God the Father?
Jesus Christ is a part of the Holy Trinity. Okay, God the Father, God the Son, God the Holy Spirit.
Is Jesus Christ identical to God the Father?
They are one.
Wait, if God the Father and Jesus Christ are one, then they wouldn't be two people.
He's three. He's one and three. That's the Holy Trinity.
Well, I mean, using like a conventional counting method, if there's no distinction between God the Father and Jesus Christ, then what kind of counting method are you using to count them as three?
There is a distinction.
Wait, if there's a
distinction,
wait. So if there's a distinction between God the Father and God the Son, well, then God the Father and God the Son are two different people, right? I mean, that's like a very traditional account of the Trinity.
No, they're one and the same, just like I'm. Body, soul, and spirit.
If they're one and the same, then there's no distinction, right? So there is a distinction. But like I said, I'm not even trying to argue against Christianity here, right? That's not even what I'm trying to do. I'm just trying to help educate you on the nature of the Trinity in consideration to a typical account for the Trinity from a Christian, right? So typically, right, what an intelligent Christian will say about the nature of the Trinity, right, is that God the Father, God the Son, and God the Holy Spirit would all share an essence, but then they would diverge in some sense of personable traits. Now, of course, there's more rhetorically sound verbiage to use there. I forget what the most accurate philosophical account would be, but it's that they have an identical essence, but then they have distinct personable traits. So they're one in the sense that they share the godly essence, but they're different in the sense that they have different senses of personhood, right? Now, in consideration of that, there would be some distinctions between God the Son and God the Father, and that's why you'd count them as three persons in one shared godly essence. But I mean, listen, questions of the Trinity aside, because I fear as if we're getting off topic here, we're going to go ahead and take your first point about two genders and just place it aside. And the reason being is because you don't even know what gender is, and you don't know what makes a man, and you don't know what makes a woman. So that conversation is kind of dead in the water. Now, moving on to your second point, you said that Kamala Harris isn't even black and she was pandering to the black community. That is absolutely and unequivocally false. I'd like you to concede here. Kamala Harris is black, the reason being that her father is black.
So, like I said, I based my answer on Kamala Harris off of the research that Candace Owens did.
Okay, feel free to give that research.
Well, how would I do that?
Well, I'd assume that you know it if you're going to make that argument, right?
Well, you said, would I prefer to give that research? And I'm basing my answer off the research that Candace Owens said.
So what is that research? What is the argument that Kamala Harris isn't black even though her father is black?
So she looked up her family tree. She looked up the pictures that were promoted of her online. And saying someone is Jamaican and something else doesn't mean you're black. Jamaican is a nationality, not a race of people.
So I said that her father was Afro-Jamaican.
Okay, Afro-Jamaican.
Right.
Is that not a nationality, or am I mistaken?
So Afro-Jamaican would be a more specific subnationality that would also denote race. Do you know how black people got to Jamaica?
Let's say I don't.
The same way black people got to America through the transatlantic slave trade. So if you want to argue that Kamala Harris isn't black, then you're likely arguing that you're not black.
No. There's a very distinct. Is there a way for me to put my face on here so you can see how black I am?
Okay. Well, so yeah, so
Pretty
that's
black.
where you respond, and you're like, well, obviously, see, I'm black. It's like insane to say that I'm
So
not black.
I can't-
Right? Which
I
I agree.
can't
It is
turn
insane.
on my
It
blackness,
is
and I
insane.
can't
No.
turn off my
Listen to what I'm saying. It
Kamala
is
Harris
insane.
can turn off her
One moment.
blackness.
Just listen to what I'm
Well,
saying.
no, I want a
Li-
chance to prove my point.
It is
You
insane
asked
to
me to
say that
prove
you're
my
not
point,
black.
and
Just
now
like it
you're
is
not
insane.
gonna allow me
Listen,
to
because
prove
I want to be able. Because I want to be able to finish here.
It's not insane to say that
I'm going to
Kamala
put you on
Harris is
mute.
not
In
black
5,
when-
4. Now you're on mute. The reason you're on mute is because you said you want me to like turn on my camera and show you that I'm black. Okay, I wanted to be able to respond to that. Then I'm going to give you the mic. Okay, I just want to clarify. It is insane to say that you're not black in the same way it would be insane to say that Kamala Harris is not black. Okay, both you and Kamala Harris are black. Now go ahead.
It's not insane to say that, and that's what I mean when I was like, you're not allowing me to prove my point. The research that Candace Owens did, the pictures that you can Google and say, oh, what do Kamala Harris' parents look like? They don't pull up pictures of her parents. It doesn't pull up pictures of her grandparents. Candace Owens did the research, and they found a caretaker who was posted or posing as her grandparent or her mother or grandmother, whatever it was, but it wasn't her actual blood relative. And I can't turn on my blackness and turn off my blackness.
Neither can
I
she.
can't go in front of the camera and be like, "Oh, I'm not black today." That man doesn't even look black. Please, please remove the sunglasses. That man doesn't look black.
That is
Look at
okay.
his hair.
Okay. I'm gonna go.
His hair.
I'm gonna go.
If anything, he passes as Indian.
I'm gonna go ahead and I'm just gonna help educate you on this real quick. So this would be Donald
Please
Harris.
educate me on how black is. Thank you. A white person telling me about being black. Please, I'm ready to hear it.
It's kind of crazy.
Educate me.
It's got. Go ahead.
I still don't see it.
Brother, come on.
Is that not obvious?
You can't
Are
see
your
his
eyes not a
eyes.
part of your face? That's not an obvious point.
Your eyes aren't the totality of your face. Wait, one second.
Have you
Okay,
ever seen-
you saying that you can't see his face because he's wearing sunglasses is me saying that I can't see your arm because you're wearing a watch. Although your wrist does account for a part of your arm, your wrist is not the totality of your arm. Therefore, when you wear a watch, I could still see a lot of your arm. The same way when he wears sunglasses, you could still see a lot of his face. Why am I having to explain this to you like you're 5? Okay, also, just saying that man wears sunglasses, therefore man can't possibly be black is kind of crazy.
Am I able to speak now?
Have you ever worn sunglasses before?
Am I able to speak now?
Yeah, that's fine. Have you ever worn sunglasses before?
So, making my point earlier, you've been on TikTok long enough. There was a trend where half white, half Asian people would put on sunglasses to hide their nationality.
Are you saying that when this guy has sunglasses on, you're saying that you can't tell he's black?
You're trying to diminish. You're trying to diminish the point about the sunglasses.
Do you think
then
that?
I offer you
I'm
a
so
point
sorry,
that
man.
supports my
Okay,
theory.
Donald Harris is not fucking Clark Kent. Okay, this isn't a Superman movie where you put on glasses, then all of a sudden nobody could tell who you are. I'm so sorry when I'm calling you like a little bit crazy for assuming that you can't tell that this man is black because he's wearing sunglasses. Like, you have to be trolling. This is absolutely egregious. Like, what is going on? Like, not to mention that, like, we know where he's from, right? That's public information. He is from Jamaica. He's an Afro-Jamaican. We know that black individuals were forced to go to Jamaica through the transatlantic slave trade and chattel slavery.
Okay. It's been a pleasure speaking with you, but every time I make a point, you put me on mute and talk over me. So, have a good day.
You haven't
Enjoy.
made a single point. Feel free to run away. I get it. And he ran. All right. All right. Well, that's what happens when you be disingenuous, folks. I know that it can be quite annoying, right, to listen to somebody be so obviously disingenuous. Like people in my Discord are saying, shit kick, he's being disingenuous. But they end up
Charlie
running
Kirk
away.
mogs the fuck out of you, bro. I'm just gonna be straight up. He just mogs the fuck out of you.
Mogged.
Like, yeah, mogged.
Thank you.
I'm just joking. I love you.
Okay,
It's an anxiety.
We're going to move on to the next guest here, guys. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up into the box. We got Abe connected to the stream right now, guys. Only hop inside of that queue if you happen to support Trump and that you're at least 18 years of age. We're going to go to put the rules up on screen. Only join if you're 18 plus American MAGA and ready to debate. Okay. All right. Let's go to get that next guest connected right now, everybody. Let's go to get that next guest connected right now. Okay. All right. It doesn't look like Abe is joining, so let's go to get that next guest connected, everybody. Please do be patient while we're looking to get that next guest up, folks. I understand that there's a lot of people in the queue, so make sure that you're only in the queue if you are actually MAGA. I do want to thank a couple people here. Thank you so much, Shasta, for the $20 over at Venmo, who says, just found out that my dad watches you as well. I'm wondering if you could give a shout out to him. His name is Kent. Yeah, huge shout out to Kent, guys. Show some love to Kent and show some love to Shasta for the love down below in that comment section while we're working on getting the next guest up here. Then Juliana, thank you for the $10 over at Venmo, says, I love you too. And then Maya with a 5, Gabriella with a 5, and Keely with a 5. Guys, thank you so much. What's going on? Do you support Trump, Marco?
Oh, no.
That would be a little fetus. Little fetus. Get fucking out of here. Get the hell out of here. Little fetus. Little tiny fetus. Okay, we got Politics Taco 54 connected up. Hopefully this will be a Trump supporter. In the meantime, Danielle, thank you so much for the $20 over on PayPal, who says, I'm so glad that you're feeling better. And the sassiness is back. Yes, we are feeling a lot more sassy today than we have been before. I'm feeling better. We're going to absolutely destroy some Trump supporters in some debates. Hell to the yes, Danielle. Thank you for the $20. And please show some love to Danielle down below. All right, what is going on, Cliff? You got 5 seconds to tell us if you're a Trump supporter before you get banned, quite frankly.
Yes, I am.
Okay, and how old are you?
21.
21. Can I get a quick W, Daniela, from you?
What?
Can I get a very quick W, Daniela, from you?
No.
W Daniela for the $2 over on PayPal. Thank you so much. And holy shit, yo, Tudor. Oh my God. Thank you so much for the $100 over on PayPal. That is insane. That is TUDOR. Thank you so much for the kindness. Seriously, thank you so much, Tudor. If I'm mispronouncing your name, I really apologize. That is so unbelievably kind of you. I do not deserve that. That is so much love. Thank you so much for your generosity, Tudor. Chat, while we're hopping into this next debate with Clip Fate, please show some love to Tudor down below in that comment section. All the love in the world to you. Let's get 1,000 Tudor W's. That is TUDOR. Go ahead and take it away, Clip Fate. Tell us why you support Trump.
Charlie Kirk mogs you.
All right. Sounds good. Whatever. So why are you MAGA?
Charlie Kirk mogs you.
Okay. I heard you the first time. So are you going to give an argument or are you just going to keep repeating that? Like, I like
Cookie King mogs you.
Like, I'm going to be real. Like, I know that you're a Trump supporter. And like coming up here, just like repeating the one-liners, it's like annoying or whatever. But it also demonstrates that you're scared, okay? Because it's like, it's not like a hidden fact that you actually support Trump as president. And then you want to come up here and you can't give a reason. How about this? I'm going to give you 5 reasons why he's a bad president. And let's see if you could dispute a single one. One reason why Donald Trump is a bad president is because he's an adjudicated rapist. He raped a woman named E. Jean Carroll. A second reason why Donald Trump is a bad president is because he has no fucking clue what he's doing. He's economically illiterate. He just said that he wants 50-year mortgages, okay, which would reduce the average house payment by $200 a month, but increase the total payment for the house by $300,000 due to the extra interest occurred in the additional 20 years. A third reason why Donald Trump is a bad president is because he hates poor Americans so much that he was ordered by a court to feed them by funding SNAP benefits, and he still refused to do so. A fourth reason why Donald Trump is a bad president is because he's so bad at passing good economic policy that the one big beautiful bill that he passed was not only the most expensive policy ever passed through the American Congress, but also took healthcare away from 10 million low-income Americans and reduced the purchasing power of 156 million Americans that make at or under $51,000 per year. A fifth and final reason why Donald Trump is a bad president is because he sexually exploited little girls. Okay, he boasted about it at Howard Stern. He said that he'd walk into their dressing rooms unconsensually to look at them while they're naked. Okay, if he can't even care about women or little girls, then how could he care about a whole damn country? Now, I'm expecting your response, although you're a Trump supporter, to be to ignore everything I said and then to repeat either Charlie Kirk or Cookie King mogs me. And when you do that, I will then kick you and move on to the next guest, once again just demonstrating the mere fact that Trump supporters can't account for reality and can't respond to the facts. Go ahead.
Yeah, so what I think is I think Cookie King Mogsy.
Thank you so much, man. I really appreciate you for proving me right once again. We're never wrong over here. Let's go to get that next Trump supporter loaded up into the box. We got Mia connecting to the stream here, guys. Only op inside of that queue if you happen to support Trump as president. Thank you for proving me right. Very kind, very kind. What's going on, Mia? Do you support Trump? All right, Mia's not even here. We're going to move on to the next guest, guys. We're going on 51 minutes. In the last 51 minutes, we've only had one Trump supporter join up, but we have 17,000 live viewers. Guys, this is a win. This is a win. We're so woke. America is woke. Dude, woke is back, and I love it. What's going on? Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
How do you?
I'm 21.
Cool. Chris, thank you so much for the $5 over at Super Chat. Appreciate you for that love, Chris. Show some love to Chris down below. If you're watching and you want to support me, you could actually find my Venmo and my PayPal in the link tree in my bio on TikTok and in the pin message on that YouTube stream. Before I pass the mic here to Derek to tell us why we support Trump, I need to thank Emily for the $50 donation over on Venmo. Emily, thank you so much for the love. Thank you for your support. That is huge. I want to see 500 Emily W's in both of the live chats. Thank you so much, Emily. Emily says, guys, hush. My favorite show is on. You're my absolute favorite person to be productive and to listen to. So glad that you're feeling better. Love you tons, Dean. Love you too, Emily. Thank you so much for the love. And I'm really happy that you're in here with us today and that you're enjoying the stream. Thank you so much, Emily. Go ahead. Tell us why you're MAGA, Derek.
Well, I support all of his policies in terms of the economic standpoint, but the biggest question I had for you is about the left being the party of violence. What's your opinion on that?
Yeah, I think that it's insane to say that the left is a party of violence, 110%, especially considering the fact that you just had the president from the right, Mr. Trump, say that he could deploy the Army, the Marines, the Air Force, and the military into American cities if we were to declare an insurrection and nobody could stop him. And he's the one that personally gave presidential pardons to 72 people that violently attacked and tried to kill police officers on the steps of the Capitol on January 6th and labeled them as patriots, including people like DJ Rodriguez, who tried to kill Officer Fanone by driving his own stun gun into his neck after beating him with a metal rod, giving him a heart attack. According to Trump, he's a patriot that got a full presidential pardon, letting him out of jail 8 years early.
I do agree with you, but every president does do pardons. If you look at Joe Biden and his son Hunter.
Okay, was Hunter a violent criminal?
He was not a violent criminal.
And what are we talking about? Are we talking about violence?
We are talking about violence, yes.
Thank you.
I do agree with you there. I'm more talking about the Teslas being burnt down, the BLM riots, the Free Palestine people that are running around burning American flags on the streets, all stuff like that in terms of blocking people from getting to work in the morning in California during the Mexican riots.
Yeah. So, I mean, listen, you're going to be able to look at like certain like isolated instances of individuals on the left, like engaging, right. And like uncivil, like civil disobedience, right. Like burning Teslas. I could agree that's bad. Right. Like running around in the streets, like trying to like block cars. I mean, I don't know. Right. So on and so forth. But what you won't be able to find, right, is like a leader of the Democratic Party, a leader of the left, right, specifically responding to the isolated small instances of actual violence that occur as perpetuated by individuals on the left, and say that that's good and say that they support it and say that they want that. Okay. Meanwhile, that is something that we see on the right so often that it's now just looked at as the norm. Okay. Donald Trump responding to the people that try to kill the cops on the steps of the Capitol and smear their shits on the walls inside as calling them patriots, saying that they're good people. That's the norm. Okay. Charlie Kirk responding to the person that tried to kidnap Nancy Pelosi, couldn't find her, so he bashed her husband's skull in and then went to jail. And then we had Charlie Kirk calling him a patriot and told another patriot to go bail him out of jail. The reason why that wasn't a headline is because that's a norm. The fact that we have ICE agents around this country shooting priests, blackbagging college students, ripping naked children out of their beds and shoving them into the backs of vans, okay? And then turning around and yesterday,
do you have any proof for that?
Yeah, for sure. We have proof of everything, every single thing I just said. And then spraying like bear mace in the face of a 1-year-old. The reason why you don't see a strong response to that is because it's on or allowed or awarded by the government. Okay. Meanwhile, violence on the left is small and mitigated scenarios that is always condemned by the institutions, always condemned by the system, and always condemned by the politicians. So the only true structure of violence that exists in this country today would be on the right due to that systemic nature that is simply not present nor true of violence that we see on the left. Go ahead.
Okay, I do agree with a lot that you did say in that sense. My biggest thing is with January 6th. You guys always come back to the Republicans on January 6th for being, violent. But if you look at that kind of violence versus the kind of violence that the left has portrayed with calling Republicans Hitler and all of the stuff they have been putting on Republicans as being Nazis, that definitely comes back to cause violence by their own party.
Okay, so now you're saying that some of the rhetoric on the left leads to violence. Is that your argument?
That is. It definitely comes with the violence. An instance? Yes. So whenever Kamala Harris was comparing Trump as being a Nazi.
Okay, could you show me where she did that?
Let me look it up. Clip on my hand right now. No.
Okay. Okay, point dead.
Again, can you look up anything showing me that the left is not a party of violence?
Okay. Well, now you're asking me to attempt to refute your claim by proving a negative. This is like me saying that you shouldn't support Trump because last night he raped a 12-year-old. And then when I can't give you any evidence for it, I then suggest, can you give me proof that he didn't? All right. All right. So if you're going to come up here, you're going to make the positive claim that you support Trump because you think that the left is a party of violence. You're going to ignore my argument to demonstrate, well, the only true systemic violence that we see to be true in this country today would be empowered, allowed, condoned by institutions on the right that just simply don't exist on the left, would be to tell me, well, can you prove that the left is not the party of violence? Is a little bit of a cop-out. You said that Kamala Harris called Trump Hitler. Go ahead and please give me evidence for it. Because honestly, I think, the only mainstream politicians that have called Trump Hitler would be J.D. Vance, RFK, and one other person in his cabinet. I'm going to have to remember them, but we'll stop there. J.D. Vance called Trump Hitler. RFK called Trump Hitler. Kamala Harris didn't call Trump Hitler.
I got you. Well, that's all I had to ask then. Thank you.
I mean, do you want to respond to that? Kamala Harris didn't call Trump Hitler, but J.D. Vance and RFK did.
Yep, I'll get back on. I'll get all that research done. And like I said, I'll come back on here and we'll talk again.
Okay. All right. You take care. Let's go to move on to the next guest, guys. On the opposite side of that cue of your MAGA. We'll let you up here. We'll have a conversation. It'll be productive. It'll be great. All right. We got the real Will Smith 05 joining up. And hey, Jenna, thank you so much for the $10 over on Venmo. Jenna with the $10 says, hey, Dean, what time do you usually go live? It varies every day, but if you do want a notification, join my updates channel on Instagram and turn push notifications on. What's going on, real Will Smith? Do you support Trump?
Hello. Yes, I do.
Okay. Can I get a quick W. Tyler from you?
Tyler.
Yeah, it's really fucking weird. Okay, yeah, goodbye. Hey, Tyler, what the hell? Thank you for the what the fuck? Oh, what the hell? Dude, okay. Tyler, whoa. Tyler, thank you for the motherfucker. 1 second. Tyler, thank you for the $10.
Hello.
Venmo. Give me a second. Thank you so much for the love. Tyler says, did you see that Trump asked the Supreme Court to take his appeal of E. Jean Carroll's sexual abuse case? No, I didn't see that. Thank you so much for telling me that. Is that like breaking news, Tyler? Thank you so much. And then Rachel, thank you for the $5 on Venmo. Says woke is back and you're a big part of that. Thank you, Rachel. But yes, woke is fucking back. Thank you for the $5. And then Pod, appreciate you so much for the $3 over on Venmo. What's going on? Do you support Trump, Gru?
Yeah.
How old are you?
Of course. I'm 22.
Okay, you're 22. Mr. Gru supports the worst president of his life. Why is that?
Best president ever, not the worst.
Yeah, it's super cringe. So arguably you're saying that the adjudicated rapist that's boasted about perving on the naked bodies of kids that refused to feed 42 million starving Americans is a better president than the guy that freed the slaves. Why so?
Well, did you look? Okay, well, are we going to talk about this term or the first term?
Well, I mean, hopefully we could talk about things that have happened in both terms with a little bit of a slight preference, right, on the last 10 months. But real quick, before we do continue, what year were you born in?
2003, July 29.
Okay, take it away.
Okay, so first term, I would argue that the economy was really good until COVID hit. It made upon, I don't know the exact number for the job gains, but it was in the millions. And then when COVID hit, they blamed Trump for losing all those jobs. And then when he left office, after he lost, they argued that, he was the worst president in American history just because of these job losses. But almost every other country in the Western Hemisphere, unemployment rose due to COVID. But he actually did a good job with COVID because of Operation.
Yeah.
The vaccine one, Warp Speed.
I don't blame job losses that we saw at the end of his term on him. I blame that on the pandemic. And I haven't really seen any like mainstream Democrat blame those job losses on him either.
All the Democrats
I'm
saying-
sure that you can find a couple Democrats who did 110%. I don't dispute that.
A lot.
But remember, the question is, why do you support Trump as president? And obviously, right, you're not going to support Trump as president because you could think of a couple Democrats that like falsely blame job losses due to the pandemic on Trump.
I support Trump as president. Better economy. I'm pro-life. I support Jesus Christ as my Lord and Savior.
Yeah, supports
I also think the Democrats have gone violently to the left, like hardcore to the left.
W.
And
Communism?
I don't
Conrad?
think there's a really bipartisanship that they're willing to work with Republicans on.
Okay, all right, sounds good. Okay, all right, well, let's isolate this point. So you said you support the big JC, Mr. Jesus Christ, better economy, pro-life. Democrats are violently to the left, and they don't work with the Republicans. So I actually want to start with two of those points there. You support Jesus Christ and you're pro-life, putting a preference on the whole big Christian part, okay? I do not think that any good Christian could ever, and I mean ever, support Trump as president. The reason why is the fact that he works in opposite of the gospel. Psalms says, the glory that you give to those who are less than you is the glory that you will receive in the kingdom of heaven. Matthew says, the way that you treat those with lesser than you is the way that you're treating the Lord your God. Jesus says, be inviting to all. He was inviting of the Jewish Pharisees. He was inviting of the tax collectors. He was inviting of everybody, right? And the thematic representation of the Bible says everybody is equal and
Can I
everybody
respond?
matters. No, because I'm
Can I
doing my
respond?
argument. On the other hand, Trump says, okay, if you're poor, fuck you. If a court orders me to feed you by giving money to food stamps, I'm going to call that ruling ridiculous. I'm going to say there's too many people on food stamps, and I'm going to let 13 million American children starve.
He tweeted that benefits are on.
Because his
Or on
appeal
Truth
didn't
Social.
work, and he was forced to by a court 3 times.
Okay, so for being closer with Jesus Christ, that's why I view Trump as a better choice due to, I can point the Abraham Accords as one of the big focuses in the Middle East. As in the Bible, we are told to protect Jewish people and, you know, the promised homeland. And then Abraham Accords with how many countries did Trump? I think with the UAE, he did with
So
Egypt.
wait. So you're saying that Donald Trump is a good Christian because he shills to Israel, even when Israel is killing Palestinian Christians. You understand?
I don't deny that.
You understand? You understand that the
This was
estimated.
before that.
One moment. You understand that the estimated populace of Palestinian Christians prior to Israel's ethnic cleansing of Palestine was 1,100 to 1,200. Now that estimated populace is around 500. Not to mention that the Abraham Accords strategically and specifically left Palestinian out, which then led to a conflict of supposed borders, and which then emboldened Israel to commit their ethnic cleansing of the Palestinian individuals and pass illegal legislation through
They're
the
not gonna
parliament to
ethnically
annex the
cleanse
West
them.
Bank and annex Gaza. And you just said that they're not going to ethnically cleanse them, buddy. Wake up, they already are. Ethnic cleansing.
Did you see Trump's statement on the West Bank? That he said he's not going to allow Israel to annex the West Bank, even though I agree with you, the Israeli government is not a good government.
Okay,
as a conservative, I can
Israel's
say that.
not good. So then why the hell do you think that it's
No,
pro-Bible
Israel
for Donald
is
Trump to
all
support
right.
the state?
The nation of Israel is all right, but the government that's the difference.
Why do you think it's pro-Bible for Trump to be pro-Jesus, for Trump to be pro-Israel?
Well, I mean, I obviously think we should put America first, but on the other hand, we also have one of the largest Jewish populations in the world, right?
You're not answering my
Almost
question.
equal to-
You're not answering my question. Why is it pro-gospel?
What's your question?
For Donald Trump to be pro-Israel today?
Because it benefits both sides.
I don't even know what that means. It's vague.
A strong, stable democracy in the Middle East benefits the United States in terms of allies against Iran.
Wait. So you're saying that there's some type of benefit to the United States that proves that this is like pro Jesus. But remember, we're specifically trying to have a conversation about the bit that you said that you support him because you think that Jesus Christ is king. But now we just seem to be getting into a geopolitical
I'm pro-life.
conversation.
The Democrats, okay, well, the other side, the Democrats, they support teaching a lot of LGBT ideology in elementary schools. Now I'm 22, but like when I picked my younger cousin up, I see pride flags all over the schools, and I see this wasn't taught before, but now they all made it. And that's not according to my Christian belief as well.
Yes, it is.
So
Yes,
we can
it is.
talk about social issues.
One moment. Pride flags are pro-Christian.
No, they support LGBT
Exactly.
ideology.
They support people, right? All that a pride flag
Every
represents,
person.
all that a pride flag represents is that regardless if you're gay, regardless if you're bi, regardless if you're lesbian, regardless if you're trans, you're queer, you're two-way, so on and so forth, right? That you deserve to be loved and you deserve to be accepted, and that's exactly what Jesus Christ would say. The pride flag is pro-Christ.
I support that they deserve to be loved and respected and accepted within everyone. But you can't put it on younger children. Now let's talk about.
No, let's not move on yet because I need to ask you what specifically is being taught in elementary schools surrounding the LGBT plus community that
gender
you greatly
transitions.
disagree with.
Gender transitioning of young minors under 18.
I'm so sorry. This is insane. That is not being taught in schools. Go ahead and show me where in one school's curriculum.
It's being shown that is okay.
Listen to go ahead and listen to what I'm saying. That is a complete lie. There's not a single elementary school in America.
Have you seen the books?
You're interrupting
Have you
me.
seen
Can
the
you
books?
stop?
Okay.
Go ahead and point me towards a single elementary school in America where we have teachers telling children how to change their genders. Go ahead and show me.
Well, there's a difference between taught and being said that it's okay. But I can't bring you any.
Wait. Schools teach though, so it would be taught, right? So I'm asking you to point towards what specific.
No,
curriculum.
they can also say what's okay and not okay. You don't necessarily have to be taught.
Point me towards what specific curriculum you disagree with. I'm going to need to see the specifics before I can respond and give you my thoughts.
Well, so I live in California, and I see in the library all these books about LGBT pride.
Are you in elementary school?
Sorry. Yes, in elementary school. Well, middle school.
I thought that you said that you're 22.
No, my cousins when I picked him up.
When you picked up your cousin from middle school, you went into their library?
Yeah.
And then you started looking at the books?
Yeah.
Why didn't you get kicked out?
Because I'm picking him up. I was there early.
Wait, if you're picking them up,
classes are still going on.
Cars.
I don't know. I just decided to go in.
Wait, you can't just.
I was bored.
Wait. So you were bored, so you just decided to randomly walk into a middle school?
No, I'm picking him up.
But you just told me that you didn't do that with him because he was still in class because you got there early.
Yeah, I was there early.
Okay, so
I was around for like
you weren't
20-ish minutes.
You weren't with them. Are you?
No, not during that
Are
time.
you just telling me that you randomly just walked into the school and went into their library and started looking at the books and nobody, no, you can't just do that. You can't just randomly walk into a middle school building.
I was there with the intention of picking him up.
Okay.
Well, this is deviating from the argument anyways.
It's deviating from the argument because you're getting proven wrong. Okay. The intention doesn't matter because nobody knows your intention. That's why adults, right, can't just randomly straggle and walk into a middle school building. Okay. Right. If you're going to walk into a middle school building, it's because you were there on official business that the school knows about that you're checking in with them on. Okay, you go to the front office, you ring the bell, you go inside, you sign in, you get a visitor's badge, and then you get to go and do specifically what you're there for. Okay, you can't just randomly decide to walk in, okay, open up a door. Guess what? You can't do that. They're all locked. Okay, right? And then go into their library and start looking at the books. All right. If you tried to do that, you would immediately have the police called on you and you would immediately be questioned by administrators at the school with local law enforcement for the safety of the children going to school there. That's why I know that you are lying. Go ahead. You can't just say, quote unquote, I'm here for my brother. Can I just walk around your school?
Well, first of all, it's my cousin. And second of all, I've been there before and I've never had a problem.
You're lying. I know.
Okay. I mean, I don't know what to say to that. Doors were open.
I know.
It's almost the end of the school day.
Yeah, I know with confidence.
Parents are coming in.
I know with confidence that you're lying.
Okay.
Okay, so now moving on to the next point because you just decided to lie with us. Like literally, I know with confidence that you're lying. Not a
Okay.
single dude, especially after like recent school like shootings, right? Like even when I was in middle school, like a long time ago at this point, in a small conservative town, okay, you still had to go to the front desk if you had any business inside of that school and all doors were locked. Now, like 10, 15 years later, right, and in the world that we live in today, things are only more locked down, okay? Especially, right, in like more liberal school districts of California. You were definitely lying. Now, back to you, because I wanted to talk about the other point. You said that you're pro-life. Do you think that abortion should be banned in all scenarios, or do you hold certain exceptions?
Okay, I mean, I wasn't lying, but we can move on.
Definitely lying.
Because I don't want to fixate on this.
Okay.
No, there should be exceptions for rape, incest, and life of the mother.
Okay, but you
Those are the three exceptions.
you think it should be banned in elective circumstances? Why is that?
Well, it's elective. Like, what's your reason?
Okay, what's your reason? Just a desire to get an abortion? I don't think that you need much more than that.
Well,
I'm kind of okay with like women or girls accessing elective abortion for any reason or no reason at all. Why do you disagree?
I mean, as per my beliefs, I still think that life begins at conception. But I could also argue this not from a religious point of view as well, even though my views are guided by religious views.
You could argue it from whatever view you want. I just want to know why you think that women and girls shouldn't have elective lethal access to abortion.
I don't believe in the murder of a child in elective circumstances when it's possible you could save the baby.
Okay, so we agree that murder is defined as the unjust or wrongful termination of a human life?
Yes.
Okay, so why is it unjust or wrongful to terminate the life of the fetus?
Yes.
That wasn't a yes or no question. I said,
sorry.
why is it unjust or wrongful?
Because it's murder of a human being. You can't kill a human being.
Okay, well, now we have a circular argument because keep in mind, we just defined murder as the wrongful termination of a human life. So when I'm asking you, well, why is it wrongful to terminate the life of the fetus? You can't just say, well, but it's murder because murder is defined as the wrongful termination of the fetus. Meaning that in other words, you're saying that it's wrong to kill a fetus because it's wrong to kill a fetus. So if your argument is simply, one moment. If your argument is simply it's wrong because it's wrong, well, then I could say it's not wrong because it's not wrong. And then all of a sudden I have just as much of a logically sound position as yourself, and you've just justified the pro-choice view.
Sorry, so are you saying that murder is not wrong?
No, I'm saying that there's no reason to believe that the death or killing of the fetus would be wrong. And I'm asking you, what would that reason be? And so far, you've been unable to give me any. Your only argument so far is to say it's wrong.
Well, as Christians, we were taught not to take a life of someone else. You know, so I value life to all sanctity. So any harm.
Okay, so you just think that like all human life is valuable, and it's like murder to kill any human life.
When the baby hasn't done anything, yes.
Okay, yeah, perfect. So then, would you say it's murder to kill a zygote?
Is it a fetus?
No, it's a zygote. Do you know what a zygote is? Do you need me to tell you?
Sure.
Okay, so zygote would be the first stage of human development when it is a unicellular human organism.
Okay, so is it did conception happen already?
I just said it's a unicellular human organism. Of course, conception would have to occur. As I said,
yes,
it's the
then
first
murder.
stage of human development.
Yes.
Okay.
Then it's murder.
Okay, then it is murder. Do you think all murderers should go to jail?
No.
Not all murderers should go to jail? Wait, what?
Yeah, sometimes it's needed to murder is not
needed to murder. Wait.
Not
like
unjust.
I said, then it's not murder because murder is defined as the unjust termination of a human life. So if it's just, then it's not murder. Therefore, do you think that all murderers should go to jail?
I mean, we could say that then we could change the meaning to say that all types of taking away life is murder because technically it is, right? We don't have to say unjust.
Yeah, so you have to say unjust in order to understand something as murder. Murder is necessarily wrong.
Well, no. Some cases it's needed. Death penalty. We got abortion for these.
Listen, you just argue that that death penalty is not murder. You'd argue that self-defense is not murder.
No, well, it is. You take away the life of someone that's murdered. Sometimes it's needed.
Okay, so then you're just saying
sometimes.
Wait, so then you're just saying that murder is not always wrong. So then why is it wrong in the circumstance of abortion?
Because you have the choice. That's a big thing.
Wait, don't you have the choice not to kill somebody on death row?
Well, no, the baby didn't do anything. Death row killed probably a lot of people to get the death penalty, and that's why it'll be the same as, let's say, someone breaks into your house.
I'm sorry. I just think that like you're too simply stupid to have this conversation with me, right? Because we've already agreed that murder would be the unjust termination of a human life. By the way, for everybody for everybody that thinks the right isn't violent, look at all the people in my chat right now saying that they want to shoot and kill gay people. Look at all of them. Yeah, the right's definitely violent. So, whenever like, you're hearing maybe somebody say Republican or Nazis, Republican or this or that, like obviously I think it's wrong to apply like such a phrase to such a large group of people, right? But I just definitely think it's saying something to look at that chat and see that there's just so many people saying that they want to shoot and kill gay people, right? That's what Nazis like to do, right? But anyways, back to you, Guess. Now, something I'd like to say to you is I thought that we've
that's wrong.
I thought that we've already
shouldn't.
agreed. So I'm just now really confused on what you think murder is. I think that you're maybe a little bit too incoherent to have this conversation with me, because murder is necessarily defined as the unjust termination of a human life. That's something that you agreed to when you originally joined this live. So this would mean that like self-defense isn't murder because it's justified.
Okay, then we can agree on that. That's fine.
Agree?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So therefore, because murder is defined as the unjust termination of a human life, would you say that all murderers should go to jail?
No.
Okay. Why not?
Because sorry, could you, so we agreed on it as an unjust, right?
Yeah, I'm going to kick that guy. He's too incoherent, guys. Go ahead and hop inside of that queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Trump as president. And we'll get you loaded up in here. That guy was just so totally way incoherent in order to have a conversation with me. Way incoherent to have a conversation with me. Let's go to move on to the next guest right now. All right. We got that next guest connecting to the stream right now. What's going on? Do you support Trump? Hello? You got 5 seconds. 5, 4. Oh, looks like they're leaving. All right, we're going to go to get that next guest loaded up in here right now, guys. Only hop inside of that queue if you are an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. We'll get you loaded up into the live right now. This guy's bio says God first. I hope that he's a good Christian. Hey, do you support Trump?
No, sir, bro. I'm on your side.
Okay. All right, let's go to get that next guest loaded up into the box, guys. We got Maple connecting. Over on YouTube Super Chat, Ramona, thank you so much for the $20. Over on YouTube Super Chat, Ramona, that is so incredibly kind of you. Thank you so much for your support. Thank you for your kindness. If you're watching right now, make sure to show some love to Ramona down below in that chat, everybody. And then Berg with $1 over on Venmo. Thank you. Carmen, thank you so much for the $5 on Venmo. Says, bro, you've low-key helped me realize how wrong I've been. Love the lives. Dude, that's awesome. I'm really happy that the lives have been able to help you. Huge shout out to you. Thank you so much for the $5. What's going on? Do you support Trump, Maple?
I actually had a question for you.
Okay, so you're not MAGA. We are going to go to kick you because we are just looking for some Trump supporters. We're going to go to throw up the rules on screen here if we can't find a guest shortly. You just got to be 18 plus American MAGA and ready to debate. And then Pot, thank you for the $6 and the 66 cents, who says, need to know what the last book this guy read. Probably hasn't been a book since he was in middle school. Dead ass. Appreciate you for the $6, Pot. Thank you so much. Show some love to Pot and show some love to Gene as well for the $20 over on Venmo. That is JEANNE. Thank you so much for the love. Gene with the $20 says, thank goodness for young people like you who are pointing out the absolute craziness. Well, thank you so much for your kindness, Gene. Huge shout out to you, and thank you so much for the love. And then one more here, Bradley. Appreciate you for the $10 over on Venmo. Says, keep it up. You're doing great. Thank you so much, Bradley. What is going on, Luke? Do you support Trump or are you banned?
I do support Trump.
And how old are you?
23.
Okay. All right. What year were you born in, Luke?
August 17th, 2020, or 2003.
Okay. Not 2020. Not 2020. Do you promise that you're being honest about your age?
I do.
Okay, you have a cross in your name. Can you put it on God?
I put on God.
Tell us why you support Trump.
I believe his economical standpoint and his terms have been pretty good so far.
Okay,
the
so
second term,
what's your favorite Trump economic policy?
Probably jobs. I think I know he has.
Wait, did you said that you're 23? Okay, and then you said that you were born in March of 2003?
No, 2002. August 2002.
He said 2003. He's not of age. We're going to move on to the next guest, guys. We got the next guest, Tristan Holt, connecting up to the stream. Yeah, you guys are right. I didn't even do the math in my head. What's up? Do you support Trump, Tristan?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. How old are you?
I'm 20.
20 years old, big time Trump.
Yeah.
Hard right MAGA motherfucker?
Oh, yes, you know it, son.
Yeah, how many continents are there?
Continents?
Yeah.
Actually, I just saw a TikTok. There's 8 now. They just found one underwater. So.
Okay. Why do you support Trump?
Why do I support Trump?
Yeah.
He's a badass motherfucker, and he makes jobs, and he knows how to make money, son.
You said that he makes jobs. Last month we lost 50,000.
Well, guess what?
What?
He'd beat your ass. So
I don't think so.
That's why I fuck with Trump.
I don't think he would.
I think Trump would beat your ass.
Okay. Well, I mean, so you're just telling me here, right, that like when you consider like why you support somebody as president, what goes through your head is not is their policy good, but rather could they beat some white boy on TikTok in a fight? Definitely low IQ, Tristan.
I don't know. He's got you in a fight, bro.
All right, we're gonna go to get that next guest up in here. Yeah, when the IQ is under like 25, we just gotta move on. Let's go to get that next guest, Daniel Perez, loaded up into the box. Just gotta move on, folks. Quite frankly, Beam Candies, thank you so much for the $5 over on PayPal, and then Jay Hold, thank you for the $4 Canadian. Thank you so much, Jacob, and Beth with a 1, and Christina with a 2, and Brad with a 5. Thank you guys, and then Jacob, thank you for the $10 on PayPal. Who says love the content, man. I used to support Trump, but then after listening to you, I've changed my mind. That's fucking awesome, Jacob. Thank you so much. And then Charlie, thank you for the $4 who says really love your content. Keep it up. Thank you so much, Charlie. You're fucking awesome. Appreciate you guys so much. And then Quinn, thank you for the $1 on PayPal. What's going on, Daniel? Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
All right, man. Why do you support the worst president of your life? Seriously, dude, he sucks big time.
You really think that he's worse than Biden? That's crazy.
Yeah, I think that Biden was actually a fairly good president. It just simply.
Why do you think Biden's a good president?
Yeah, because his domestic policy was like surprisingly good.
What about his domestic policy was good, in your opinion?
Well, how about we go back and forth? Okay, so I'll tell you what I like about Biden's domestic policy, and I'll be specific. Then you tell me what you like about Trump's domestic policy, and you be specific. Fair?
I didn't say I liked Trump's domestic policy.
Okay, so then what do you like about Trump? I want to see if
well,
we can get something in exchange.
Can I get my question answered first?
Yeah, I just want to see if we could get something in exchange here.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of reasons why I think Trump's a good president. I don't think he's the best president.
Wait, I'll just tell you. How about this? I'll just tell you why what I like about Joe Biden's domestic policy, and then you just tell me what you like about Trump's policy. Period. Is that a fair deal?
Cool. Let's do it.
Okay, right. So I'll be like super specific too, and I'll expect the same in return from yourself. So what I really liked about Biden's domestic policy had a lot to do with how well it helped rebound us from the pandemic, including things such as the infrastructure bill, which invested close to $1 trillion into local infrastructure across this country, creating jobs, renewing infrastructure, and stimulating the economy. B, helping our veterans through policies such as the PACT Act, which made an $800 million investment into the VA to help expand benefits to over 1 million veterans that weren't covered under the VA prior due to things like burn pits overseas, so on and so forth. C, I think that the American Rescue Plan was pretty good. Not only was it another round of stimulus, which helps us further rebound from the pandemic, but also like increased the child tax credit and included a couple other provisions I was a big fan of. Reduced childhood poverty by upwards of 40%. And then other things like the CHIPS and Science Act, which helped give smart subsidies to chip producers on American soil to bump our chip production from 1% to 30% globally speaking in 6 years. Not to mention helped inspire more real fixed private investment in American manufacturing, leading to the biggest boom that we've seen in modern American history. Now, I was super specific. I named the specific policies and I gave you clear reasons why I like them. I'm now going to ask you to do the same thing for Trump and his policy. The mic is yours.
Okay, well, it sounds like you read that off ChatGPT. I don't know if any of that's actually fact checked. I actually live in America.
Keep coping.
Live in California.
You're coping.
Extremely liberal state.
So that was cope. I just want to clarify the whole ChatGPT shit. That was cope, my friend.
You did read off something, I could tell. But anyways. Okay, well, I'm just going off the fly, but what I can tell you is that actually living in America, the economy was not very good. What was that? Go ahead.
Yeah, here's a blanket. Do you think I could read through a blanket?
I don't know if you could read through a blanket, but I can tell you're reading something.
Right. Obviously, I can't read through a blanket, Daniel. So I'm going to put the blanket on my face. I'm just going to quickly repeat my point.
It's okay. Well, that's neither here nor there.
No, I think it is.
Let's continue with the conversation.
No, Daniel. Let me just repeat that real quick. Because I mean, you said that I was reading off something. It might help just refute that real quick. Obviously, I can't read through a goddamn blanket. So just to quickly repeat my points, I said that I was a big fan of the PACT Act, the CHIPS and Science Act, the Infrastructure Bill, and the American Rescue Plan. I umbrellaed these policies is under like the main theme of helping us rebound from the economy. My specific points that I gave you insofar as why I like the infrastructure bill is that it invested $1 trillion into local infrastructure across this country to create jobs for new infrastructure and stimulate the economy. The specific reasons that I gave you insofar as why I supported the American Rescue Plan had to do with an increase in the child tax credit, which led to a 40% reduction in childhood poverty, plus a couple other provisions that I liked, such as the second round of stimulus. The reasons that I gave you insofar as why I supported the PACT Act had to do with the $800 million investment into the VA, in which helped them renew and allow new services to over 1 million new veterans that weren't covered previously. And the reasons that I gave you insofar as why I supported the CHIPS and Science bill was the fact that it was a $35 billion investment into American chip producers through smart subsidies, which helped bump our global supply of chips from 1% to 30 in 6 years. And I don't know, man. I think if I read that off of like ChatGPT or something, I probably couldn't remember all the points so specifically that I could literally put a blanket over my face and repeat them perfectly.
Okay, well, can you tell me exactly what kind of projects the infrastructure bill has created? Because I live in the country. I haven't seen any sort of projects in my state. I don't know if there's any actual proof that any of the money that is allocated toward those bills or those acts are actually invested into real world projects that we're all seeing. A lot of corruption in government. They have huge bills and huge policies. They pour a lot of money into things and they actually don't go anywhere. For instance, Governor Gavin Newsom has created dozens of huge infrastructure projects that don't actually ever come true. There was a huge train that was proposed, billions of dollars invested towards that. We have not seen anything in over 10 years. The whole homeless project, we've only seen it get worse and worse and worse. So I don't have any confidence that just because there's a bunch of numbers being poured out, a bunch of money being spent, that it's actually translating into real projects that Americans can go and enjoy. So I highly doubt that any of that happened. I actually live in this country. I have to pay groceries. I have to pay taxes. I see in real time how badly this economy has gotten. And now that Trump is in office, I see my gases that are cheaper. I see my grocery bill going down. I see the truth just actually like being known and taught in schools. We're not being taught lies. We don't see the legalization of lies about gender and all these things. So we're actually getting to a better place as a society with our mental health, and our economy is much better. And we can talk about all these projects and all that, but at the end of the day, we as Americans can feel the difference between the two presidential candidates. And right now, there's just we feel like our morale is just much better. So none of those things really actually translate to real Americans, just because Biden spent a bunch of money and invested in a bunch of what seems like good charity, but we never actually see that impact. And it's been going on for generations. So.
Thank you so much. So first, about the infrastructure bill, it's funding an ongoing total number of over 20,000 projects. If you want to research the most notable projects, go on Google, type in U.S. Department of Transportation, IIJA funded infrastructure projects, just to name a few. There's a 22nd Street revitalization project going on in Tucson, Arizona. You also have the new airport in Orlando, the Orlando International Airport, which are using $50 million through a program funded by the IICJ to complete their South Terminal C. Not to mention in Tallahassee, there was a RAISE grant under the IICJ to construct a transit center with multiple bus bays, each equipped with electric charging, located on the northwest corner of Orange Avenue and Meridian Street. Then you also have some projects in Kentucky, in Lexington, Jackson, New Orleans,
but
Louisiana.
Right. Can I stop you there, because you're going to keep listing off projects, but like I said,
yes,
that just because there are funding in projects does not mean there's not government corruption. Like I said, there's a ton of projects that have been invested in billions of dollars in my own state that have been
these are specifically
they have been
projects.
planned for 5 years, and it's been over 10 years, and we haven't seen one inch of that. So
these are
so we can talk about numbers, but in real time, like we're not actually seeing any of that
already
investment
being worked on. Like literally, like I just want it to be clear. If you go to the website that I gave you, you could literally see the work on these projects.
Yeah, you can see this the the train project that Gavin Newsom supposedly invested in, billions of dollars of American taxpayer money was invested in these projects. There's pictures of that, but guess what? We live in California, and it's been over 10 years. We don't see anything. We can go online and see a bunch.
You just contradicted yourself because you said that you could see the project, but you can't see anything. That's a contradiction. So you're saying that like maybe some projects have been funded, but they haven't been started yet because of government bureaucracy. Yeah, I definitely agree with you, man. That's a real big issue. I think that we need to be able to manage the bureaucracy a lot more efficiently, especially when it comes to public right-of-ways, infrastructure, so on and so forth. But like the specific projects that I just gave you are active, ongoing, and you could see the construction like materially, right? So I mean,
but do you see why like Americans don't really support a government that's filled with corruption when we actually see real work being done with their money? We're getting a $2,000 stimulus check directly coming from the tariffs that were implemented. We're actually seeing the action behind the government. We're not just seeing a bunch of words and a bunch of projects. Hey, we're investing money in this and this and this and this, but nothing actually happens. But with this government, we're seeing where they're actually backing up their actions and the words, and real Americans can see that. And it doesn't really matter what the numbers say, what the websites say. We can feel the difference.
Okay, you brought up the stimulus check. Has that check hit your bank?
It takes time, but it's just announcing. I want you when the stimulus check does come in. Will you give me your stimulus check since you're laughing about it? If the stimulus check comes in,
another question.
Why don't you guarantee?
Another question. The $5,000 refund check from Doge, did that ever hit your bank account? Got it on mute. Sorry, I gotta mute you because you just interrupted me.
If the stimulus check doesn't come in, why don't I give you $2,000 to back it up? And if it does come in, you give me your $2,000 stimulus check. Back it up with your money.
If the stimulus check comes in, I'm going to keep that $2,000. Thank you.
That's going to be funny because I'm going to come back and comment when you owe me the money. Guarantee you wouldn't give it to me. I'm not. I think it's just funny that you're coming online. You're debating.
Let me know when I can talk. By the way, Daniel, I just wanted to say real quick.
Don't know much.
Let me know when I can talk.
You obviously are well versed. You know a lot, but you're trying to just come and punk kids that don't know much. And but really, the truth is that the last government stank. This government doesn't stink much less, but it does stink less. And we're all fighting together. I'm not against you. You shouldn't be against me. We should not be coming on here trying to bully kids, but instead we should be fighting together. Us versus the government, not the left versus the right. Jesus is king, Lord of all, and I wish you the best.
No, don't leave, Daniel. You're running. You can't just come up here, right, and like make about 1 billion points, right? Speak from a podium and then run before I could have a chance to respond to them. So Daniel, please don't leave because I want to be able to effectively respond to every single point that you made. Like for instance, you put a big preface on saying that the last government didn't actually get anything done. Meanwhile, this one is. It's an absolute lie. Donald Trump promised to release the Epstein files. Where the hell are those at? Donald Trump promised to reduce the price of groceries so fast on day one your head would spin. Where the hell is that at? The price of groceries has gone up by 3% on average, according to Trump's own USDA, which, by the way, doesn't only refute your point that this government is getting shit done, but also refutes your other point when you said that groceries are cheaper now. All right, this government also said that they're going to end Russia's invasion of Ukraine on day one. Where the fuck did that happen? By the way, Donald Trump 1.0 in his first term said that he was going to pass the infrastructure bill. Never happened. Biden got it done. He also said he was going to build a wall between America and Mexico, then stick the bill to Mexico. Never happened. Only built 30 miles, then stuck the bill to misappropriated funds from the DOD. Donald Trump also said that he was going to send a $5,000 check from Doge. Never fucking happened. Now he's talking about that $2,000 stimulus check that you said is going to happen in the future. Then why the hell did we see Trump's own Secretary of Treasury speak on Fox News yesterday saying that $2,000 stimmy check could hit in a bunch of different ways? Like, I don't know, the tax cuts in which he already signed into law under the big beautiful bill, directly refuting the fact that could be something material that would actually occur.
Okay, so I'm going to try to get to every one of those points as quickly as you went through them, so we don't spend too much time.
I went through them quickly.
Number one, I'm totally with you on the Epstein thing. I think that's totally bogus that they did that. I think that Trump and his administration and the whole MAGA movement, if they don't watch it, they're rejecting the majority of the people who supported them in the last election.
This is a promise that he made that he's not like coming through on, right?
Yes, exactly.
So,
I agree with that.
so this government's not actually getting that done, right? This government's not actually getting that done,
agreement.
right?
And I'm going to be real with you the whole time because I think that's not okay. Americans want transparency.
So then what's something beneficial that this government has gotten done in the last 10 months?
I think the tariffs are a great move. I think that globally, different countries are starting to respect us. They're
then why 23 stopped all small parcel shipment into this country, and why today did the UK stop working with America and stop giving us their intelligence because of the Trump administration?
Okay, well, I don't know about the whole UK thing. I think that long term the tariffs work because you put tariffs on countries, which means that a lot of companies, American companies that are doing a lot of their manufacturing overseas, it's going to get more expensive for them. So we're forcing Americans to come back to America and manufacture here because it's going to be cheaper. So we create more infrastructure here as far as making microchips. Why are we doing that overseas? Why are we depending on countries that aren't our allies to manufacture things that are an absolute necessity? So I think in the long run, tariffs work. They will eventually increase the economy. They'll increase the workforce. We'll create more jobs. But it's not something that you can see in 1 to 2 years. It's going to take a while. It's not a quick fix. Our national debt is not a quick fix. But the tariffs have accumulated a lot of money, and we are hitting the national debt. We're going to keep hitting it. I do believe we're going to get the stimulus check that's promised. The Doge thing, super bogus. I think there should have been more investigation. I think there should have been criminally pressed charges. But like I said, I think that the whole MAGA thing. I did support Trump. I do support Trump.
Wait. Can I respond to the points you made so far?
Yes.
Okay. You got to stop talking in such large chunks. It's going to be very beneficial for the productivity of this dialogue. You said that the tariffs are going to be beneficial in the long term because they're going to be able to direct more manufacturers to be able to move back to America. I disagree. My evidence is very simple. The tariffs that Donald Trump has been imposing on other countries have been very temporary. Okay? He imposes big ones, then he reels them back in. He's done this with China twice. He's done this with the EU twice. He's done this with Canada twice. And he's done this with Argentina 3 times. We do not know for sure that with reliability that the tariffs that Donald Trump is imposing on other countries will exist in the long term, especially considering the fact that we already had an appeals court rule that Donald Trump doesn't have the authority to impose those tariffs, and the Supreme Court is adjudicating that same legal basis today. And the Senate has passed legislation and furthered it through Congress to repeal Donald Trump's tariffs on Canada and to repeal Donald Trump's tariffs on Brazil. What does this mean for your long-term goal of driving more manufacturing back to America? Well, producers in other countries see this as an issue, that they're unreliable, that they're temporary, that they're likely to go away, either because Donald Trump repeals them, Congress repeals them, or the courts repeal them. Therefore, they will not make the multi-million-dollar investments now into building the manufacturing facilities in this country that would take 3 to 6 years to get done. And I have secondary evidence for this fact, which would be the secondary fact that according to the Federal Reserve, investment into American manufacturing has actually gone down since the beginning of Trump's second term. You cannot tell me that this argument
but that's
is
kind of a bogus argument because
one moment. You cannot tell me that this argument is bogus. It is so sound. It is so
well. I'll tell you why I think that.
And I want you to be able to respond directly to this position without pivoting or deflecting to anything else.
No, I won't. Okay, so one thing that you failed to mention that is in between Trump's first term and his second term was another term in between him. So you can't really. The national debt increased $4 billion under Biden. Okay.
Pivot.
One
By the
thing
way,
that you can't.
The national debt.
You can say and listen. I'm not
muted. The national debt increased much more than $4 billion under Biden. It increased by like $8 trillion. But complete pivot. By the way, once again, the argument that I want you to respond to is that Donald Trump's tariffs will not be beneficial in the long term by directing more manufacturing back to America because of their unreliable nature and the fact that they don't have any permanence. Rather, because Donald Trump will repeal them, because the courts will repeal them, or Congress will repeal them. And yes, I muted you for pivoting, and I will continue to do that because I want you to be able to stay on track. Yes, talking about the national debt under Biden has nothing to do with the argument I gave you. That
okay, listen, this is what I'll tell you.
Obvious pivot.
Listen, it's just one thing, okay? One thing that you can't answer is under the Biden administration, the national debt was increased $4 billion. Under the Trump administration, in 2 years, it's gone down $1 billion. That we cannot continue to increase our national debt under the, and I'm not an economist. I don't know how everything works. All I know is that what Trump is doing is
Back on mute because you pivoted, but I'll refute this claim too. So, by the way, the national debt is like $37 trillion. It doesn't go up and down in years by billions. It goes up and down in years by trillions. According to the Committee for a Responsible Federal Budget, under Trump in his first term, he signed $8.6 trillion worth of debt-related spending into law. Then according to that same committee, under the Biden-Harris administration, they only signed $4.6 trillion worth of debt-related spending into law. And then in the last 10 months of Donald Trump 2.0, he signed over $5 trillion worth of debt-related spending into law. By the way, I will continue to mute you if you continue to pivot. I'm doing this for the productivity of our dialogue. I'm doing this for the health of the stream. And for everybody watching that gets real ticked off by the mutes, I understand because it interrupts the conversation, but redirect your anger at the guest for pivoting compared to me for smashing that shit out. But now that we understand a conversation about the national debt is completely separate and decoupled from the argument that I gave you to demonstrate that Donald Trump's tariffs in the long term will not direct manufacturers operating overseas to spend the millions or billions of dollars into building their manufacturing plants in America. All right. I want you to respond to that now. So go ahead. Stop pivoting and the mutes will go away.
I'm not pivoting. You're muting me because I'm making solid points. I'm not an economist. I'm not a global economist. I'm a small guy. I live in California. I have a normal job. What I do know, the national debt is going up constantly with the Democratic Party by a lot. We're spending more and more money. We're giving more and more charity. We're doing more and more of that stuff. It's going to cripple our economy. We're not going to have a country anymore. With Donald Trump, the national debt for the first time ever is going down. We're starting to tackle the national debt. Whatever they're doing, it's working.
Dude, okay, fine. I'll just let you pivot. Whatever. Okay, you can see.
It's not a pivot. I'm telling you, I don't know how that stuff works. I can't answer those questions. I'm not a global economist. I'm a regular American citizen. And I'm speaking from the heart of Americans when I say this stuff is working. I don't know. I can't say I fully support Trump and all that he does. I think the Epstein stuff is whack. Okay. I think that a lot of the stuff, they're not being super honest.
Hey.
Go ahead.
Can we do a breathing exercise real quick?
Sure. I mean, that's a pivot. If you want to call it pivot, that's a pivot right there.
It is. I think it's going to be beneficial in the long term.
Pivoting, dude. I wish I had a mute button.
Just like the tariffs, I think that this breathing exercise will be beneficial in the long term. Okay.
Hey, I'm not a public speaker. I don't have to speak like anything. I'm speaking from the heart of Americans. I'm a young American speaking from the heart.
Daniel, take a deep breath in.
Listen, brother, I think you have a great show. I think you're super influential.
Okay, whatever. Ignore the breathing exercise. Back to the facts. So you said that Donald Trump is good for the debt. Daniel, let me know when I have your attention because I've already responded to this and I don't think that you were.
Instead of turning the left to the right and making us fight.
Okay, well, I unmuted him and he just started yapping again. Okay, Daniel, check this out. You're saying that Trump good for debt, Biden bad for debt. Unequivocally false. In Donald Trump's first 4 years, according to the Committee for a Responsible Federal Budget, Donald Trump added $8.6 trillion to the debt. According to the Committee for a Responsible Budget, Biden added $4.6 trillion worth of debt-related spending to the debt. When we account for COVID, Donald Trump added $4.8 trillion. When we account for COVID, Biden added $2.2 trillion. Meaning, regardless if we do or don't account for COVID-related expenditure, Donald Trump spent twice as much as Biden in his first 4 years compared to Biden's 4 years. In the last 10 months of Donald Trump's second administration, he has spent $5 trillion. He has spent more money in 10 months than Biden spent in 4 years, including spending on COVID.
We're not talking about spending, though. We're talking about the national debt. We have less national debt under Trump than with Biden.
I said debt-related spending.
I have 1% battery, dude. I'm not trying to dodge you.
So Daniel,
it's a great conversation, man. But
I said debt-related spending. So that's the president signing policy into law that's adding that much money to the debt. So if you don't like the word spending, I could simply use different words. Okay, instead of saying that Donald Trump spent $8.6 trillion worth of debt-related spending, I'll just say that Donald Trump personally added $8.6 trillion to the debt. Those two sentences mean the same thing. I'm just using the word that economists use, but I'll use the words that you want to use for whatever reason. So in other words, Trump personally increased the debt twice as much as the Biden-Harris administration in his first term. And he's already personally increased the debt in the last 10 months, more so than Biden did in 4 years, including Biden's expenditure on the pandemic. Go ahead and unmute. And if your phone's on 1%, plug that shit in. Idiot. Sorry. That was rough. Go ahead. Unmute. By the way, this is the same guy that said, like, I just talked to, like, uneducated Trump supporters, and he's going to come up here and, like, be my reckoning. I always think it's funny when they have, like, such a large ego, they get humbled. Are you humble, Daniel? By the way, Daniel has a text box on his screen. It's about this big. It's about that big. And on the box, it says, the host has invited you to unmute. Do you want to turn your microphone back on? And then it says yes or no.
I'm trying to figure out how to turn. Can you hear me right now?
Yeah. So could you please?
You keep muting me, so I don't know how to turn the microphone on. I do have 1% battery, man.
Okay, you have 1%. You have 1%. Very quickly respond to the fact that Trump added more to the debt than Biden, according to the Congressional Budget Office run by. According to the Congressional Budget Office run by the Republicans, it is. According to the CRBF, which is the committee.
You need to check the date on that, man.
Run by the Democrats and Republicans, it is. What is your source that it isn't? Name the source.
I don't remember the source, but I did.
Because you don't have it. Because there's no source. There's no source.
Everybody do your own research. Look it up.
There's no source. You're wrong.
It's the truth.
Daniel,
the most recent data shows.
According to who?
The Biden administration.
According to who?
According to the most recent data.
Which would be where's that coming from?
There's a lot of sources. Just check
name
them.
one. Name one.
The internet. I don't know, man.
The internet's not a source. The internet's not a source, Daniel. You're fucking failing. You're failing. You're selling.
I just
Daniel.
don't remember, man. I'm just a regular guy on the phone.
You're selling, Daniel. Daniel, you're selling.
Check. Everybody who's listening to this can check it themselves. And
yeah. If you go on Google, you type in Trump v. Biden national debt,
if that
CRBF,
stimulus check comes in, you owe me $2,000, right?
Wait. Anybody could go on Google, including yourself, Daniel. Type in Trump v. Biden national debt, CRBF, and you could actually look at the source that I just referenced to demonstrate that Donald Trump spent twice as much.
Okay, let's see it. All right, talk to you soon, man.
Wait, why are you leaving?
Great. I have 1%, man.
Wait. You said 1% I don't know, 5 minutes ago. You know, these TikTok lives are very draining.
The last 1% is always the strongest. Everybody knows that.
No.
I'm waiting for it to die.
I'm not dead.
Okay, if it does turn off, I'm just letting you know. But I'm not trying to dodge you on this. I know that I've done the research just recently.
Wait, if you did the
most
research
recent data does show that we're $1.8 billion down on our national debt.
So that's why I know that you're wrong, Daniel. I'm muting you because you apparently only have 1%. The reason that I know that you're wrong is because you're speaking in the context of billions of dollars. Okay, we don't measure the debt going up or going down by billions of dollars. We measure the debt going up in tens of billions, hundreds of billions, or trillions of dollars.
You know what? You're actually right. I believe it's actually $1.8 trillion versus 4.8 negative with Biden by trillions. You're actually right. So I'm actually talking about trillions, not billions.
Wait. Okay.
It even proves my point even more.
So explain the source. So we know, according to the CBO, that the big beautiful bill costs $4.5 trillion. And if you're still saying that Trump has put us $1.8 trillion in the green, what this means is that he's cut our expenditure in the last 10 months by $5.8 trillion. So what?
It's not just the cutting the cost. It's also about the tariffs and all these other things. It's money coming in. It's real business. It's not just less spending. It's also less spending, but it's a lot of different things.
Wait. So do you think that Donald Trump has brought in $5.8 trillion in the last 10 months?
I didn't say that. I said that under Trump,
been put in the
national debt has gone down $1.8 trillion.
Really? What's your source? Because the Treasury, the U.S. Treasury, says it's
pull up. Where's your source? Pull up the data.
I just said the U.S. Treasury says it's gone up.
And that's fact check. That has the current date. Current data.
Yes, that is
because the tariffs changed a lot in this last year.
That is the Treasury. That is today. That is accurate, true, current data.
I just checked it. Let me.
By the way, 1%. Yo, Big, appreciate you so much for the $20 over on YouTube. Thank you so much for the love, Big. Big with the $20 on Super Chat says, none of Trump's economic policies are working for the majority of citizens. Yeah, the majority of citizens are suffering because of the big, beautiful bill, 110%. The majority of citizens are suffering because of his tariffs, 110%. That's something that we talk about all day, every day. They're fucking suffering. Thank you for the $20, Big. Show some love to Big. And then Caitlin, thank you for the $10 over on PayPal, who says, been struggling with my mental health. And I just wanted to say that your lives are one of the few things that could help calm my thoughts. Thank you for these debates and being able to help me become more educated while simultaneously helping me focus on living. Oh, Caitlin. I'm really happy that the streams get up, seriously. Huge shout out to you. I hope that you're doing well. Thank you so much for being here. We all love you. Please show some love to Caitlin in the chat for the 10. And show some love to Alexis in the chat. Let's get some W Alexises for the $25. Who says, Dean, I love your work. I've been using your points in conversation with my family and friends. Woke is back. Let's fucking go. Appreciate you so much for the $25, Alexis. And I could not agree more. Woke is fucking back, baby. Let's show some love to Alexis down below. 1%, by the way. Thank you for the $25. And then Quinn with $1. And then Brittany with the $2. Thank you guys so much for the love. Okay, and he finally left. All right, he ran away. We're gonna move on to the next guest. And by the way, why would he join the live if he was on like 5%? What's going on? Do you support Trump?
Yes, sir, I do.
How old are you?
18.
Are you driving?
Yeah, my fault. I'm sick right now.
Are you driving?
No, I'm in my car. I parked.
Okay.
I was going to talk to you last night. I was the dude that pulled over on the highway to talk to you, and then you had to restart the live.
Oh, yeah. Okay, I remember you. Can I get a quick W Maya and W Caesar from you real quick?
A what?
W Maya?
Oh, are they people that donated to you? Hell yeah. W Maya, W Caesar.
Yo, for the $10, Maya, thank you for the $10. Who says, first thing that pops up when you Google, quote unquote, who added more debt, Trump or Biden, is a .gov website with a PDF form explaining that Trump has added more. Then Caesar, that's going to be the CBO. And then Caesar, thank you for the $10. Appreciate you so much for the love, Caesar. Show some love to Caesar and Maya. Becca, thank you for the $5. She says, love you, Dean. Love you too, Becca. Then Serenity, thank you so much for the $40 over at Venmo. Holy shit, Serenity. Thank you so much for your kindness. I want to see 400 Serenity W's down below in that box. Thank you so much for your kindness. Huge shout out to Serenity. That's so incredibly kind of you. You're so generous. Serenity says over 600,000 people have died solely due to USAID cuts since January. Are these cuts worth Trump's great economy? No, not to mention that our economy's even worse. People are dying and the economy's in the shitter. Thank you for the love, Serenity, and thank you for the common sense as well. And then Nicho, appreciate you so much for the $10 over on Venmo. Appreciate you for that love, Nicho. Noah with a 2, Teresa with a 10, Kylia with a 5, Ava with a 5, then Arion with a 1, and Charles with a 4. Appreciate you guys so much for the love. If you're watching and you want to support me and you want to support the stream, you want to support the studio and what we do here, you can find my Venmo and my PayPal in the link tree in my bio and TikTok, and in the link tree, and in the pinned message on the YouTube stream. And right there, I get 100% of all the proceeds over on those platforms. They go right to me, and you get a notification at the top of my phone where I could read out your name, the amount, and any and all attached messages, giving you a shout out on live. I really appreciate everyone so much for all the love today. Let's go ahead and continue the debates. Go ahead and take it away, man. Tell us why you support the worst president of your life.
So personally, the reason that I support Trump and my whole family supported Trump is the gun laws. Now, I know a big thing from the Democratic Party is, now I'm 18, so I'm not, the most educated, but I still want to get up here and give it my best shot. But I know that from the Democratic side, a majority of their push, from what I saw, was their gun laws, limiting gun laws and putting more restricted laws in there. Limiting the caliber or anything like that. And to me, my family, I'm from Texas. We live on a ranch. We farm. And so we have a bunch of feral hogs. We have a bunch of stuff that go and ruin our crops. And with those higher caliber weapons, everything like that is how we can do our control to our crops and help prevent our family taking a loss.
Yeah, what kind of weapons do you use?
We use ARs.
Dude, what? Why do you use, do you need to use an AR? Why don't you just use like a long, like a relevant long rifle?
So whenever you're shooting pigs or hogs, they come in large groups. With a long rifle, if you're coming with a 308 blackout, anything like that, your chamber, you're going to be more than likely limited to 4 or 5 shots. But these pigs will come in with, 30 or 40 of them, and whenever you have a 5.16 or an AR-15 that can pull, or shoot 20 rounds, then that's easier for us to control, because feral pigs and hogs, they destroy our crops constantly.
So you just need
and you can look it up
you just need to be able to mow down like 20 hogs at once.
Exactly. And, I can't do that with a shotgun. I can't do that with a long rifle. I can't do anything like that. And from the Democratic Party trying to come over and limit what caliber, the size of the weapon,
so like
a big thing from...
What specific gun control did Kamala Harris run on that you just didn't like?
I remember her talking. I don't remember where I saw the clip from. I don't know if it was during her presidential election or whenever she was in California. But she was talking about
also
removing.
Also, by the way, it's 5.56, not 5.16. Just so that'll let you know. But go ahead.
The weapon that I have is a 6 Sauer 5.16. You can look it up. It's the type of weapon that I personally use.
Okay, go ahead.
So I remember the clip going around of her primarily speaking about, oh, we need to get rid of ARs. They are, leading in the school shootings. They are the leading factor for gun violence. And she went around saying like that. It's the same clip where she messed up the difference between a clip and a magazine.
How about this?
She puts,
okay, yeah, sure. I think that she did advocate for an AR ban, and that would impact you because then you'd have to go from using an AR to like a bolt action, right? So how about
yes,
this?
Correct.
I would significantly prefer Coulter and his family to learn how to use bolt actions compared to like 10 million low-income Americans losing access to healthcare because of Trump's big beautiful bill, or 42 million Americans starving because Donald Trump refuses to feed them.
I can't
it's just like a way on and off of like pros and cons, right? And like sure, yeah, you've actually been able to point out like an inconvenience that you would experience if it was the case that Kamala Harris won the presidency, because you would have to learn how to get good with a bolt action instead of just being able to use an AR if you have a couple hogs to shoot because they're like in the farm or whatever eating the shit. I mean, I don't know why fences exist. I think the chat's making a good point. I don't know. I'm not a farmer. I don't live on a farm. I think my point would be is that I just think that there's significantly worse cons from a Trump presidency compared to the minor inconvenience that you'd experience by learning to get good with a bolt action.
Yeah, and so I understand that, and I'll say I'm a good shot with a bolt action. I hunt to put food on the table. I'm not one of these guys that goes out there and hunts, for sport to put a nice head on the wall or anything like that. And I know how to shoot a bolt action, but for me, it is the round capacity and the ease to shoot. And also to the whole chat saying fences exist, by the way, with pigs and the amount of land that we have, one, if we were to fence it, it would cost our family hundreds of thousands of dollars that we don't have access to. And another thing would be those pigs, like I have a deer feeder that I have a full chicken wire fence around, and those pigs, they will ram through it and they will break through it. They are insanely strong and not a lot of people do it.
Also, what is by the way, what is like significantly more likely than like a total AR ban is just like much stronger regulations on ARs. I don't think that a total AR ban would make its way through Congress. I don't think that a total AR ban would likely make its way through Donald Trump's incredibly like conservative Supreme Court. So what is like the most likely outcome once again would be like more like extreme regulations on ARs. However, I don't doubt that a farming family in Texas would still be able to get their hands on them for like hog control in your specific circumstances. So point number one, I think it's unrealistic to assume that your family would have been impacted in the sense that you would have had to give up your ARs, especially being a farming family in Texas, for the other reasons that I gave as well. And the point number two, even if you did lose your ARs, I think, right, like the empirical data that we could see of like more children having their lives compared to losing them, right, and all of the other massive cons of the Trump presidency, including taking healthcare away from 10 million people, refusing to fund food stamps for 42, right, serving as a constitutional threat, violating the 1st, 2nd, 10th, 14th, and 22nd Amendment, right, trying to rig and steal the election in 2020, setting an unprecedented attack on the American democracy, having a rapist serve as our president, purporting more grape culture to a higher extent in this country, then also like tacking the socioeconomic health and well-being of the average American through the big beautiful bill, tariffs, terrible economic policy, supporting 50-year mortgages and more, right? Ultimately speaking here, I'm pretty sure I've been able to demonstrate effectively why you still yet made a bad decision in supporting Trump in November and why you should still change your mind now.
Yes, and I see the points that you are coming from, but also being in Texas, I'm more to the south side, and a big thing out here, I'm about 65 miles to the nearest, major town, and we do have an area where during the Joe Biden presidency, we were seeing illegals come through on stolen trucks and stuff like that, come through our land. And to be completely honest here, if they are driving on the side of our land, I don't care, but they're driving straight through fields, ruining our crops, doing everything like that. And I feel like that's more of a personal issue. But under the presidency of Trump, the illegal immigration has come down a lot, and we've even been able to see it firsthand. Now, I'm not going to say that was something we'd see every day. It'd be, once a week to 2 or 3 times a month. that we would, see this happen. We'd find tire tracks, we'd do stuff like that. And, a lot of people are still saying fences, we don't have the we don't have the money to fence our entire property.
I would assume if you're living on like a bunch of acres, that'd be like incredibly expensive, right? But this is when I just reference back to my argument, right? Like I'm fine with conceding that, like, sure, like an AR may be objectively superior to like a bolt action rifle for like wild hog control. Okay, well, I'm okay with that. Like, I understand. I've shot an AR, I've shot a bolt action rifle. Not only do you have like the higher capacity magazine, but then also, right? I mean, you shoot one hog, the rest of them start to run away, and it's like, and then you gotta like rack the bolt action and whatnot, right? But like I'm still like completely like on board with saying that I think like maybe, right, that objective superiority that may be lost if you have to shift to bolt action because of an AR ban, right, is minimal insofar as the lives that would be saved, right, via the empirical outcomes of what happens when we do ban ARs in other countries like Australia and Europe, so on and so forth, right? Not to mention all the other cons that you'd be accepting given a Trump presidency, and then, right, the pragmatic argument that I gave you to demonstrate that a total AR ban would be unrealistic due to Supreme Court and Congress, right? And it's still likely that even if we had heavy regulation and control, that you would still have access to ARs as a farming family in southern Texas, right? So like, I just don't see how I just don't see how I haven't effectively demonstrated your argument to ultimately be lacking.
I completely understand that, but another thing with severely regulating, ARs and the purchase of them is if you take into account for, suppressors, to have a suppressed rifle, that is months and months, in some cases years of going through different forms and everything like that. Yeah. And it's almost a $5,000 process just to even get that.
Look at like blue states like Colorado. Yeah, it could take like 8 months here to get a suppressor, and I'm on board with that. I mean, I fully support that.
Yeah, and to me, that's also another thing that isn't really feasible to us, because, I mean, another thing to me is during the COVID era, I know that this wasn't something that could have been, prevented as well by either party here, is, the skyrocket in prices and the demand and everything. Prices for us to operate our equipment, everything like that, it went up, and it put our family into a struggle to where we almost had to sell our ranch.
How did the Democrats make the prices go up?
I said I don't feel as if, I feel like it was more of a COVID thing than a presidency.
Okay, well,
but
remember,
I still feel
we're focusing on why you still support Trump as president. That's the question being asked.
Yes. I'm getting to that part. So I feel like under the Trump administration, we've already seen with gas prices dropping insanely. I never saw a price
What has
this
Donald
low.
Trump done to reduce the price of gas?
I believe that the tariffs had a major play into it.
Actually, tariffs would have an upward pressure on the price of gasoline due to the fact that they'd be reducing the amount of gasoline import and making the importation of oil more expensive. Not to mention that like the price of gas globally is going down.
Central to me, but
right. But the fact that it's
still
the fact that it's global is like why we see is why we wouldn't be able to attribute it to like the current presidency, right? Because obviously, right, like Donald Trump has like some control over the domestic market, right? But he wouldn't be able to like relatively impact the global market, right, to such an extreme extent, unless you'd be able to demonstrate how, which you obviously.
I feel like I personally feel like he would have ability and has shown through these tariffs that he can affect and make a positive impact on the global economy.
Okay, so then what has he done to globally reduce the price of gasoline?
Tariff sourcing locally. I mean, I'm not sure how it goes.
How do tariffs reduce the price of gas?
Reduce the price of gas because we're no longer paying for the exporting or the importing fees from the major producers over in the Middle East, and instead we're using the resources that we have.
Your mic is really cutting out, dude. I don't know if I'm going to be able to continue this conversation.
I'm sorry, I have that.
Okay, I'm gonna try for like another 20 seconds with you. If it doesn't get better, right, then I'm gonna have to kick you. But no, so you're saying that maybe tariffs are helping the price of gas go down because it is a case that like now we're like focusing on sourcing like domestic oil. So point number one, the domestic oil production has never been higher than it was under the Biden-Harris administration. And point number two, right, actually a reason why gas costs more under the Biden-Harris administration is because we shift to a higher level of reliance on domestic oil due to the fact that the total global production of oil was down because of our sanctions on Russia and OPEC reducing their output by 10%. Oil that we import from other countries typically costs less than oil that we source from America.
It costs less to import it, is what you're saying.
Yeah, in many scenarios, yes.
Even if you were to take, the patch up in Texas where you have the main minerals and the mineral farming areas, even from that where we have a majority of the global oil.
It's because of our EIA regulations. Okay, right? You don't have to pay like a geotech like $100,000 and take 6 months in order to check out like a drill site before you even get the equipment out there to make the hole, right? And like in other countries, it's because of the EIA regulations.
I mean,
right? Like because of like the regulatory guidelines
I could agree to that,
surrounding oil production in America, it makes it more expensive to produce it in America compared to import it from other countries.
I completely see where you're coming from on that aspect. But I mean, I still feel like going from a local I guess to a national source would be a primary benefit than having to import from other countries. Because I still feel like that importing costs regardless of tariffs.
So then you're just saying that there's still some benefit to it, but it doesn't make it cost less. But remember, the question was, what has Donald Trump done to make gas cost less?
Once again, I will stand by my fact of the tariffs.
Well, remember,
because now we are sourcing locally. It costs less.
Dude. Okay, if it costs less to source oil from America, then we would have always have been doing that via the dictation of the natural market. Like, dude, if it just
Can you
always
repeat that? You cut out.
If it just always costs less to source oil produced in this country compared to out of it, then when we were under the Biden-Harris administration, we wouldn't have been importing any oil. When we were under Trump in his first term, we wouldn't have been importing any oil because it all would have cost less just to buy in America. Like, are you saying that like Chevron, Exxon, right, all of these like oil and gas companies, right, are like choosing to spend more on gasoline, right, by sourcing it out of the country compared to getting it here? Like, no, that's
Chevron and Shell, their sources are coming from the northwestern Texas area leading into New Mexico and everything like that. Chevron and Shell, two of the most major gasoline companies across America.
Okay.
They get
I guess yeah, I spoke wrong because the only reason why Chevron, Shell, Exxon came into my mind is because they're because they're domestic producers of oil in America. I'm talking about the importation of oil. Like, if it costs less to make it here and to use it here, then we wouldn't be importing any oil, point blank, period.
And that's what we have started to do under the current Trump administration. We have started to import less oil.
Oh my God, dude!
Rely.
I'm so sorry. We've lost 2,000 viewers since you joined because you're being way too dense, buddy. If the oil costs less from America, keep in mind it doesn't because of EIA regulations and higher labor prices. Okay, but if it did, then we would have always been more reliant on it.
So under the EIA regulations, you have, okay, I see your face. Do you not want me to continue on that so that we don't lose more people?
No, you can. I'm just like getting frustrated because you're not responding to this point. If the oil produced in America costs less than oil produced outside of America, then we wouldn't be suddenly shifting to buying the oil produced inside of America because of the tariffs, because it already would have cost less before the tariffs.
If you look from the past 4 presidencies leading back, we have had it's been a roller coaster of up and down of the importing based on the amount of oil that we can actually pull at that time, because we are limited during during the COVID era. We were limited. The prices went up.
Can you just tell me if I'm right or wrong? If the oil produced in America costs less than oil that we import, then we always would have imported less, right? Because it would be more cost efficient to just simply use the oil we produce here? Right?
In a one-word answer, yes, but it is deeper than that.
How do so then what do the tariffs do, right? Because you're saying that the tariffs like force us, right, to use more oil produced in America by making oil produced out of America more expensive.
Correct.
Okay, so therefore when oil produced outside of America is more expensive than oil produced inside of America, we're forced into using oil produced inside of America. Therefore, because we were more reliant on imports prior to Trump's tariffs, oil produced outside of America costs less because we weren't forced into using just oil produced inside of America.
The overall price has still gone down from whenever we were
right,
importing from other countries.
Which proves that the price of oil going down is not caused by the tariffs. But rather,
the price of oil started to plummet the second that the tariffs went in. Now, it wasn't, a dollar drop, but it was a significant.
Okay. I'm sorry, man. I'm going to move on to the next guess. If I can't even, so the reason why so many people left, the reason why so many people left right there was because I was explaining basic economics. Basic. Okay. You have a free market. All right. You have oil in that free market and you're selling that oil for a particular price. So imagine that you're a gasoline vendor in America and you have two options. By the way, all the people spamming guess one in the comment section are absolute idiots. They're likely 14, disregard them. Likely 14, click on their accounts. Like see Sam Cullen 08, he's like literally 14. Disregard the kids, okay? Right? The kids don't know economics, it's fine. Disregard the children, it's okay, right? Because imagine that you're a vendor of gasoline in America. You have two options. You have option number one, which would be gasoline produced in America, and option number two, which would be gasoline produced outside of America. And the gas produced inside of America, right, maybe costs $1 a gallon, and the gasoline produced outside of America costs $1.50 per gallon. What that guess was implying is that before Donald Trump imposed his tariffs, right, for whatever reason, all of these American gas vendors were just baselessly, okay, drawn in to some mass psychosis and we're spending the $1.50 on the foreign oil compared to the dollar on American oil. But then when Donald Trump imposed his tariffs and made the price of the foreign produced oil go from like $1.50 per gallon to $2 a gallon, then all of a sudden they seemingly snapped out of that mass psychosis and then stopped spending more on the foreign oil and then started spending less on the domestic oil. All right. Now, obviously, if you've ever taken, right, Econ 101, right, you would know that the free market dictated outcome of these gas vendors would be to buy the oil, buy the refined gasoline that would cost the less that is readily available. So if he were to be right, then these vendors would have already been buying the gasoline from the American producers, because it already would have cost less. Okay? Right? So like disregard, right, all of the children in the chat that are saying guess one. They're wrong. If you disagree with me, go ask like your local economics professor, right? Maybe so all these kids in the chat that are saying guess one.
Hello?
They're like, one moment. They're likely 14, 15, 16. So you guys are like in high school. So at your high school, right, you probably have like a math teacher that also teaches like some like high school economics course. Okay, like what is it? I think it's like Veterans Day. I don't know if school's out. Just tomorrow when school's back in for all the 14, 15, and 16-year-olds, I want you to go down, right, to your teacher that talks about economics at your high school, and I want you to ask them about what a free market is, all right, and what like cost efficiency is, right? And what equilibrium price is. What's going on? Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
Okay, how old are you?
I am 34.
Okay, and could you disconnect?
How old are you? I have a question. Why do you have kids watching you live? I mean, that's kind of just out of curiosity. It's a little cringy, no?
Well, I mean, I'm not a TikTok CEO. I don't decide who gets to download and use the app.
Okay, I mean that's fine. It's just asking you from a perspective. But you're 21.
Yeah.
Correct. Okay. So what would you like to ask me, being a Trump supporter?
Can you disconnect your like Bluetooth mic?
I mean, this is what I used to talk.
Nah, it's fine. It's good enough. Yeah. So, real quick before I pass you the mic, I want to thank a couple people. DK, thank you so much for the $20 over on YouTube. Appreciate you for that love, DK. DK says, caller, please read The Tyranny of the Merit by Sandal. I think it may be since. Okay, well, I'll have to check that out as well. Thank you so much for the $20, DK. Then Rodney, thank you so much for the $10 on YouTube Super Chat. He says, Dean, we could frack oil, but we can't refine. We sell it, and then we buy oil that we can refine. Fracked oil is too dirty for our refineries. Really? I didn't know that. Thank you for the $10. Appreciate you so much. Thank you. All right, so the question I have for you is, why the hell do you support the worst president of your life?
So what makes him the worst president of your life? Or my life.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's not only the fact that his policy sucks. I mean, we've had a lot of presidents whose policy has sucked, but more so that he's an absolute...
Which policies suck?
Can I finish my statement?
I mean, this is a debate, right?
Yeah, debates would require full statements.
Okay, so I'll let you go, and then I'll go.
Good job. I'm proud of you. You're starting to get it. So what makes him the worst president is not only the fact that he has shitty policy, but it's the fact that he's a wannabe all-powerful leader, not a president that wants to play by the rules, but rather an authoritarian that wants to rewrite them. Okay? Right? This has a lot to do with his attempted coup of our government in 2020, his attempted plot to steal the outcome of the election from Biden, his attack on the Constitution, his break of rule and law, his threat to militarize our cities, the fact that he's an adjudicated rapist, best buddies with Epstein, and is boasted about sexually exploiting kids, so on and so forth.
Okay, so there's absolutely no standing ground evidence that occurred. There's no like video or photo proof of him being on that island. So let's move on there. So until you have solid proof and evidence
that he sexually exploited kids or women.
Yes, that he did that with underage children. Until there is solid proof, like a video and or a photo or some sort of DNA evidence, then you can't make that claim. Okay. Correct?
Question.
That would not hold up in a court of law.
Question. So if there was solid proof of him sexually exploiting naked women and or naked kids, would you still support him as president?
Absolutely not.
Okay. Can we agree that sexual exploitation would include the abuse of a position of power over the position of vulnerability of one else to engage in like unconsensual sexual contact, engagements, so on and so forth?
I can agree to that.
Can we agree that an example of sexual exploitation would be a man unconsensually barging into a private woman's dressing room, abusing his position of power, maybe he's the owner, then abusing their position of vulnerability because they're vulnerable in that dressing room to get undressed to then look at them while they're naked?
I can agree to that. So, but I mean, you asked me if I would still support him if there was solid evidence that he did stuff with underage kids. And I would absolutely not. If that was a proven fact, then I would totally denounce it. Wow. And I would say I lose all of my support for this man. Okay.
What we're all about to watch, likely, unless this guy's the needle in a haystack and he's genuine and he's good faith, what we're likely, I'm going to use that word, likely, what we're likely about to watch, right, is the MAGA mind virus, this cult behavior, right, live in 4K. So I'm going to get really annoying with this description of the MAGA mind virus. We're going to go and replay back the last two questions I asked the guests. We're going to dissect them, and then we're going to play a very special clip. This may take like 2 minutes to get through it all. This is going to be well worth your time if you're watching.
I would totally denounce, still support.
Vulnerability. So sexual. Let's start with the first question.
Or some sort of not hold up in a court of law.
Question. So if there was solid proof of him sexually exploiting naked women and or naked kids, would you still support him as president?
Absolutely not.
Okay. So I asked him if there was solid proof of Trump sexually exploiting naked women and or naked kids, would the guest still support him as president? He responds by saying absolutely not. Okay. I was really specific with this question. So obviously the follow-up question was to determine what sexual exploitation is. Let's listen to what I said. Okay. Can we agree that sexual exploitation would include the abuse of a position of power over the position of vulnerability of one else to engage in like unconsensual sexual contact, engagements, so on and so forth?
I can agree to that.
Can we agree? He then agreed to like a fair understanding of a way that sexual exploitation can occur so then I went on to give an example of what the sexual exploitation may look like. Then an example of sexual exploitation would be a man unconsensually barging into a private woman's dressing room, abusing his position of power, maybe he's the owner, then abusing their position of vulnerability because they're vulnerable in that dressing room to get undressed and then look at them while they're naked.
I can agree with that.
Okay, so what we just listened to was the guest saying that if Donald Trump had sexually exploited naked women or naked girls, okay, right, that he would no longer support him as president. And then we learned that an example of what that sexual exploitation may look like would be a man, in the circumstance Trump, unconsensually walking into a private women's only space where there's no men around and looking at the naked women and naked girls in that space that had no clothes on. If I had solid proof that Donald Trump has done this, and I gave it to the guest, then the guest, according to his own word of mouth, would no longer support Trump as president. Now, here's the thing. I do have that solid proof. August 21st, 2005, Donald Trump admitted to doing this to Howard Stern on his podcast. Let's go ahead and take a listen.
No, I don't want to
country, we say hello with vagina. And
well, you could also say, as the owner of the pageant, it's your obligation to do that.
So you have done that. Now,
I'll tell you the funniest is that I'll go backstage before a show.
Yes.
And everyone's getting dressed and ready and everything else. And, no men are anywhere. And I'm allowed to go in because I'm the owner of the pageant, and therefore I'm inspecting it. I'm inspecting. Right, I want to make sure that
you're like
everything
is good. You're there.
Yeah, the dress. Is everyone okay? They're standing there with no clothes. Is everybody okay? And you see these incredible looking women. And so I sort of get away with things like that.
Okay, so here's exactly where we stand. Once again, this is annoying. It's worth repeating to make it clean. Because the Trump supporters love to engage in their MAGA mental gymnastics, muddy the water to confuse me, to confuse you, so their hypocrisy goes understated. Where we are at is at a point where the guest now, according to his own word of mouth, should no longer be a Trump supporter. Why? Because he said that if he had solid proof of Donald Trump sexually exploiting naked women and or naked girls, he no longer support Trump. Then he agreed an example of sexual exploitation would be a man unconsensually barging in. One moment, don't talk. Unconsensually barging in to a woman's private space with no men around to look at the naked women and or naked girls in that space while they're getting undressed. I then played Donald Trump admitting to doing exactly that in Miss Teen USA or Miss USA to the contestants inside, drawing on a couple very specific words that Donald Trump said in the clip there. He said he'd walk and he'd allow himself in to this woman's only space. He said, quote unquote, no men around, to then quote unquote look at the women, saying they look phenomenal, saying that they quote unquote have no clothes on. Okay, not to mention that this story has been reiterated and accounted for by beauty pageant contestants. An example of that would be Miss Arizona, who competed at Miss USA in 2001, who said Donald Trump walked in on her while she was naked, accounting for what he described in this clip to Howard Stern. There's absolutely no way for this Trump supporter to work himself out of this pretzel without redacting his support from Trump. He is likely a cult member, so he's going to try to do a handful of things. The first thing he can do is he could attempt to argue that Donald Trump admitting to doing this to Howard Stern isn't enough and he wants a video. Why is that a bad argument? Well, that's his voice. That's him admitting to doing it to Howard Stern in 2001. In fact, a video of this did air live, specifically season 11, episode 31 in 2005. The second argument may be that that's not real, or it's plausibly not real. Well, it is real. Once again, aired live, season 11, episode 31, 2005. Okay, this clip has existed for a long time. The third argument may be, well, Donald Trump was lying. Donald Trump wasn't telling the truth. Donald Trump does lie when it benefits him. Obviously, saying that he sexually exploits people doesn't benefit him. And when you account for the testimony of the pageants, repeating what Donald Trump admitted to, that argument becomes phony baloney. Now, my soliloquy is done. The guest is cooked. Let's now observe what will either be the transformation of a cult member into a man, with us finally having an example of somebody who's willing to stand by their word and change their mind, or the saddest, sickest, and most twisted mental gymnastics available to us at this time. Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, I don't support somebody who is willing to say that he does that. That is totally against my moral stand code.
I'm waiting for the but. Is there one?
Not at all.
So you no longer support Trump as president?
That's not what I'm saying. I don't support somebody who does that.
There's the but. So Donald Trump did that.
Okay. But again,
there's the but. Go ahead.
Hold on.
No, I'm patient, dude. Listen. I have this conversation a lot. I understand. Right now, you are racking your brain, dude. And like, honestly, listen, I'm actually going to take a different approach in this conversation. I get so pissed when people try to defend that clip. It pisses me off so much. But to you, I'm going to try a different approach. I understand that you've been deep in this line of thought for so long. I understand that it's likely become a part of yourself. I mean, just look at your account, your profile picture, you standing in front of the crowd, U.S. veteran, Brian DeVoe, your bio, God, family, country, your account, wearing a Trump hat in almost every video. It's more than just support for a politician. It's a part of your identity, okay? And having your identity challenged to its core so successfully in the way that I am, using your own word of mouth and Trump's own word of mouth to imply a conclusion that necessarily entails that if maintaining consistency, you ought to stop supporting Trump, racks your brain, and the first place your brain goes is, well, how can I continue to support Trump? I just want you to be conscious that that is not a logical thought process. It is merely an emotional attempt for your mind, or from your mind, to maintain comfortability compared to contradict, right, everything that you come to learn and create as a part of your identity in the last 10 years. So before you say whatever you're about to say to try to justify how you still support him as president, keep that in mind. And also keep in mind that you said that if you knew Donald Trump had done this, you would stop supporting him as president. In fact, I'll replay you that clip right now because I want that to now come to the top of your mind before you say whatever you're about to say. Let's roll the clip back. Let's roll the tape of the live stream back.
I already know what I said. I already know what I said.
Okay, so you remember saying that you would stop supporting Trump as president. Correct. If you had done this, then go ahead.
Now, okay, I guess my question to you is human to human. If let's say Kamala Harris or Gavin Newsom or anybody else of political power or, maybe soon to be power, had said the same thing, would you also, or somebody that you may find yourself aligning with also did those things? I would hope and pray that you would also denounce and totally feel that you don't want to support that person as well.
Yes.
Whoever you would vote for.
Yes, 110%. I'll even give you an example, okay? Because I want to be charitable. Because I really want to try to change your mind here. Like, I'm being dead ass. An example of this would be a victim of Epstein speaking out in front of the American Capitol a handful of weeks ago, saying that she was taken to Africa with Bill Clinton. Okay, right? If Bill Clinton abused her, if that's true, then he needs to rot in jail for the rest of his goddamn life, and I'm okay with saying that. All right. If Biden, while he was president, right, boasted about exactly what Donald Trump just boasted about, I would say fuck Biden. Okay. Like, I'm not going to go like hop on the Republican train, but I'm 110% anti-Biden. We fucking failed as a country. I no longer support him as president. So Mike, back to you.
Fair enough. I respect that. Yep. I respect that. So another one of my key talking points is the last guest that you had up on your live. You two were debating / discussing, economic standpoints, and like tariff policies, so on and so forth.
My friend, right now we're not talking about economics because the conversation that's been ongoing is not done. The conversation that still needs to be completed is the one where you told us that if Donald Trump did what we just listened him admit to, you would stop supporting him as president. You're at a fork in the road, two options. Are you no longer a Trump supporter, or are you still a Trump supporter?
I'm not go. I mean, he's not going to run again in 2028. I voted for him last time around. You know, a lot of the things that he promised to do, it hasn't been fully, you know, promised so far in the 10 months of his administration. I mean, I'm still waiting to see. I mean, but
okay,
as of right now, I'm just sort of up in the air, I guess.
If you're up in the air, then you are not a man of your word, and you are engaging in hypocrisy, demonstrating cognitive dissonance. That sounds like an attack, but it's true. The reason why is you said you would definitely stop supporting Trump, and you would no longer be MAGA 110% if Donald Trump had admitted to boasting about if Donald Trump had engaged in the sexual exploitation of naked women and or naked girls, and you just listened to a clip of him boasting about doing exactly that. Okay? The only way for you to not be actively engaged in cognitive dissonance nor hypocrisy, right, and to maintain integrity would be to stop supporting Trump as president. Even an answer of being up in the air is not stopping to support Trump as president, thereby bold-faced hypocrisy and cognitive dissonance.
Again, I'm not sure whether or not you just want me to like say.
I want you to be
yes,
honest.
I don't support him.
I just want you to be honest, okay?
I don't support him saying those things on a interview and or
this is
you know.
This is a very typical place the conversation goes. Okay, this happens a lot.
Yep.
I hear this a lot. Okay, it goes from.
And I'm not trying to have like a fight with you. I'm not trying to like
It goes from saying that if he did this, I'd stop supporting him as president, to now saying if he did this, then I wouldn't support that specific action. 15 and 16-year-olds. We need to roll back the clip of the live. Listen to this. To go down right to your teacher that talks about economics at your high school, Trump admitted to, that argument becomes phony baloney. Now, my soliloquy is done to doing exactly that. Kids, would you still support him as president? Here we go.
I would totally denounce, still support.
Sexual. Let's start with the first question.
Or some sort of not hold up in a court of law.
Question. So if there was solid proof of him sexually exploiting naked women and or naked kids, would you still support him as president?
Absolutely not.
See, listen to what you said before you knew that Donald Trump actually did this. Before you knew that Donald Trump actually did this, you said if he did do it, then you would absolutely stop supporting him as president. After you've learned that he's actually done this, now it's well up in the air, but I don't support that he said that. Okay? Think about it from my perspective. Imagine that you're talking to a liberal and you ask this liberal if Joe Biden, I don't know, supported Israel, would you stop supporting Biden as president? And then the liberal said, I would totally stop supporting Joe Biden as president if he supported Israel. 110%. I would stop supporting him right now. That's their conviction. Their conviction is that they would stop supporting Joe Biden as president if he supported Israel. Then you play a clip of Biden being like, I love Israel. I support Israel. And then they were like, well, I actually don't support Joe Biden saying he supports Israel, but I might still support Joe Biden as president. That would be obvious cognitive dissonance. Because before they knew that Joe Biden actually supported Israel, they said with conviction, I would stop supporting him 110% absolutely if he supported Israel. Now, referencing back to our conversation, I asked you if Donald Trump had sexually exploited naked women and or naked girls, would you stop supporting him as president? And you said absolutely.
You're right.
Okay, you get the point. You get the point, so address it.
Yeah, I get it. You're right. I know what I said. You're right. I guess I can't it's a tough line to walk, dude. Dean, I'll call you by your TikTok name. It's a tough line to walk. I mean, it's pretty sick and pretty disgusting and evil, and all of the above, right? It was a tough choice as far as I didn't just blindly walk into the voting booth and just be like, oh yeah, let's, it was a tough choice, but we didn't get to see much of what Miss Harris was. She had what, 3.5 months to run a campaign, 4 months to run a campaign. We got to listen to one debate. So, I mean, yes, as of right now, I'm having a tough time supporting Trump. As it stands right now, I'm having a tough time.
Okay.
Now, I'm not saying I listen, bro. I'm still hopeful. I'm still hopeful for everybody that lives in the United States of America. Okay. I'm still praying.
Here's my last thing I want to say to you. Okay. Because I don't know, man. I'm drilling hard in on this cognitive dissonance. Here's the last thing I'm going to say to you. Then I'm going to move on to the next guest. Okay. You are experiencing cognitive dissonance. Obed Gomez. Appreciate you so much for the Leon the Kitten. Okay. I feel like I'm doing like a goddamn intervention right now. Okay. Right. Imagine, right, like me sitting next to your mom, your brother, your cousin, your girlfriend, all in a circle and chairs around you. And we're all telling you that you are experiencing cognitive dissonance. Okay. You are. The proof is in the pudding. You just understood that you said that. Now imagine all of the other cognitive dissonance that you're experiencing as well. Okay, surrounding the fact that you're a veteran. You took an oath to uphold the Constitution, and on day one, Donald Trump launched an attack on that Constitution by signing Executive Order number 14160 into law, attacking the 14th Amendment by trying to take away birthright citizenship, a constitutional protection, away from the children born to undocumented immigrants on American soil. You are experiencing cognitive dissonance. Your bio says God, family, country. Okay, if you care about God, this means that you care about his moral teachings. Psalm says to care for the needy and you'll be cared for in the kingdom of heaven. Matthew says the way that you treat those with lesser than you is the way that you're treating the Lord your God. Donald Trump says here's a big middle finger to 42 million Americans on SNAP. I'm not going to fund those benefits and you're going to starve. Donald Trump says here's a big middle finger to 10 million low-income Americans relying on Medicaid. I'm going to take that away from you so I could defund Medicaid by $900 billion and then use that to reduce the total burden, fiscally speaking, of the big beautiful bill, which only helps people making over $51,000 per year, disproportionately helping you more the more money you make. You're probably fiscally conservative too. Donald Trump spent $4.5 trillion on the big beautiful bill, totaling an amount higher than every dollar spent and signed into law related to the debt by the Biden-Harris administration. Okay, right? And that's as far as I want the conversation to go with you, honestly, right? Is just for me to tell you that you are certainly experiencing cognitive dissonance, even if you can't see it the way that maybe I was like certainly balding, right, a year ago and I couldn't see it, right? We all have like negative character attributes about ourselves that can be incredibly hard to see. And you probably know this too, right? If you've been in a relationship with somebody that didn't treat you right, maybe they were dense, they were stern, they were hard-headed. You try to tell them that, right? And they were like, I just don't see it. That's not what I'm doing. Ever gotten into an argument, right? Like they can't fucking see it. You can't fucking see it. So I want to leave you with these words. So then you could leave and introspect upon these words, right? And like, hopefully, right, revisit these things and become like a new person in like a couple months.
I respect that. And I also respect you having me up here and chatting with you. Yeah. Again, I'm not trying to argue with you, not trying to like pick fights or pick bones. It's really not, I understand what you're trying to do with this live. And I truly respect it. But yeah, I will continue to look more deeper into myself, and how I think and, how I feel about somebody. So I appreciate you having me up here and hope you have a great night.
Yeah, we're going to move on to the next guest. You know what? Like, listen, I gotta say, I don't think that like we've ever so directly talked about, right, the experience of cognitive dissonance in the mind of like maybe somebody that I talked to on the live. Like, I don't think we've ever like so clearly and transparently talked about that. By the way, right, that guest still left experiencing that cognitive dissonance, right? He didn't change his mind, okay? He probably holds the same convictions he came into the live with. But he seemed open to the notion that he might have that experience, okay? And the prospect of him consciously recognizing that he may have that experience and being willing to explore it is valuable. And I will take that as I'll take that as a win, okay? I'll take that as a step in the right direction. All right. Out of all of the reactions to that clip that we hear from Trump supporters, one of the better ones. All right. And the fact that that's one of the better ones, okay, is truly what should scare you about the current political state of this country. Like, oh boy. Sorry, Aria, I muted you because I was yapping a little bit. I'll get off my my soapbox now. Do you support Trump? You're gonna have to click on that profile picture and click the icon of the mic, and then have a conversation. Somebody in the YouTube chat says truth is uncomfortable and unsettling sometimes. Yeah, it is. It is. I mean, I know that firsthand, right? I know that firsthand because I've changed my mind on a lot of things. Okay, I used to be pro-life, got fucking dog walked by pro-choicer in a debate. That was so fucking uncomfortable. But it's because I was exposed to the truth and I had believed in things that weren't true. Guys, go ahead and hop inside of that queue if you are an American adult that supports Trump as president. We'll get you loaded up into the live stream and we can have a conversation. Hey, what's up? Are you MAGA?
Play Farm Sim with me.
Damn. Holy shit. When did you go through puberty? Wow. What the fuck? What, dude? Like 6 months ago, his voice was like, play Farm Sim. I can't even do it. I'm still sick right now. So I can't really like use my vocal cords to like speak it like a super like high pitch. But dude, his voice was like so high pitched 6 months ago. Dude, at puberty, holy cow. All right, let's go to move on to the next guest, guys. Only hop inside of the queue if you happen to be MAGA. Neo, thank you so much for the... What's up, man? Give me a second. Neo, appreciate you for the $10 over on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much for the love, man. Show some love to Neo. Then David, thank you so much for the $20 over on Venmo. Thank you, David. Please show some love to David down below in the chat for the 20. Thank you so much. David says, quote unquote, the tyranny of the merit shows how globalization and mediocrity hollowed out the blue collar security, breeding fear and resentment that populist views weaponize, turning working people against one another instead of turning the system that failed them. And turning them against the system that failed them. I'll have to look into that book. Thank you, David. Thank you so much for that recommendation. Thank you for that message. And thank you for the $20. Show some love to David down below. What's up, Kaden? Do you support Trump?
I do.
Okay, Kaden, how the hell? How old are you?
I am 18.
What year were you born in?
2007.
And why the fuckity fuck do you support the worst president of your life? Oh my God, I'm going to puke all over.
Because I'm Jewish and he supports Israel.
Okay. Do you think that because you're Jewish, you have to support the state of Israel?
Kinda.
Okay, well, that's false. And actually, that is commonly understood is an anti-Semitic belief. Okay? Because then what it does is it allows individuals, right, to like open the door to like blaming the actions of Israel on everybody that's Jewish, regardless if they agree with them or not. So no, it is not true that just because you're Jewish, you have to support the ethnic cleansing that the state of Israel is doing on the Palestinian people.
But why would I not support him when he's helping the city of Israel? Like,
because the state of Israel is evil. The state of Israel's is a terrorist state. It is a expansionist ethno-state currently engaging in the ethnic cleansing of the Palestinian people.
You can correct me if I'm wrong. Didn't Gaza go into Israel first and get?
No, Gaza did not go into Israel first. No.
Really?
Absolutely not. No.
I guess I got to be more educated on this.
Then also, hey, just real quick. Hey, look at all of the Trump supporters spamming the swastika in my chat. I guess Republicans actually are Nazis. All right, look at all the Trump supporters.
I don't even know what that is.
Swastika in the chat.
What is swastika?
Okay, you're definitely not Jewish. You take care. He was lying. We're gonna go to get that next guest loaded up in the box. Yeah, I mean, listen. Look at all the Trump supporters spamming the swastika in the chat. We're gonna move on to the next guest, Layla. Look at all of them. So just, if you're ever curious why maybe some people, right, use words like Nazis, well, it's maybe because some of them actually are Nazis. Look at all the Nazis in the chat. The Nazis are overwhelming the chat, everybody. The Nazis are overwhelming the chat. I guess the liberals were right all along when they used words like Nazis. I guess the liberals were right all along when they used words like fascists. It's because, like, look at it. I guess one of the most popular beliefs from the Trump supporters watching the streamer now are all the swastikas. Oh, and they stopped. Oh, nope, they're still going. They're still all the fascist Nazis. What's up? Do you support Trump?
Yeah, I support Trump.
Yeah, how old are you?
30.
Okay. What year were you born in?
94.
Okay, and why the hell do you support the worst president of your 30 years of life?
Sorry, I'm a little nervous, man. I never do this kind of stuff.
You're good. Actually,
But,
actually, before we hop into the debate, can I thank a couple people?
Sure, go ahead.
Jenna, thank you so much for the $5 over on Venmo. Jacob, thank you so much for the $15 on Venmo, who says, this is one of my favorite approaches you've ever taken with a guest. Also, take it easy on the voice box. I can hear you losing it again. Yeah, we're going downhill again, but thank you so much for the $15, Jacob. And yeah, that was an effective approach. Thank you so much for the love. I really appreciate you so much. Thank you so much, Jacob, for the $15. If you're watching right now, make sure to show some love to Jacob down below for the $15. Also, show some love to Joseph for the $15. He says, thank you for your continued effort in dethroning the wannabe king. Thank you so much for the love, Joseph. That is Josef. AJ, thank you for the $15 as well. He says, thank you for all that you do, and thank you so much. Then Obed Gomez, thank you so much for the Leon the Kitten. Really appreciate you for the love. Thank you so much, Obed. Thank you so much. And then David with another $15 over on Venmo. Thank you so much, you guys. You guys are so incredibly kind. Show some love to AJ, David, Joseph, Jacob, Jenna. Thank you guys so much. And then Patsy, thank you for the $25 over on Venmo. Thank you so much, Patsy. Holy fuck, you guys. Patsy with the $25 says, I'm just shaking my head with these Trump supporters. Anywho, keep voicing and educating. I love listening to you debate. Thank you so much, Patsy. Then Zachary with the $20 who says, here's $20 towards a whiteboard to draw pictures for them since they can't understand words. Golden with a 5, Emma with a 1, Kelly with a 5, and Shelly with a 5. Appreciate you guys all so much for the love. We are all cut up over on Venmo. We're going to go to get that next guest loaded up into the box right now. We got Spencer connecting. Maria, thank you for the $20 over on PayPal who says, you have the patience of a saint with this cult. Thank you for setting them straight. Thank you for the love, Maria. All the love in the world to you. Thank you so much for your generosity. Please show some love to Maria for the $20 down below, as well as Josephine with $1, Patrick with $5, Eli with a 4, Whitney with a 10. Thank you so much, Whitney. And then Shantia with the $25. Thank you so much, Shantia, who says, keep educating the Red Hatters. You know what? We're going to keep on doing this 4 hours a day, every single day. Thank you for the love, Shantia. Then Heidi with a $15. Thank you so much for the love, Heidi. Mel with a 10, Caitlin with a 10, and then Karen with a 5. We are all caught up. Thank you guys for the love, as well as for everybody over on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much as well. What's going on, a little Spencer? Do you support Trump? Okay, little Spencer's not here. We're going to go and move on to the next guest, guys. Make sure if you're in that queue that you are a Trump supporter, and if you want to support me, you can find my Venmo, my PayPal, and the link tree in my bio and TikTok on the top of the phone screen and in the pin message on that YouTube screen. I get notifications for the donos. You could attach your name and a message, and I could read them off on live. Like I just got a notification in from Ducky for the $10 over on Venmo saying you don't have to read this out loud. Okay, I will keep that to myself, but thank you so much for the $10, Ducky. It means the absolute world, and it's good to see you, by the way. Oh, and another one, Ruth, thank you for the $7 over on PayPal, who says, today's my 70th birthday. I love what you do. Dude, Ruth, happy 70th birthday. Fuck yeah, Ruth. Hell yeah. Sometimes I forget that we have people like over the age of like 25 watching the live, but we do have like a lot of like an older audience. That's awesome. Happy birthday, Ruth. Fuck yeah. What's up? Do you support Trump?
What's up, Dean?
Do you support Trump? Worst president of your life?
Yeah, unfortunately.
Unfortunately? Well, if it's unfortunate, then just stop doing it.
I gotta support him.
Okay, if it's unfortunate, then just stop doing it.
I mean, I'd rather not support our government at all, but...
Why do you support Trump?
Why not, right?
Okay,
it's the lesser of two evils, in my opinion.
Oh, yeah, why was Kamala Harris a greater evil than Trump? Oh, actually, we're going to play a game.
I'm gonna...
Bobby, this is going to be rapid.
Honest,
Bobby,
this is changed my mind. You almost changed my mind.
Oh.
Honestly.
Nice, Bobby.
I'm just going to be honest. I'm not trolling either.
Fuck
you
yeah.
You almost.
Why almost? Not why almost? Why not all the way?
Almost. Well, like I don't know how to say this to
just say it.
Not come out to be like ignorant or disrespectful, because I'm not trying to be.
Dude,
but the way you talk to people,
Bobby.
All right. Well, the way you talk to people, I don't exactly like it. Not a fan of it. You think you're the smartest person alive. Like, you think you're always right. You're never wrong. Like, you're absolutely never wrong.
I don't think I'm the smartest person alive, but I will say
how you act.
I have a lot of confidence. I have a lot of confidence in what I say on the stream, but it doesn't take the smartest person alive to confidently reject Trump.
You say the same things every day. You're never really talking about anything new.
That's not true.
You repeat the same stuff. You just don't come up with anything new because you're not changing anything because you never talk about anything new.
That's not true. You obviously don't watch me enough. Every single day. Bobby, every single day at the start of the stream, we go over the breaking news of the day for around 10 to 20 minutes. And then we specifically have debates about said breaking news as the first guest of the day, then worked into the guests that follow. The reasons why so many individuals that come up here don't inevitably talk to me about new things is because almost everything Donald Trump has done in the last 10 months has been terrible. Therefore, when a guest argues that Trump is good, they'll point towards something that maybe isn't new, that they think they have an argument for, like mass deportation, like tariffs, like Tax Cuts and Jobs Act in his first term, like unemployment 7 years ago. Not because we don't talk about new things. We talk about new things every single day. Like literally right now, the title of my stream on YouTube is Economy is in Ruin. That's the Trump effect. And the reason why that is my title is because of the new breaking news from Goldman Sachs, not even an hour before I went live, that last month our economy lost 50,000 jobs. Bobby, you're wrong.
All right. Well, why aren't you talking about the Democrats that sold you out?
Dude, that's so funny. Can I tell you the title of my live stream from yesterday?
I think I was there.
Quote
I was
unquote.
watching.
Quote unquote. The title of my live stream from yesterday is quote unquote America is cooked. Dims cave on shutdown.
But I understand that. But here's the thing: your precious Democrats sold you out, just like the Republicans sell their supporters out.
Not precious, spineless.
Yeah, but you see what they do? The same things the Republicans.
Eight spineless Democrats in the Senate.
Yo. They do the same shit Republicans do. To their supporters, fuck them in the ass with no courtesy spit. Both sides fuck each other so much.
I don't really like that saying, Bobby.
Well, my apologies.
That's a very crude saying.
I don't want to offend you, bro, but you know what I'm saying.
Just like Jesus.
They definitely fuck us. They fuck us, bro.
Jesus, Bobby.
Don't let it bother you. Don't let it bother you. We're past that. But seriously, do you really think democracy is a real thing? And our government doesn't try to pacify us into believing that we are participating in meaningful decision making, when in reality the system is designed to maintain a certain order that doesn't disrupt the interests of the rich and powerful? I mean, let's be honest.
Dude.
Let's be honest.
Damn, Bobby. I listen.
Listen,
Bobby, bro. You're kind of you're sounding like half based, okay? Right? But like, where the
I just fuck?
Be honest, listen, where the fuck does like the support for Trump play into this, Bobby?
Because I feel like it's the lesser of two evils, honestly.
But like, I don't know what the fuck how? Because you're saying like they protect the interests of the rich and powerful, but then you support a billionaire's president that multiplied his net worth by a factor of 17 in one day by releasing a meme coin, profiting off the presidency, suing our Justice Department for $250 million for $250, and then making the richest man alive his right-hand man, then having 4 billionaires in his cabinet, reducing the corporate tax rate, suppressing the labor force, fucking them over, reducing the purchasing power of 156 million American workers by passing the big beautiful bill just to help the richest among us. Obviously, right? If you want to protect the power of the working class and overturn the ruling power of the corporatocracy, then Trump would be the last person you'd ever support as president.
Well, the Democrats just proved that they serve the same master too.
Who?
By folding. By buckling, being spineless little pussies.
Oh, so you're talking about like the 8 Democrats that buckled and voted for the Republican funding bill. I actually think that this is going to be like a great argument for why you should stop supporting Trump, because how many?
Believe me, I don't want to.
How many Republicans voted for that funding bill?
Listen, both sides fucking suck.
No, dude. 51 Republicans voted for that funding bill. 8 Democrats voted for that funding bill. It was the Republicans' funding bill. I understand. I'm muting you so I could finish. I understand, right, that the 8 Democrats that voted for that funding bill are spineless. But what has the response from Democrats in this country been? To primary them out, to know their names so the voters in their districts can get them the hell out of here come midterms. What has the response been from Republicans directed towards the 51 Republicans that not only drafted that shitty funding bill that fucks over the working class? It has been, yay! What has Donald Trump's response been to the 51 Republicans that not only drafted that bill but supported it? Yay! So obviously, if you're going to criticize those 8 Democrats so hard, hell yeah, join the ranks, support them being primaried out come midterms. But why aren't you criticizing the Republicans that drafted for it or voted for it almost unanimously?
I mean, I try not to let it bother me.
Oh, so it only bothers you when it's a Democrat. It doesn't bother you, the Republican, and that's why you support Trump. Not because you have good reason, but because once again, just like that last guest, you're experiencing cognitive dissonance.
Fuck Donald Trump and fuck the Democrats, to be quite honest.
Okay, all right. Well, then it doesn't sound like you're a Trump supporter. Artist, appreciate you so much for the blooming heart. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up into the live stream. It's full-heartedly unproductive to just say fuck the Democrats. It's significantly more productive to take the wins when we get them, focus on the good that they're doing, while also critiquing the bad and working on eradicating that bad by saying, you know, fucking Chuck Schumer needs to go and we need to primary the people that are pro-Israel. We need to primary the people that supported that bill, so on and so forth. That's what productivity looks like. What's up? Do you support Trump, Bryce?
Yes, I do.
How old are you, Bryce?
I'm 19. Sorry.
Were you born in, Bryce?
I was born in 2006.
Bryce? One second. Soul, SOL. Thank you so much for the $50 over on Venmo. Appreciate you so much for that love, Soul. Oh my God. Thank you,
bro,
Soul.
if I ever see you IRL, you're getting touched like hella hard. Just letting you know.
All right, buddy, 1 second. Pipe down, you're not Jeff Teague. Soul with a $50 says, you know what it is. He left. All love this way. Soul, it is so good to see you, dude. Thank you so much for the $50. Seriously, thank you so much for your kindness, Soul. You were so incredibly kind. You've been hanging out with us for a while. Thank you so much for your generosity. Thank you so much for your kindness. And thank you for the $50. That is a shit ton of money, my friend. I want to see 500 Soul W's down below in that chat, literally right now for the $50. What's up? Do you support Trump? Absolutely huge.
This is intermission, sorry. Some people.
And banned. I mean, thank you for the intermission, but intermission over. We're back to the debates. Let's go to get that next guest up here. I kind of want a crazy Trump supporter to come up in the box. All right. Do we have any like old crazy Trump supporters that are just absolutely unhinged? Okay. Any like Trump 2032, right? I don't know. Anybody like that? I want a 85-year-old like red-pilled, brainless droid to come up here and tell me that the mask was a muzzle and the vaccine kills you and that the Air Force is dumping biological weapons to turn Americans gay through chemtrails. What's up, Brad? Do you support Trump?
Dean, I love you, buddy. I love you. Keep doing it.
Appreciate you for that love, man. You take care. Moving on to the next guest here, y'all. We got that next guest loaded up in the box right now. We got Paige joining me. A couple other people I'd like to thank. Thank you so much for the $5. Andrea saying thank you, Dean, for your education here. Huge gift to humanity. I'm 65 and you give me hope. Oh, thank you, Andrea. Thank you so much. Tracy, thank you so much for the $10 saying here's another bit for the whiteboard fund. You totally need one. Yeah, honestly, I am going to go out and buy a whiteboard after this. Thank you for the $10, Tracy. Then Mason with a 5 and Melissa with a 5. Thank you guys so much. You guys are awesome. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up right now. We got Trevor T connecting. Who else do we got? We got Valerie. Thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. Tanith with a 2. Then Delilah. Thank you so much for the $10 saying, Delia. Thank you so much for the $10, Delia. Love your lives. By the way, you always get my name wrong. Keep up the great work. Well, thank you so much for telling me how to pronounce your name now. Delia is definitely an interesting pronunciation. Very pretty name, but I appreciate you so much for the love. Let's go to get that next guest. We got Alex loaded in right now. Then Dylan, thank you so much for the $5 on Venmo. Says, did you see that in exchange for the ACA subsidies, Republicans want tougher abortion restrictions? Fucking woof, bro. Let's go ahead and pull up some reporting on that. Okay. All right, guys, hop inside of that queue if you are an American adult that supports Trump as president right now. We're just looking for some debates, and quite frankly, we're not finding any. Let's listen to Aaron's news video.
We've got breaking news right now. We now know what Republicans want in exchange for an Affordable Care Act subsidies extension. They want tough.
Gary Bear, appreciate you so much for that love. Good to see you, man. 1 second. We're going to finish watching that video after we confirm that this guest is MAGA. Sams, do you support Trump?
Yeah, I do.
How do you?
20.
Yeah, super cringe. Super cringe. Let's finish listening to this video real quick, and then I'll pass you the mic.
For abortion restrictions. Senators on the Republican side, from John Thune, the majority leader, to Mike Rounds, have said today unequivocally that they will not extend the Affordable Care Act subsidies that are due to expire at the end of the year if tougher abortion restrictions are not put in place. An even tougher version of the Hyde Amendment, which already prohibits federal funds for abortions. They want even more restrictions on funding for.
If I had a guess, they're probably going to say if you don't, if Planned Parenthoods offer abortion services, then they can't get any funding for their non-abortion services.
Reproductive care across America. And this is a non-starter for Democrats, and it just shows that we're not going to get ACA extensions because Republicans in the Senate.
Okay, it doesn't go on to specify what the restrictions are, but I want to doubt that that's it. Hey, real quick, what are your pronouns?
She, her. I mean, I don't really identify with pronouns.
You don't have
My birthday's.
Wait, so you're not.
I mean, like.
You're not pronouns. So
I really.
Are you non-binary?
No, I'm meaning like as in like it's she, her, like period. That's it.
Wait, so then you do identify with pronouns?
Okay, yeah, I guess.
Yeah, I don't know why people in the chat are spamming fetus. I totally believe that you're.
I don't know, and they keep saying that I'm a he too, and that's kind of funny to me.
Well, that's why I asked you. But anyways, take it away. Tell us why you support the worst president of your life, Mr. Trump.
Okay, so basically, I live in a house with my husband. His dad passed away, gave him the house. When Biden was president, our mortgage was the highest it's ever been. Ever since Trump has been back in office, my mortgage is at a low. I mean, maybe that has nothing to do with Trump and I'm just uneducated, but from what I understand is like during his presidency, I had nothing but issues when it came down to like my home insurance and like things like that.
Okay, so are you talking about your insurance or like your interest rate on your mortgage?
Well, honestly, both.
Okay, well, for the interest rates, so interest rates were high in response to the pandemic in like 2022, 2023 to combat inflation, but interest rates have been steadily going down because of rate cuts from the feds since the Biden-Harris administration. But now, we got like 4 cuts to the interest rates under the Biden-Harris administration because their policy wasn't as inflationary as Trump's is today. And then so far under Trump's term, we've only gotten 1 cut. So, yeah, in fact, Donald Trump is just keeping the interest rates higher relative to what they would have been and the higher rate of cuts that we'd be seeing if Kamala Harris was elected.
Oh, okay. So then, yeah, it's definitely a thing of like misinformation and misunderstanding. Yeah. Thank you.
Anything else?
No, honestly, other than that, like that, I was really not affected by anything else for me to like agree with anything he does because I do believe.
Oh, okay. All right. You take care. Moving on to the next Trump supporter. Hop inside of that queue of your MAGA. We are 3 hours into the stream. We got another hour to go. If you're watching and you want to support me, you can find my Venmo, my PayPal, and the link tree in my bio. Holy shit. 1 second. I gotta make sure this is real. Dude, what the hell is up? Do you support Trump? Annie? How am I going to take that as no? Oh my God, it is real, dude. Holy fuck. Oh my God. Alex, listen. I still don't have my voice back all the way, but like, I'm like trying not to screw. Dude, Alex. Mr. Alex MD, by the way. It's Dr. Alex, literally, with a $500 donation on PayPal. Holy shit, brother. Dude. Brother, listen, Alex, I do not deserve that much love. Dude, I know that I say that often, but it doesn't discount how true it is. Thank you so much for your kindness. Thank you for your generosity. I want y'all to show some goddamn love to Dr. Alex down below in that chat for the $500 donation, dude. That's fucking insane. That's fucking insane, bro. Alex says, "You are awesome. Keep up the good work." Mr. Dr. Alex, thank you so much for your continued support, man. This isn't even like a one-time thing. Alex was in here like 2 weeks ago, dropping like $300. Dude, Alex, seriously, from the bottom of my heart, I don't think that there's anything I could say right now to like truly represent how grateful I am for your love. Just know that I'm so appreciative. I accept it in humility, and it is not overlooked, bro. Thank you so much. I want to see a flood, a spam of Alex W's for like the next 10, 15 minutes. Thank you so much, Dr. fucking Alex. Thank you so much, man. Let's go ahead and recenter the debates at this point in time. What's going on, Ashlyn and Natty? Do you guys support Trump?
I'm kind of on the fence about it. Oh wait, can you hear me?
Yeah, no. And everything they do now, if you were teleported back to last November, would you vote for Trump?
I didn't vote last September because I just turned 18 in March, but my parents are both big Trump supporters, and so I kind of like feed off of that a little bit.
Okay. Nadia, I'm honestly going to say, if you're like on the fence and you're new to politics, I think a better place for you to be is watching the live compared to debating me on it. And I really appreciate you so much for coming up. Now, we actually have somebody back in the box from earlier. Is the phone still on 1?
How's it going, brother?
Is the phone still on 1?
Yes. No, I'm on a charger now.
Are you driving?
I am driving hands-free.
Okay. I can't talk to you if you're driving. Do you want to get back in the queue when you get to where you're going?
Okay, I'll pull over in one.
You're gonna pull over? Okay. Well, then I would have immediately kicked you. Hop back in that queue when you're pulled over. I'm gonna keep an eye on the queue, looking for you. So we'll have you up.
Hello? Can you hear me?
Yeah. What's up? Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
Are you also
This is
driving?
actually so cool. No, I'm not. I'm actually by the freeway, but I'm moving away right now.
Okay. So how old are you?
I am 21
Okay. And why do you support Trump?
because I honestly just really feel that
She lied to
World-
us. She's not just standing on the side of the freeway because her phone just automatically connected to a car's Bluetooth on accident. But listen, we actually have to restart the TikTok stream. It just got restricted for misinformation. TikTok said your live is restricted because you're disseminating misinformation. What did I say? What did I say that got us restricted? What did I do? Quite frankly, what was it? What was it? I don't know. Well, we got to hit a restart, folks. If you've been here before, then you likely know how to come back after the restart because of how frequently we do them. I will just go ahead and redefine and redescribe how to come back because there's probably a lot of new people in here that don't. So right now, hit that follow button. It's in the top left-hand corner. Definitely, if you just hear my voice, hit it. I mean, hey, listen, you could use more news about politics on your feed. You could use a little bit more critical thought on your feed. Hit that goddamn button, top left-hand corner. That'll help you come back after the restart because then you'll just see the new live in your following list. But here's a faster way to come back. Once the live ends, your phone screen will look like this. It'll say live has ended. It'll show you my profile picture and some recommended lives. Now, if you actually click on that profile picture in the middle of that like live has ended screen, you go boop. It'll direct you to my account page. Once you're on my account page, it'll look like that. Count to 10, like literally 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Pull down on the videos, refresh the page, click in through my profile picture, you'll be on the new live. I feel like a lot of people don't understand how fast the restarts are. They literally only take 5 seconds, and that's why like they inevitably don't come back. So I hope that if you hear my voice right now, you do come back because we still have like a couple, why can't I speak? Sorry. Couple more debates here. But we're going to go and hit that restart now. We'll see you guys in 5 seconds. I'm going to start counting down from 10. By the time I get to 3, I think that's like on average. By the time I get to 3, I'll already be back. All right, see you guys soon. 10. Reach of the live.
Why for what reason are you saying that Trump controls the media? What part of the media does he control or does he own? How do you say that?
Yeah, good point. So he directed the national government, the federal government, to defund NPR and PBS. Now PBS is like low-key going out of business, and they're asking people to like personally donate to them. So there was like some level of control over like the media that they could disseminate. Not to mention that he's like just sued media organizations for reporting negatively against him. Like the Wall Street Journal reported that like he sent a letter to Epstein, and this letter was like super bad by nature. So then he sued them, but it turned out the letter was real and the suit was dropped. He calls the journalists the enemy of the people. Right now, like he's having like journalists like fill out forms agreeing that they can't like report things inside of the Pentagon without the approval of the executive branch first, literally control of the media. Not to mention that he's saying like it's like literally now illegal to criticize him in the media, and he's using the control of like the FCC and Brendan Carr to like kick people off air like Jimmy Kimmel, and he says that he's going after The View next. So yeah, Mr. 1%, he definitely fulfills that tenet of fascism, my friend. I can't hear you when you leave the TikTok app. You have to be able to see my beautiful face in order for us to be able to hear you.
So in order to consider Trump a fascist and to say that he controls the media, he would literally have to have a monopoly over all media. And that's just not true. I mean, he had a lawsuit against one organization, one company. That doesn't exactly give him total control of the media. That's just a really far stretch to say that he's controlling all the media. So he's not a fascist. If he was a fascist, and by no means am I a Trump fan. I support Trump because I think he's the best candidate that we have right now.
Is Putin a fascist?
I would say Putin is a fascist.
But Putin doesn't have a monopoly over all the media in Russia.
Yes, he does. He controls all the media. There are actual recorded meetings where he literally goes and talks to bosses of corporate media groups and just totally owns them. If they don't listen to him, he can throw them in prison. That's actual control over an entire media for an entire country. Trump doesn't have the power to be a fascist.
I think what my point is here, Putin has a lot of control over the media in Russia. That's an undeniable fact. Like everything that you just said is true, but he doesn't have total and complete control over all media, including emerging media, social media, so on and so forth. Okay, right?
It's like saying that communist.
And this is like my point, right? And now people in the chat are saying it's coming, right? There will come a day where Putin has like total all control over all media ever. Yeah, absolutely, right? Completely, right? And he already has a lot of control. But I think what this demonstrates, right, is that if like heavy controlling powers exist, then this tenet is fulfilled. And I'd actually say that Putin operates identically to Trump in reference to the media. Like Donald Trump just has more barriers, like laws, the Constitution, so on and so forth. And I'd say the reason why he fulfills this tenet of fascism, which would be control over the media, is because he likes to exert a level of control that has continued to grow, right? Like most notably, I'd say what makes it clear that he fulfills this tenet specifically would be a statement that it's now illegal to criticize him in media. Like you just said that Putin was a fascist for like throwing people in jail for reporting things that he doesn't like. Okay, well, what happens to people that do illegal things? They get prosecuted. The same way Donald Trump says that he wants to prosecute ABC and CBS for putting, what's his face? Jimmy Kimmel back on air for saying things that he didn't like, following it up with a statement saying that it's now illegal to criticize Trump in the media. Obviously, that's going to be fulfilling the tenet of fascism. But, by the way, if he didn't fulfill this tenet of fascism, an argument would still exist that he is fascist because you don't need to fulfill all 14 tenets. They're not all necessary. You just need a sufficient mix. But he does happen to fulfill this one.
But you just defined fascism as having all 14, and you just made a very deep claim saying that Trump has
you don't necessarily
all the
have to fulfill. Well, he does, right? But you don't have to.
He
fulfill
doesn't
all
have that.
14. He doesn't, though. Daniel, with all due respect, I just explained to you how he did by saying it's like illegal to criticize him in the media and like
it's not illegal. It's literally not illegal to criticize him in the media. You're doing it right now. We're on the media right now. We're on social media.
I know. It shows that he's wrong.
Him.
Which shows that he's wrong and shows that he's definitely a fascist because he thinks it is.
But you just contradicted yourself. You said that it's illegal to challenge Trump, yet you're right here for your free speech and you're challenging Trump. There's a whole group behind you that does it all the time. Nobody has been challenged more by the media.
Daniel, I said that he said it's now illegal to criticize him in the media.
He said that? Okay, I can say it's illegal but it's not true. It's just not true. It's not illegal.
But if you're the
you
president,
can't be a fascist in America.
If you're the president and you say that, and then you like try to act on it by getting Jimmy Kimmel kicked off, saying that he's going after The View next, right? And you like direct the FCC to start like revoking the licenses.
Jimmy Kimmel that whole ordeal didn't happen because of Trump. It happened because he said something very critical about somebody who died, and a lot of people were passionate about. So he said something political, and his own organization fired him. It had nothing to do with Trump.
ABC and Disney spoke out and they said that like they didn't personally think that he did anything that like warrant them personally firing him, but because of pressure from the FCC, they did. It was like
okay, but that's not exactly.
There's pressure from Brendan Carr.
The way you said that it makes it seem like Trump got Jimmy Kimmel fired and it's illegal to talk against Trump when that's just not true.
So Donald Trump said it was illegal to criticize him, detailing that he's authoritarian, detailing that he doesn't care about rule of law, detailing that he doesn't give a shit about your First Amendment. And yes, it absolutely is true that Donald Trump got Jimmy Kimmel kicked off air by putting pressure on Disney and ABC through Brendan Carr by the FCC, arguing that he'd revoke their licenses if they didn't.
I don't know about that. What I do know that is it's impossible to be a fascist in America. We have the balance of powers. You have judicial powers that balance the presidency. You literally cannot be a fascist in America. Even if Donald Trump wanted to be a fascist, he literally doesn't have the power to. He couldn't. He doesn't have propaganda. He doesn't have total control over propaganda like a fascist would. He can't control. He doesn't have monopoly.
Are Nazis fascists?
The Nazi organization when Hitler was around was a fascist organization. Yes.
I didn't ask you about the organization. I just asked you about like the ideology. Is like are Nazi ideologies fascists?
Are you saying that racists are fascists?
So racism would definitely be a form of fascism, but I'm asking you if Nazi ideologies are fascism.
I believe that the Nazi organization was fascist. I don't know.
So then you're not answering the question that I'm asking you.
What government is a Nazi organization, or what government? You have to be a government to have a fascist control over anything. So
I don't think that you understand what fascism is, right? All that fascism is like shorthand is an ultranationalist, ultra-authoritarian political ideology. Right, and this is like seen as deployed through governmental structures with like a reduction of power, right, to like one person or like one small entity, and then they exert that power and control through ultranationalist and ultra-authoritarian regimes.
So you literally have to be a government to have that control over.
Because this exists as an ideology, right, in the sense that like this is something that you want, this is something that you want to achieve, this is something that you think is great. Like for instance, right, do you agree that it's like possible to be a socialist in America?
Yes.
Right. Even though, right, like
you can have a socialist ideology, but
right. Exactly. You could have like socialist ideology, right? Somebody could self-identify, right, as a socialist by like agreeing with socialist ideology, by thinking that the worker should own the means of production, right? That's the ideology in which they agree with, right? Very similarly, you could be a fascist in America by holding to fascist ideology, and this would be true of like neo-Nazis. And, right, to a certain extent, this would be true of Trump, right, because of his ideologies of not wanting to be a president that plays by the rule, but rather an all-powerful leader that wants to rewrite the rules by, like, trying to coup our government and rig the outcome of the 2020 election, by calling for the termination of the Constitution in December of 2022, by infringing on the 1st, 2nd, 10th, 14th, and 22nd Amendment in the last 8 months, by saying that he could deploy the Army, the Marines, the Navy, so on, and the Air Force in American cities if he were to declare an insurrection.
That's literally what the president's job is.
It is not the president's job to coup our government. It is not the president's job to rig an election. It is not the president's
how has he cooed our? How is he? Those are just strong claims. There's literally not happened. How has he done any of that?
Yeah, sure. He tried to coup our government with his fake elector scheme in 2020 when he tried to rig and steal the election from Joe Biden by installing.
That was actually proven false. It's literally in court right now. They're literally in court over the Russian hoax. It's not true. No, it's actually the opposite. Biden organization point number one, actually cooed the government.
So he admitted to this in court. So you don't know what you're talking about, because if you actually
then why is he still president? If he was, that would literally mean that he would have to go to jail if that happened. He's not in jail. It's in court right now. There's no proof that happened. That's just a big strong claim. There's no proof to support that at all.
So you're an idiot if you think that what you're saying is true. His legal argument in front of big time idiot. His legal argument in front of Congress with Jack Smith's indictments alongside inquiries from the Supreme Court was that he did send these fake slates of electors to 7 different key swing states that Biden won. Yeah, sure, he did send them with a fake fake votes from those states, saying that in all reality he won those states. And yeah, sure, he did send those fake votes back to Congress. Then yeah, sure, he did pressure Mike Pence into certifying them as real. But this was an official act of his presidency, and he was president while he did it. Therefore, he had presidential immunity. This postponed the hearings and the court proceedings until Donald Trump was able to win re-election in November of last year. Then upon Inauguration Day, he fired Jack Smith, dismantled the special counsels that were driving these investigations, and fucking squashed them, right? But like, although we never
so
got
why
the outcome,
isn't Trump in jail then? If it's in court and that's all true, then why isn't he in jail? It's just not true.
The last thing I said is why he's not in
So
jail.
in America we have a judicial process, and if he's going to be tried, and if he's innocent, then he will be tried and proven innocent, and if he's guilty, he'll go to jail. That's how things run. You can't be a fascist in America.
Hey, I just told you why. Can you stop being a dense little idiot with no brain cells?
Well, see, you're just being rude. You don't have an actual argument, so you're going to just call me names. That's rude.
No, I have an actual argument, and I'm calling you names because you're not addressing it. Like, I just got done describing the reason why he's not in jail. Okay? I just got done describing it. No, Daniel, don't interrupt me, little bro. You're pipe down, pipsqueak. So I just got done describing
That's funny.
the reason.
That's funny.
I just got done describing
You're interrupting me.
I just got done describing the reason why he's not in jail. And then once I was done describing the reason why he's not in jail, you then followed that up by asking, so why isn't he in jail? That's why I called you a dense little idiot with zero brain cells, and that's why I told you to pipe down in your little bro and pipsqueak, is because you didn't respond to that, you ignored it, and then re-asked the question. And it frustrates me a lot, Daniel. I don't know why. Maybe I just need to work on my temperament a little bit better. Maybe I need to work on my patience a little bit better. And maybe I need to like introspect and like ask myself, like, why, right, the small brains of Trump supporters irk and grind my gears so much when they are so dense to the point where they just don't listen to what I say, then belligerently deny it, say that I'm wrong, and then re-ask the question to attempt to refute an argument, when in all reality, I actually accounted for your question in my argument by giving you the description why he's not in jail yet. Okay? Your denseness pisses me off, not your supposed intelligence that's not existent in any possible version of reality ever. Not even your own mother would tell you that you're intelligent if you're going to listen to me describe to you why Donald Trump's not in jail for trying to coup our government and then re-ask why he's not in jail. That's idiotic.
No, I asked you why Trump was not in jail. You said you made a huge claim, and you said that he's basically committed treason. You said that he's a fascist. You said all these crazy things that are just not true. And I asked, why isn't Trump in jail if he's a fascist?
Here's what pisses me off. I have all the evidence. Do you want to hear Donald Trump's personal lawyer, Will Scharf, who still represents him until this day, literally talking about how their legal argument is admitting that Donald Trump tried to steal the 2020 election and then arguing that he has presidential immunity for it because he was president when he did it?
So did he win the 21 presidential election?
Can you please respond to my question?
He literally didn't even win that.
14 different.
Can you please respond to my question?
What was the question?
Yeah, dude, this is why I'm getting angry with you. Why aren't you listening to me?
No, you're getting angry with me because you don't have a lot of emotional intelligence. When somebody brings up a good, valid point, you resort to calling names because it's an immature way of arguing. You're like a child that's throwing a tantrum.
Dude,
that's not. I think everybody loses respect for you when you do that.
Just because I'm not a robot doesn't mean that I don't have emotional intelligence. It's just like your denseness like truly pisses me off. Like imagine walking up to somebody and fucking cutting their arm.
You literally are doing it right now.
Imagine walking up to somebody, then cutting their arm open with a knife, and then when they start screaming and bleeding everywhere and being like, I'm in so much pain, then be like, oh, well, actually, you're a little bitch because you're like screaming in agony right now. Like, obviously, like you just have a really low pain tolerance. Like, no, bro, you fucking cut their arm open with a knife. Like, obviously, that's going to be a natural, normal reaction to said circumstances. Very similarly, when I'm like, hey, man, listen, like, I actually have like all the proof, right, to definitively demonstrate that Donald Trump tried to steal and rig the 2020 elections through his fake electors plot. I could show you videos of the fake, I could show you videos, right, of the fake electors. I could show you the literal fake votes that were submitted to Congress. I could show you the emails, right, from the state's governor's office to Congress saying that like these are the fake votes. I could show you Donald Trump's own legal argument, an own lawyer that still represents him till this day, being like, yeah, we did send those fake votes. Yeah, we did send those alternate votes. Don't worry, Ulysses S. Grant did it too. We were just trying to ensure the adequate. And then you interrupt and you're like, no evidence. Pipe down. Shut the fuck up, D. No evidence. Like it's so annoying. So once again, I'm going to re-ask the question. Do you want to hear Donald Trump's own personal lawyer, Will Scharf, who represented Donald Trump in front of Congress with Jack Smith and in front of SCOTUS with their inquiries, and still represents Donald Trump to this day, right?
Dude, I don't think you realize that like both administrations have a ton of corruption. We all know that. There's a lot of weird things going on with everybody. The fact that you just sat here on the live and just called millions of voters, young voters, idiots, and whatever name you wanted to call them, just because they don't totally align with your views.
I was calling you that.
You don't have a lot of emotional intelligence. You constantly mute me every time I'm making a point.
Daniel,
every time I make a valid point, you resort to calling names. It's just you don't have a lot of maturity.
Hey,
you don't make a valid argument.
Hey, Daniel.
Let's talk like mature men. Like we're both men here. Let's talk mature. Let's make real arguments. Let's not call names. Let's it's just there's not a lot of emotional intelligence. Let's make real arguments here. So you're talking about corruption in the government. There's corruption on both sides. Let's be real. Everybody knows that. So who is running the government better though? What's the national GDP under Trump, under Biden? I don't care who's president. I don't care if it's a Democrat or Republican. I care about America. You want to split Americans. You want left to fight versus right. I don't want that. The right doesn't want that. We just want a better America. So why not unite everybody instead of coming on live and calling literally thousands of young people retards? Like why don't you just come and say, hey, look there's a lot of corruption. Let's talk about.
Daniel, don't say the R word. The R word is so incredibly derogatory. The R word is so incredibly obscene. That word was used for so long to target individuals with mental disabilities. Do not say the R word. And don't debate that either. If you debate that, I'm going to kick you. Okay? If you want to stay on this live, don't debate that point. Apologize. We could continue our dialogue. Go ahead and unmute.
I can't have a valid argument with you because you just keep muting my mic. So
yeah, obviously I'm going to mute you after you use the R word. Yeah.
You use so many words right now. You called so many young Americans so many names right now. I'm literally repeating what you said.
Daniel, you're not repeating what I said because I didn't say the R word.
We did. There's not even a real argument here. It's just it's literally there's no emotional intelligence here.
Daniel,
perverted to just
Daniel. I did not say the R word. You said the R word. Can you agree to not use the R word?
I can agree to not use the R word if you can agree to stop calling me very derogatory terms that are really similar to that.
Okay, so you think that me calling you an idiot is the same thing as me calling you
No, you called me a lot of names. I think it's actually exactly the same. They have the same root meaning.
So what words did I call you that you think are a slur like the R word? Why are you leaving? Oh, I guess. Hey. For all the people in the chat spamming WGuess, it looks like your champion's left. Oh, he's back now.
Yeah, you definitely called me the B word. You definitely called me a lot of different names. None of those names are.
No, I didn't even call you a bitch.
Yeah, you did. You called a lot of Trump supporters.
How much money do you want to put in that claim?
I want the $2,000 stimulus check you're gonna get in the mail.
Daniel, how much money do you want to put in that claim? I'll bet you $2,000 that I didn't call you a bitch. Will you accept the bet?
What's the bet? You keep muting my mic, so
you said that I called you a bitch. I said that I didn't. I'll bet you $2,000 that I did not call you a bitch.
Let's run it, dude. Run it back. I know you did. I heard it.
Wow.
I will send you $2,000 if you did not call me and a bunch of Americans the B word and a bunch of other slurs.
Dude, this is so cool. I'm about to make $2,000. Yeah, I brought up...
And also, you owe me your $2,000.
I brought up the word bitch in an analogy that I was making. I wasn't calling you or anybody. It was a part of an analogy. Let's go to roll that back. I'm about to be $2,000 richer. Holy shit. The ideology is like our Nazi ideology is fascist.
Are you saying that racists are fascists?
Let's find it. So racism would definitely be a form of We're going to be skipping ahead a bunch just to try to locate it. Fascism. Answer.
So
like shorthand is as the person international
control.
Right?
See that there's like not a real argument. You're literally arguing about words during the argument.
Hey, Daniel?
It's such a weak.
Hey Daniel. Jaden, thank you. One of my mods muted you. I was just going to ask you to be quiet so it could like make $2,000 real quick. Jaden, if you want to keep on doing that while I'm looking for the clip, or I don't know, Daniel, if you just want to control yourself, earlier you were saying like, let's be adults. Now it's time for you to be an adult. You bet $2,000 that I didn't call you a bitch. Now you're getting scared because I'm rolling back the VOD to prove it. Thank you. As a socialist, the worker, You could be neo his ideology, the rules of the constant months. This is going to take
over the right.
Number
Could
one,
still press that happen.
if you argue Supreme Court, sure, they get to hear
And
why.
so, Ron, you can't be a fascist in America.
Hey, I just
you're gonna.
I just got done describing the reason why he's not in jail. All of this, we're almost there. And like you're somebody that I question not and then
jail. You said
we're almost there. Want to hear Donald Trump's personal lawyer Will Scharf, who's I feel like we're almost there.
Isn't that dude? Having a lot of emotion calling names because it's just it's an immature way of arguing. You're like a child that's throwing a tantrum, dude. That's not. I think everybody loses respect for you when you do that.
Just because I'm not a robot doesn't mean that I don't have emotional intelligence. It's just like your denseness like truly pisses me off. Like imagine walking up to somebody and fucking cutting their arm.
You literally are doing it right now.
Imagine walking up to somebody then cutting their arm open with a knife. And then when they start screaming and bleeding everywhere and being like, I'm in so much pain.
You've gone too far.
Like, well, actually, you're a little bitch because you're like screaming in agony right now. Like, obviously, like you just have a really low pain tolerance. Like, no, bro, you You see it? You owe me $2,000.
You did. $2,000.
No, it's okay, Jaden. You could stop muting him. You owe me $2,000.
You literally just proved me right. Everybody just heard you call me the B word.
Buddy, okay, listen for a second.
Bro, you just
I'm not even
play that clip again.
Yeah. I'm not even gonna tell you how you're wrong. I'm just gonna replay it. Just listen.
That was hilarious, dude. You just proved me right.
Hey, Daniel, you're embarrassing yourself right now. Listen.
No,
closely.
That's not. I think everybody loses respect.
Like, actually, Daniel.
Like, go ahead.
Can you affirm that you're listening?
Let's play it again.
Okay.
For you when you do that.
Just because I'm not a robot doesn't mean that I don't have emotional intelligence. It's just like your denseness like truly pisses me off. Like imagine walking up to somebody and fucking cutting their arm open.
You literally are doing it right now.
Imagine walking up to somebody then cutting their arm open with a knife. And then when they start screaming and bleeding everywhere and being like, I'm in so much pain, then be like, oh, well, actually you're a little bitch because you're like screaming in agony right now. Like obviously like you just have a really low pain tolerance.
You just did it, bro.
You owe me $2,000.
You just said you're a little B right now.
Is this guy
I'm screaming right now. I love that. I love it.
Okay, so Daniel, the reason why you owe me $2,000 is because what I just played was a clip of me saying, imagine in this hypothetical world that you used a knife to cut somebody's arm open and then they started screaming in agony and then you called them a little bitch because they have a low pain tolerance and how that wouldn't make any sense, right? So anybody with a brain understands that wasn't me calling you a bitch, but for a verbal explanation, I don't even
want to continue that clip where you
I don't even know why a verbal explanation is warranted. Like obviously, like your arm's not cut open, you're not bleeding everywhere, and you're not screaming in agony, right? So therefore, I wasn't calling you a bitch. I was calling whoever it was in the hypothetical scenario.
Do you want to play the part where you did call me and a millions of American voters a bunch of slurs? You want to play that part?
Yeah, after you pay me $2,000 because you made an explicit bet with me that if I could prove that I didn't call you a bitch, then you would pay me $2,000. You could find my
You
Venmo.
said the words, you are a little B.
Yeah,
So-
not to you. Not to you. Not to you, Daniel. Listen to it again. I was saying, well, imagine if you walked up to somebody. Actually, as framed in this analogy, in this hypothetical, it would be you calling somebody else a little bitch. Right? I said, imagine you walked up to somebody, cut their arm open, they started bleeding, screaming in agony, then you called them a little bitch. I said, you're a little bitch, right? You owe me $2,000. My Venmo, my PayPal can be found on the top of the phone screen right now.
Okay,
my
and then you're going to owe me $2,000 when you get that.
My Venmo, my PayPal can be found in the link tree in my bio on TikTok. And my Venmo, my PayPal can be found in the pinned comment on the YouTube stream. You owe me $2,000. Send the money.
All right, and when you get your $2,000 stimulus check, we made a bet earlier that you would send me that, right? So are we gonna agree to do that too?
No, we didn't. I said I'm not gonna make that bet with you. But you said you would make this bet with me. You accepted the bet. I didn't.
I won the bet. You said you are a little B word, and then right after that you called me a bunch of slurs.
I'm so sorry. Daniel, you can't even act like you're right in the scenario. I said, imagine if you walk up to somebody, cut their arm open, and they start screaming, and then you say you are a little bitch. Okay, right? That was not directed towards you. Anybody with a brain knows that. You didn't win. You lost. This is an act. You know you lost unless you have 5 brain cells. Okay? $2,000. Venmo, PayPal. $2,000.
Talk about the real argument here.
No. After you send the money. After you send the money.
But so we can't argue anymore because
we can argue after you send the money. You owe me $2,000.
You don't want to have an actual debate about what we're actually talking about.
I do, but I just want my $2,000 more.
Okay. Well,
send the money.
I'm not gonna send it while I'm talking to you. I can't.
Oh,
But-
you can. You could go on pause. Like Sarah, thank you so much for the $20 over on Venmo, who says I'm willing to work for you because I think that you're fantastic. I'll be privileged to work for you. Well, I mean, Sarah, what do you do? Thank you for the $20. Show some love to Sarah down below in that chat. Daniel, could you say W Sarah for sending me money like the way that you want?
W Sarah.
Yeah, thank you for the $20. Now it's your turn. $2,000.
I didn't lose a bet, so
yes, you did. You didn't lose a bet. Stop. It's an act. It's an act. We know it's an act, bro. We know that you're not that dumb. We know that you're not that dumb. We know. We just know. We know it's an act. You could drop it. We know. You owe me $2,000. Yeah, there you go. Go on pause. Go do it right now.
Let's talk about.
Kelly, thank you so much for the $10 over on Venmo. Appreciate you for that love, Kelly. Sarah, thank you so much for the $20 over on Venmo. Thank you so much for the love, Sarah. Sarah with the $20 says they want a better America, but then they look at what's happening with SNAP benefits. Yeah, total hypocrites. Thank you for the $20, Sarah. Then Chris, oh my God, Chris, thank you for this $37 over on Venmo. Thank you so much, Chris. Chris with the $37 says, will you ask the next 2 to 3 guests the last book they read? That's a good question. I will. Thank you for the love, Chris. Please show some love to Chris down below in that comment section for the $37. And then Kelly with another $10. And Victoria, thank you so much for the $25 on Venmo. Show some love to Victoria. Show some love to Chris. Show some love to Kelly. Show some love to Sarah. Another Kelly and another Sarah. Guys, thank you so much for the love. Seriously, it means the world. Then Carlos with the $15 over on Venmo saying that Daniel's a flat earther. Probably. Thank you for the $15, Carlos. Marcy, that is M-A-R-C-I. Thank you for the $20 over on PayPal. Says, I've been watching your streams for months now and I appreciate everything that you stand for. Keep up the advocacy. Thank you so much for the love, Marcy. Show some love to Marcy down below in that chat. Angie, thank you for the $20 over on PayPal as well, who says, did you see that Republicans want stricter abortion laws to quote unquote extend the ACA? I did. Completely abysmal. I did see that. Thank you for the $20, Angie. Then Deborah, thank you so much for the $10 over on PayPal. And yes, Deborah, I saw that as well. And he left. Daniel's a runner. And you owe me $2,000. $2,000 is what you owe me, baby Daniel. You owe me $2,000, baby Daniel. Baby man child Daniel. Baby man child Daniel with the brain of a fetus at 5 weeks. Keep in mind, at 5 weeks, a fetus doesn't even begin brain development. Let's go and get that next guest loaded up into the box because baby Daniel, who owes me $2,000, ran away. Andrew with the $1 in Venmo who says, here, now it's just at $1,999 that he owes you. Thank you for the $1, Andrew. You're right. No, now he just owes me $1,999. Listen, Andrew tried to help you out there, Daniel. You still owe me another $1,999. Come on, bro. Okay. Yeah, if I ever see you anywhere, Daniel, okay, if I see you on some other person's panel, I'm going to join. I'm going to flood the chat. I'm going to say you owe me $2,000. This is never going to escape you. You have to delete TikTok and disable all of your social media to get rid of me now, buddy. Okay, you're cooked, kid. $2,000. Of course, I'm just joking. What's up, Dennis? Do you support Trump? Okay, we're going to go to Kick Dennis. Moving on to the next guest. Yeah, I need my $2,000 right now. Hit the Venmo, hit the PayPal. Gabby, appreciate you for the 14 Canadian dollars over on Super Chat. Thank you so much, Gabby. And Sin, that is CYN. Thank you so much for the $20 over on Super Chat, who says, thank you for always streaming. I'm glad to see you feeling better. Make sure to stay hydrated and take it easy. Appreciate you so much for the love, Sin. You're fucking awesome. All the love in the world to you. Thank you for the $20. You are great. You are great. And then DK, thank you so much for the $20 as well over on Venmo. Thank you. Sorry, on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you, DK. Thank you, Sin. Thank you, everybody, so much for all the love. If you're watching right now and you want to support me, you can find my Venmo, my PayPal, in the link tree in my bio on TikTok at the top of the screen and in the pinned comment on that YouTube stream. I get 100% of the proceeds over there. And you could even attach a message and I can read it off because I get it as a notification on this phone. All right, let's go to get that next guest loaded up in here. Yo, Fabi, that is FBI. Thank you so much for the $25 on Venmo, who says sending love from New Hampshire. My friends and I watch you every wine night. Thank you so much for all that you do. Listen, Fabi and friends, have a good wine night. My favorite's a nice cab. I wonder what you guys are drinking, but appreciate you so much for the $25. Shout out to you guys. What's going on, Garfield? Do you support Trump?
Hi, Dean. I love you so much.
Oh, man. Appreciate you for that love, Garfield. We are just looking for some Trump supporters, so I'm going to kick you at this point in time. Moving on to the next guest, we got Milk Dud connecting. Yo, Sarah, thank you for the $30 over on Venmo. Thank you so much, Sarah. Sarah with the $30, that is SARA. Let's show some love to Sarah in that chat. Says, hope you stay safe in today's political climate. Yeah, I stay safe. I do. For the most part. Thank you for the love, Sarah. What's up, Milk Dud? Do you support Trump? Milk Dud? Okay, Milk Dust's not here. Moving on to the next guest. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up into the box, guys. Only join if you're MAGA. You know, we've been talking to only men all day long. Is there anybody watching the stream that is not a man? Is there any like Trump supporting women watching that want to come up? Let me know. Let me know. I actually think that we're going to focus on trying to get a Trump supporting woman to come up. Yo, right now, okay, type I support Trump in the chat. If you, I think that Trump's a banned word. Type I support T, there you go, in that chat if you are a Trump supporting adult American woman and you want to come up here and have a conversation with me. Put it in that chat. We're going to very specifically look for a MAGA woman to come up here and have a conversation. Quite frankly, it's funny. There's none. There's not a single one. Look at the chat. Everyone's going, fuck no. No. Nope. I don't. No. Dude, there's not a single person in the chat. Type a I love tea in that chat if you're a MAGA woman. I love tea. Okay, I think that's what it is. Type a I love tea. None? Okay, now they're starting to come in. I think that there was some type of banned word in the other one. Okay, we're going to get Maddie up here. Maddie, if you're a troll, I'm going to permanently ban you for the rest of your life. You better not be a troll. Hey, do you support Trump?
Hi, Dean.
Maddie, you're so cooked. Unbelievably cooked. Banned for your life. Guys, if you join up and you're not a Trump supporting woman, right? If you're spamming I love tea in that chat, you're going to get banned for the rest of your life.
I'm a big fan.
You're banned for the rest of your life. You're literally never going to see me again. You're so cooked. You're no longer a fan because we'll never find me ever. I'm just kidding. I didn't ban you, but come on. Okay, Mr. Dylan, you're definitely not a Trump supporting woman. Guys, keep in mind that we're only looking to talk to women that support Trump as president. Okay, I think that we found one. Princess, I sent you that invitation. By the way, that's just their screen name. I wasn't just randomly calling a woman princess. Hey, what's up? Do you support Trump?
Hell yeah, Dean.
Get out of here, fool. Okay, we got Nandy Wilson loading up in. Hello?
Okay, I'm in.
So you support Trump?
Yes, I do. You kicked me off the live earlier because I was gonna make a point, but so
Go back to the app. You got to be able to see me in order for us to hear you. How old are you?
I'm 18.
Okay, so why do you support Trump?
Okay, so I was saying both of my parents, they own businesses, and originally they were not Trump supporters, but they became Trump supporters just because of the bill that he passed. Wait, can I look at it on Safari real quick? I pulled it up.
Yeah, is it the big beautiful bill?
I'm not sure.
The big beautiful bill is so beautiful, so great. Took healthcare away from 10 million low-income Americans. Fuck them. Fuck them. They suck. Their annual income is under $1 more billion. Therefore, they don't matter. They don't matter. They fucking suck big time. Bigly. Total suck. $1 more billion or less per year. You're the dart out of my shoe. That's right. Is that the bill?
It's the 2017 tax cut.
Okay. Close enough. Okay.
So basically, when my dad's had businesses for as long as I've been alive, and when Biden was in as president, like, it made business really hard for him, and when Trump went into business, it actually helped my dad a lot, and so that's basically why I support Trump, just because it's helped my parents and their business a lot. Yeah. But I also really wanted to debate you on abortion.
Yeah, do you want to start with abortion? I mean, that's something we haven't talked about all day.
Yeah, I'd actually love to. But most of my points kind of relate to my religion, so...
Oh, yeah, that's great. It'll be a short conversation then.
Okay, awesome.
So are you Christian?
I'm Mormon, so yes. But yeah, I get that reaction a lot.
Salt Lake City?
No, actually St. George.
Really? Okay. All right.
Yeah. Okay. I'm in college right now, and there's a ton of people who are not Mormon, so I've been surrounded by that a lot, so I get that reaction a lot. But basically, my thoughts on abortion are, I think that being able to give birth was a gift that God gave us, and it ties into free agency. And I know that you're going to bring up, well, isn't it the free agency of the woman to be able to do what she wants with her body? And I agree to an extent. People close to me have gotten abortions and they've ended up really regretting it. And I think it's kind of one of those things where it's like, yes, it's your free agency, but it was also your free agency to be put in a situation where you can conceive. Obviously, I don't include things like rape or children. I think that's completely different and that there should be a different law for that.
Oh,
but
shit.
just regarding...
I stop at St. George when I drive to Vegas. Yeah, so that's a little town down by
Sorry.
like by the Arizona border, right?
Yeah, it's like right near Vegas, almost like 2 hours away.
Yeah, I stop through St. George when I'm driving into Vegas. Yeah, it's Mormon County down there. Mormon County down in St. George.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, so
There's also like a lot of, yeah.
So you think that elective abortion should be banned because the women decided to engage in sex?
Yes, and I know the other day I was watching your live and somebody brought up that point and you said, well, if I decide to smoke for my life and then I end up needing medical help, are they not going to give me that opportunity because it was my choice to smoke? And that's a very good point, but I think it's is different because with abortion, you're bringing another life into this equation, whereas where it's just your life, that is completely different.
Okay. Well, every argument requires a different counter argument. Here's my first question for you. Now, do you think that some sins are worse than others? Is that something that Mormons think?
Yes, I do believe that.
Okay. All right. Then that argument won't work. Listen, I'm going to be honest. Here's the argument for you. Here's the thing. Your religion is... Let me find a nice way to say this.
Brainwashing?
I'm looking for the right words. Here's the thing. Your religion is baseless. Okay? It was founded by a con man, a known con man, that apparently read the scripture of the Book of Mormon out of a top hat with a rock, and when the translator wanted to test him to see if he was real shit and threw out the first transcription of what he read off a rock and a top hat to then have him rewrite it to see that he was genuine, he then wrote something completely different proving he was not genuine. But you have faith. You have faith that Mr. Joseph over here is a prophet of God and the Book of Mormon is real and accurate. The issue is that it is only faith and faith alone. Okay? Faith is not dictated by evidence. Faith is dictated by your emotions and what you want to be true. I don't think that you should be using a standard and which lacks any evidence to suggest that it is the case to dictate what other individuals can or cannot do with their bodies.
That's a fair point. Would it be different if I wasn't Mormon and I was Christian? Would you still agree with that?
I would. I'd just give a different argument first.
Okay, well, in this sense, then let's pretend that I'm not Mormon. And because my basis around abortion doesn't really revolve around Mormonism.
Okay, so then why do you think that abortion is wrong?
Okay.
Also, just
I believe
one second.
it's because...
For everybody spamming, she's 14 in the chat. No, she's 18. She already confirmed her age. She even talked about how she's going to college. I personally believe her. So far, she hasn't given any indicators that she's 14 either. I fully believe that she's 18, but go ahead. So what are the abortions why you think, what are the reasons why you think elective abortions are immoral?
Okay, so I believe it's because when God put us here down on earth, he obviously gave us free agency. And I think that also includes when we're in... Sorry, I'm by the road, so it's really loud. When we're in heaven, we also have the to come down to earth, and by aborting a child that's not been born yet, you're taking away its free agency in life.
Okay. All right. So then it all just wraps back to God and committing a sin. And you said that you want to argue this as if you were like a Christian. Okay. Well, then here's the thing. Unless you'd be an Orthodox or Catholic Christian, you would typically assume that all sins would be identical in the eyes of God per prescriptions from Paul and Romans. And if you do believe that all sins are identical in the eyes of God and you want to make abortion illegal because it is a sin, well, then you would also have to necessarily argue that it should be illegal to tell your children that Santa Claus exists, as that is also a sin, as that is bearing false witness. Obviously, you wouldn't concede to that. Thereby, you'd have a contradiction in the view, and it'd basically amount to the conclusion that it is incoherent to apply the basis of Christian faith and sins as defined by the Christian faith to run a criminal justice system, as you can't clearly distinct one sin from being worse than any other. Now, if you want to go back to saying, well, Dean, I can clearly distinct one sin as being worse. Ism is an incoherent, baseless position, driven off of a con man, right, coming up with a scripture by reading a rock through a top hat that changed, complete gibberish, nonsensical, completely faith-driven, and I don't think it's okay to use beliefs in which lack any and all evidence and are 110% driven by faith and faith alone to tell other individuals what they can or can't do with their bodies. This is like a white supremacist having faith, right, that black individuals are less capable than white individuals, therefore telling black individuals what they can or can't do with their bodies by supporting racial segregation, a position not based on any evidence, and we should only base our positions to drive political discourse, ideology, and arguments for policy through evidence.
Yeah, that's hard because most of my basis for my argument does revolve around my religion. So
right, but do you want to prove your religion? Prove Mormonism is true.
Okay. For me personally, I actually went through a really hard time with my church and I didn't believe that it was true for a while. And for me personally, the reason why I believe it's true is because I've genuinely got down on my knees and I've asked and I've prayed just to be led in the right direction. And it's always led me back here. So I can't really say for other people. I'm not very educated the way you are. I've recently delved more into education.
I could promise you that there's about 1 billion times more, right, Christians that have had the experience of praying to God to be led to truth and being led to the Christian church. And there has been Muslims that have prayed to God and been led to Mormons that have prayed to God and been led to the LDS. Okay. Right. Not to mention that is going to be a very common experience of followers of all religions, thereby giving you no reason to believe that the LDS Church is necessarily true, thereby disputing that as a standard of evidence. So do you have any evidence to indicate that the LDS walk of life is the light and is true, aligns with reality? I'm basically asking you to prove that Joseph Smith was a prophet of God.
Sorry, you keep cutting out. What did you say?
I'm basically asking you to prove that Joseph Smith was a prophet of God, and you just simply saying that I've prayed and that's a revelation I've come to is just not evidence. You're basically saying I've thought about it and it seems reasonable. But then when I'm like, well, why? You're like, well, God told me. Well, how do you know God told you that? Well, because I thought about it. It's just a circle, right?
Yeah.
Right?
And I actually have a really, really close friend of... Sorry, can you hear me?
Yeah, just keep in mind, once again, the question being asked is, what is the evidence that Joseph Smith was a prophet of God?
I can't really go to any scriptures that say it. My only evidence is that many things that are being said in the Book of Mormon, they line up with the Bible. So it's kind of crazy to say that it's not a true word of God when so many things aid each other. And again, I'm not educated enough to really go into this. I just kind of wanted to ask you about it and get your thoughts on it.
So the Book of Mormonism contradicts the Bible, the Gospel, because the Gospel teaches us the Trinity. The Council of Nicaea, the Ecumenical Councils, made that clear. That is a universal belief of all Christians and is necessary in order to walk the faith. If you walk outside of the Trinity, then you are engaging in heresy because the Gospel teaches the Trinity. This is what any Christian would tell you. You reject the Trinity, therefore you reject the Scripture of God. In accordance with the Christian faith, right? Meaning just simply saying that you think that the Book of Mormon aligns with the Christian faith, therefore the Book of Mormon is true, is false, right? Not a good argument. And if we're just kind of reducing down to the end conclusion that you have no evidence to believe that Joseph Smith is a prophet of God, simply faith, we'll consider this. For everybody watching, I am a prophet of God. Dean Withers, that's right. So now whenever you want to make an argument for why you want to vote for legislation, just simply reference my word of mouth. Say it's divine. Say this prophet of God, Dean Withers, passed down divine commandment that abortion is good, food stamps are awesome, and we should accept the LGBTQ plus community. Now you don't need to look any further. Just have faith that I'm a prophet of God, and all of a sudden you are just as justified in voting for candidates and voting for policy on the basis of your faith in me as she is in voting for legislation to prevent women and girls from accessing abortion on her basis of faith in Joseph Smith.
Yeah, that's a really good point. Honestly, I would love to like go do more research on it and come back with a better answer. Would that be okay?
Yep. That's why I'm live every day.
Awesome. Thanks for debating me. That was awesome.
Yeah, you take care. All right. We're gonna get that next guest up in here. I hope that you guys like. By the way, I don't actually believe I'm a prophet of God or anything. I just thought I'd make that one clear. Okay, that was just there's an argument. That was just a debate point. You know, just an argument. Not actually Dean Vine. That's funny. Shout out to Claire in the YouTube chat for that one. Moving on to the next guest, guys. Go and hop inside of that queue if you are an American adult that supports Trump as president. Over on Venmo and PayPal, we get a couple people to thank. Thank you so much for the, let's pull it up here. $5, Tacey. Appreciate you for the love, Tacey. Thank you so much for the $5. Hey, Joseph, thank you so much for the $10 over on PayPal. Joseph, please feel free to share your profit idea with me in the DMs. Thank you so much for the love, Joseph. And then Deborah, thank you so much for the $10 over on PayPal as well. Thank you so much, you guys. Who says, been watching for a while now, and I hope that you and I have hope for our future thanks to you. That's awesome, Deborah. I recognize your name. You have been watching for a while. Thank you so much for the love, Deborah. And then over on Venmo, Sarah, S-A-R-A, thank you for the $20 over on Venmo. It says, keep your theology off my biology. Dude, oh my God, that's a fucking bar. Thank you for giving that to me. Thank you for the $20, Sarah. David with the $5. Kyler with the $10. Thank you so much for the love. And then Tobias with the $5. Bailey with the $5. And Jalen, thank you for the 15. Thank you so much, Jalen. Then Wade with the 10. You guys are awesome. Appreciate you guys so much for the love. If you want to support me, you can find my Venmo, my PayPal at the top of the phone screen, in the link tree in my bio on TikTok, and the pinned message over on YouTube. What's going on? Do you support Trump?
Oh, you talking to me?
Yeah.
Okay, I do not support Trump at all.
Unbelievably, unfathomably based. Moving on to Backyard Game. Here we go. Hey, what's up? Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
Age right now. 12 and a half. Youngest person ever. Moving on. Yo, Sadie Rose, thank you so much for the $20 over on YouTube.
I just want to say, fucking Charlie Kirk mugs the fuck out of you. I know you were like this and say he mugged, but nah, he still mugs you, bro. But I love you. And I know it's an anxiety pension.
Avery, do you support Trump?
Hello. Yes, I do.
You, how old are you?
I am 19.
Whose TikTok account are you on?
What do you mean, whose TikTok account am I on?
Who's this man?
That's my brother. No, I just post on this spam, but this is my arguing account too. I love debates.
Okay. And what year were you born in?
Do you want me to start off with my point, or do you want to go first?
And what year were you born in?
I was born in 2005.
You're lying. Skedaddle. Goodbye. You take care now. You take care. Hey, Santana.
Yeah, I saw you up here, trying to get a debate. I think you've scared them all off.
It's been a little bit rough today.
No, he hasn't.
Oh,
Yeah.
Oh, Santana, you just got told. Get pushed. What's up, Trump fan? You support Trump?
Yeah, I do.
How old are you?
19.
19, and you support the worst president of your life. Why is that?
I would say probably the main reason is economic reasons. That's probably the main reason why.
I recognize your voice.
You do.
I do. How many times have we spoken before, Trump fan?
I spoke to you once last year about the Big Beautiful Bill when it came out.
Big Beautiful Bill didn't come out last
This is like months ago.
Yo,
Probably.
dude, I have a question. How do you feel about like people making like AI slop of like Charlie Kirk?
Oh, it's disgusting. It's horrible. I mean, Charlie Kirk's a saint. Like, I'm being serious.
Wait, and you'd say that it's wrong to make AI slop of Charlie Kirk because he was like politically assassinated publicly.
Yeah, because he's a hero. That's why.
Yeah. So JFK was publicly assassinated for his political views, and here's AI slop on your account of JFK hitting a vape.
Yeah, that's honoring him.
Wait. So if AI slop is like honoring him, why wouldn't it be like honoring Charlie Kirk?
Because Charlie Kirk's face being put on like adult star, I wouldn't say that's really honoring him. Jack Kennedy hitting a vape because he was a frat boy, that's probably honoring him.
So you think it's honoring JFK to make him hit a vape?
Yeah.
Dude. You're fucking delusional. You gotta be trolling. You're trolling, right?
No, I don't think anything's wrong with that.
No, you're trolling. You're trolling.
It's supposed to represent what he would be like in college if he was in college today.
I don't think he'd be hitting vapes in college.
He wouldn't smoke cigars. If he smoked cigars, he would have probably been hitting a vape.
I don't know, man. I think it's disrespectful.
That's your opinion.
Wait, dude, who's this? Is that Benjamin Franklin?
Oh, he just has a thing for vapes.
Is this Benjamin Franklin?
It's not even the person.
Is this an AI video of Benjamin Franklin hitting a vape in a fucking club?
It's the pendulum. The pendulum.
Dude. What is this shit? What is your account full of?
It's supposed to represent American history in modern time.
With vapes.
Yeah, can you make one of like Mr. Abe Lincoln hit like smacking that shit? I'm just kidding. Don't do that. Fuck AI. Okay. So we'll give you an opportunity to tell us why you support Trump. I think I've already talked to you. I'll be able to determine if I have or not based upon your argument. But go ahead. For now, preemptively.
Probably the big reason why I support Trump is economic reasons. I would say that the Big Beautiful Bill is a good bill. And overall tariffs are good for us. I think it's beneficial for us.
Yeah, what's the sentence? What's the argument that the Big Beautiful Bill is good? I'm pretty sure I've talked to you before. Let's clarify.
The Tax and Jobs Act is really beneficial for.
Oh, what is it? Like it's the extension of the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act. And then when I'm like, well, that actually includes more than the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, and when we factor in for all changes according to the CBPP, reduces the purchasing power of half of America. No, it doesn't. Right, and then you read that source. I remember you. Yeah, I remember you. All right, appreciate you for coming up, man. That's crazy.
Worth it.
Isn't that crazy how I could like actually recount an argument from 4 months ago?
That's weird. I was listening to you and Parker talk about it, and of course he was talking about his memory, but I started thinking about, like, I had a guy earlier, he was like, oh, do you remember me? And I'm like, why should I remember you?
I don't know,
and
man.
What the fuck? I just
remember everything. Like, I literally remember the debate that I had with that guy. So it was right after the Big Beautiful Bill passed, and the way that it ended was me arguing that overall, the Big Beautiful Bill hurts people, and that I gave him my source, and he was going to go do his research, like he was also arguing something about like the expenditure of the Big Beautiful Bill and how a lot of the expenditure within it is like ultimately good, and that like spending money isn't always bad, so on and so forth. So just because like I literally remember the conversation I had with him. We're gonna go to
I factory reset after every conversation. I remember their talking points, but like they're all just a number to me.
What's going on? Do you support Trump, Tommy?
Yeah. What's up, team? 20. I was born in 2005.
Why do you support Trump?
I have many reasons, honestly, but I'm going to say, I've talked to you before, but I brought up the F drug.
And you got kicked?
And, yeah. So should I just say F drug?
Yeah. I don't know. How long did we talk?
Probably for like a minute. I brought up the Laken Riley Act. This was probably like a couple months ago.
Oh, yeah.
And,
go
you
ahead.
just explained. You gave some good reasons why it wasn't beneficial, and I accepted it. And then I moved on to my next point, which was the.
Oh, that wasn't a couple months ago. That was like maybe like.
Oh yeah. My sense of time sometimes is just exaggerated.
I remember more about the conversation that we had than you do.
No, I mean, I was thinking that too recently. You obviously do have some type of very good long-term memory. That's why you're such a good debater, in my opinion.
Fucking weird.
So go ahead. Just make the argument. So why do you support Trump?
So I was talking about the 10% tariffs on China and how it was affecting combating the F drug.
Okay.
And overdoses.
How so?
How so? Because it was less F being imported into the United States.
Do you think that importers are paying a tariff on the F drug?
No, but I forget the exact article I was reading. It was like 2 weeks ago when we were talking. I mean, my memory's not as good as yours. So I don't remember the exact text. But I mean, you could tell me why the tariffs didn't support the decline in the F drug.
Well, I mean, because you'd have to give reason that they did. And I just don't see that reason. Like, how could tariffs on China, right, support a decline of like F drug coming into this country? Like, what?
Because it's a big source of drugs into the United States.
Okay, but they're still going to send them in. Okay, likely illegally, meaning they're not going to pay a tariff on them because they're illegal, like drugs, right?
Well, no, I know obviously drug dealers don't follow the laws, but I know it combated it.
Right?
No, well, I know, but I know it combated it in some way.
How?
I don't know exactly. I mean, we can move on to another point.
Yeah, we must move on unless you could give that reason.
Before you skedaddle, like this is one point that I love to call out when people start talking about the F drug. Yes, it is a problem. Yes, it is an epidemic. But two things to remember. One, 90% of F drug comes through the U.S. border legally, right? I mean, it's legally obtained and then it's distributed and then it's repurposed in an illegal manner. So that's a bigger issue. But number two, the F drug that does come through the borders illegally, it's usually by a U.S. citizen. Yeah. So like the talking point as far, because usually people try to tie it to undocumented immigrants, which that's not the case, but you're just trying to say tariffs, which makes no sense. So I don't know.
Right.
Okay.
Thanks, man. I don't know. All right, guys, this next guess is going to be my last guess. I don't know if you could tell, but I'm losing steam.
Yeah.
I'm losing steam, dude. Losing steam right now.
Just say really quick, thank you to Brandy for the two. Said, I don't know how you deal with the not black guy. There was a guy that came on my live last night, and he literally told me he wasn't black. And he said he stopped identifying as black in 2015.
What?
And he also said that he follows Jesus Christ. He reads the Bible, but he's not a Christian.
Dude, wait, you're being
wildest
real?
thing.
Dude, somebody, wait, like a black man joined your stream and he's like, I stopped identifying as black. Are you serious?
I made him turn his camera on. He's like, I'm not black. I'm like, what the? It was the wild. I crashed out.
Was he black?
Yes. Yes. He said, I stopped identifying as black in 2015.
Yo, that's crazy. Oh my God.
It was the wildest shit ever. He's like,
Dude.
why do you claim that? Why do you say, and we were like, well, what does your lineage go back to? And he was like, Georgia. I've always been in Georgia. Like, no, like before Georgia, have you like done any type of testing? No. Well, my grandparents just told me they've always been in Georgia. So that's all I know. The wildest shit ever. I crashed out.
I don't think I've ever seen that before.
It was insane.
Well, I mean, listen, I'm happy that like he joined like your live compared to like my live or Parker's live. Sincerely, significantly more beneficial for like you to talk to an individual like that compared to like me or Parker. So that's good. All right, let's try to get that last guess of the night up. Okay, if we can't find a guest like here in the next couple of minutes, I am gonna go to an end early. But Parker's already on, so you guys will have a nice stream to raid. Mason, thank you so much for the $1 over at Venmo saying you missed my dono, brother. Mason, I'm gonna have to look back for it. Thank you. Vintage, thank you so much for the $5 on Venmo. Said they weren't vapes, they're anxiety pins. Yeah, bro, JFK was chief in that anxiety pin. So fucking real. College, thank you so much for the $10 on Venmo. Says Dean, you're a huge inspiration. Oh, dude, thank you so much for the love, College. I really appreciate you for your kindness. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And then Catherine with the $20 who says, I'm Mormon as well, but the difference is my religion beliefs apply to me and me only. I agreed with everything that you stand for. Wow, Catherine, that's awesome. I don't know if I've like ever truly met a progressive Mormon. And then the progressive Mormons that I do meet like leave their faith. I already have. But that's awesome, man. Appreciate you for the love, Catherine. Then Brooke with the $5. Tasty, thank you for the $2. And Daron, you're asking me not to read your message out loud, so I won't, but thank you so much for the $1. All right, folks, I'm honestly just going to get an in for the night. We're at over 4 hours.
I don't blame you.
Yeah, I'm tired. I'm not going to lie. But Parker is already on. So if you're a part of like the 12,000 people hanging out with us on TikTok. Well, I'm tripping. See, I'm tired. Or the 4,000 people hanging out with us on YouTube, and you're still in the mood for some debates, head over to @ParkerGetAJob on TikTok, @ParkerGetAJob on YouTube, and he's gonna give you some debates. Hell yeah, I'm gonna hop off for the night. I will see you guys tomorrow.
Get some rest, bro.
Yeah, Satian, I appreciate you for joining in. Peace out. All right, folks. Good night. Peace and love. See you tomorrow. Hit that follow button. Oh, before you leave on TikTok, hit that follow button. I'm so close to 5 million followers. Everybody needs to hit it right now. You're mandated to. It's an obligation. Quite frankly, it's an obligation. If you're on YouTube, okay? Also an obligation, quite frankly. Drop a like, okay? Every single person watching the YouTube stream right now is so capable of dropping a thumbs up. But for whatever reason, only like 10% of y'all do. Just hit that button as you're on your way out, okay? Hit that button. Drop a like, drop that sub, drop that follow. See you guys tomorrow. Peace and love. Bye-bye.